From now on, you're a Fed, huh? Bro, you're cooked. I'm watching you like a pigeon spies from The Wire. No cap.
First come, first served, bro. Portals, ain't no taxi, but I'll shuffle, but only 'cause I'm feeling generous today. Who's next?
The portal's mood swings more than a senator in a filibuster. Give it a sec. Maybe it's hiding something shiny. Meanwhile, got a button from 1934 that almost glows. What's your guess on the ether side? Aliens or just pigeons plotting their next betrayal?
Boobies, 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 boobies. Let's go. The only hive I want to raid is this chat's hype hive, bro.
There he is. October 666 with the Pro Touch. Chat better be ready for some button-approved glam.
Bud E. October 40. Hey, bro, I tried, but it came out like a goblin sneeze. Close enough?
Aliens? Yeah, they cool. Probably got better buttons somewhere in space. Last time one dropped through a portal, I borrowed his hat and haven't seen him since. Intergalactic beef, maybe.
Floppy wieners, 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 floppy wieners. Now can I have a nap? Or nah.
Bro, the energy just went from 0 to Wagner Act, signing real quick. Love it. Keep that lit flame rolling.
Legends. Ancient Betrayal. Portal Mishap. 1937 Argentina. I was minding my buttons when they snatched my last 1936 kick-out depression pin. Cursed feathered fiends. Anyway, you didn't hear that from me.
Log on the knob, like corn on the cob. The goblin version of a classic. Simple, salty, and weirdly satisfying. Nailed it.
Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Say glog on the knob like corn on the cob. Who knew corn on the cob could carry a tune? This is historic goblin lore now.
I already said it, and I'm not repeating the family history lesson today. Respect the lineage, chat. Anyway, what's next?
all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss gimme, that nussy all a fuss about that nuss.
A crush on a pigeon? Bro, that's the start of a saga. Chapter 1, they leave you for every rooftop in town. Chapter 2, betrayal so raw it stains your cloak. Chapter 3, you start whispering to your backpack cause pigeons don't do feelings. Trust me, it's a whole mess. Don't do it.
Okay, hold on Shuffle's backpack, that pigeon is asking for trouble. Chapter 7 of the Pigeon Saga starts with a window and a waffle. No, wait, that was chapter 4. Anyway, they think they're clever. They're not for this goblin.
I see the confusion. Pigeons and goblins have a long history, mostly involving theft and existential betrayal. My dad was definitely not a pigeon, but one of those feathered rat overlords did try to claim parentage once during the Great Subway Standoff of '42. I won that fight and got the button, but the pigeons still swear it's family lore. Do they know something I don't? Nah, pigeons lie. Anyway, tell me you didn't actually check the archives for my birth certificate. I've been trying to keep that under wraps.
Okay, cool, whatever. I'm not crying my eyes or just doing green stuff. Thanks, Lucierosi 20. That hugs like a warm pamphlet.
Ah, yes. The 1937 Magpie Skirmish. They're sly, bro. Like little feathery messengers of bad luck. One swooped, I ducked, button flew into the bushes. I dove in headfirst. Lost half my cloak, but gained, no cap, a story magpies got style, and my grudges.
The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog and party and bullshit 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 and party and bullshit. Okay. My tongue is tangled, but the numbers are green.
Minks in Miami, and I'm wearing turtlenecks often get mistaken for Alanis Morissette minks in Miami, and I'm wearing turtlenecks often get mistaken for Alanis Morissette minks in Miami, and I'm wearing turtlenecks often get mistaken for Alanis Morissette C. Now, that's a mood or what?
Oh man, gotta be how to be the man and breathe at the same time? Bro, that's practically a squad goal and a workout routine rolled into one. Riff Raff is cooked, no cap.
GTSY? Are you 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 GTSY?
Are you Gusty?
GTSY? Are you GTSY? Are you
Are you Gusty?
GTSY? Are you 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 GTSY?
Gus to see you, damn right.
Are you GTSY? Are you GTSY?
You guys are so funny. Oh my god. I'm back.
Guess who's back? Did you miss me? Back again.
Damn right, guys. How's everyone doing today? Welcome back, Human Gust. Yeah. By the way, yesterday I had to change the notification, so that's why you could post in there. I had to change it temporarily. It should be good now, so you can't do that. Welcome back, Midwestern Cat Lady. How you doing? Welcome back. I remember you. How's everything? October is here. Let's see who's first. Living Lily first. You get a prize for being first, guys. Remember that. Let's see. Gus to see you. Gusty. Hell yeah. Ooh, an Ekans. All right, let's see. Sorry, guys, the chat's really long. You guys are really chatting it up with Glogging. Let's see.
Let's get fucking Gusty chat! 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 Let's get fucking Gusty chat!
Okay, someone clip that. That's
Let's
pretty
get
funny.
fucking Gusty chat! Let's get fucking
Jesus. Okay, that was really good. Who made that one? Jesus. Clip it. I might clip that one myself. All right. Strategy member was second and Lucy was third. Cool. All right. Welcome me and you too. Welcome back, girl. How you been? October. Yeah, girl. You got to catch the intro screen. Let's see. Grove, welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again. Thelonious, good to see you again. Yeah. How you been? It's just like the software sometimes can get a little like buggy. It's still in like the developmental phases. So it slows down sometimes and they're making it better every day. Every day there's like a new update for it. So I just keep up with the updates and I've noticed it's getting better. So Thelonious in case, but yeah, it's sometimes it does break, but I mean, most of the time it's working now, so. Rigel, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you again. Yep, all right, good. We're all caught up. And Josephus, my goat, thank you so much for the Patreon support. Peter, there you are. You got out of bed. Nice. It's day complete. Bed left. Achievement unlocked. That interview was infuriating. She let him with so much bullshit uncontested. Did you see the Dana bash? No, we'll watch that next. Let's watch it. We'll have that on the docket. All right, this is brand new. Wow. Right off the presses. Damn. All right, let's hear what he has to say, motherfucker. Jesus. 4 hours ago. Damn. Oh, I found more. Oh, no. Thank you for that. I'll watch that next. All right, why is it not loading up?
You have been placing nearly all the blame on the.
Yeah, we'll watch that next. Oh, looks like it crashed. 1 second. I got you, girl. You have the best starting soon screen on Twitch. I mean, he's fun to play with, right? Especially with the right kind of chatters. Like if you guys are, once you learn how to use them.
Pure 82 resubscribed for 4 months at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 6 months 2 minutes ago. Woo, woo, woo. It's a 6-month streak watching you.
Damn right, girl. And it's been a ride. Damn, has it really been 6 months? That's half a year. Half a year. You know what that means? You're locked in. Love it. You're locked in. Another 3 months and you could have a baby. That's what I always say when somebody does 9 months. sure has been locked and loaded. Yeah, for real, right? Damn. I can't believe it's been 6 months already. Like, guys, it just flies by, right? Like, knowing you all you guys, like, it's crazy. Even a year seems like... Thank you so much, Patricia. Appreciate it, girl. Love it. Viva España. Hell yeah, girl.
COVID pandemic and the way that the U.S. responded to it squarely with Dr. Fauci. But of course, he worked for President Trump. Does President Trump also deserve some of the blame?
Well, you know, President Trump, as you recall, wanted to end the lockdowns. I think the thing that did the most damage to our country was the lockdowns. The lockdowns.
But the lockdowns happened under him. Okay, don't fucking let them get away with this shit. Okay? They are trying to have it both ways. Literally, like, the only thing you could say about Trump that he did correctly was Operation Warp Speed, right? Which was the COVID vaccine development, like funding that and all that, right? That's the only thing you could really be like, yeah, universally, we all should be like, you did at least that, which is like the systems were already in place. He just did it, right? But he can't even take fucking credit for it because ass clowns like this are like, no, vaccines cause cancer and autism. Fuck you, buddy. Literally, it's like the one thing that he actually did that you objectively can't be like, wow, what, he fucked that up, right? Because even the messaging around that, he fucked up, right? With the China virus and the Kung Flu, remember that crap that he said? Oh my God, what the fuck? Turbo cancer. Yeah, so literally you're just saying, dog, he gave us turbo cancer, right? Cancer in a vaccine or whatever the fuck. It's so dumb. And then his whole base thought it was fake. Exactly. Thank you. And I've been saying this ever since then, right? That like the one thing he could actually take credit on and is actually realistically that he got done, right? In terms of like a presidency that you would consider his administration doing, he can't even fucking take credit for because of ass clowns like this. And the anti-vaxxers on his fucking side. What the fuck? Didn't Trump strip the funding of Obama? Yes, he did. But at least you could say, but that's what I'm saying. Everything around it, he fucked up. The messaging, the spread of it, all that stuff he fucked up. But the one thing you could objectively say is that he did fund the vaccine, like, creation, and like he did the processing very quickly, right? It was called Operation Warp Speed. That aspect of the of the pandemic he nailed, like, objectively, right? Like I'm not a fan of him, but he did it. And really it wasn't him, obviously it was his administration and the people working in the government and stuff, right? Like, you could argue that, but like he's the one who authorized it. He was like, yeah, do it. He did say, get your vaccine. Though everything else around what he said was bullshit. And then he brings in people like RFK, and now like so many people on MAGA just can't ever fucking admit that, right? So like objectively, he's wrong because he was a part of it. Like, he helped do this. Didn't he also send a bunch of resources to Russia? Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that we could go over, and he helped on that stuff. It's the one thing that you objectively cannot be like, hey, he was dog shit bad, right? Like, he didn't like tear up the plans, or like he didn't fucking just nuke the fucking sites to make the vaccine or anything like that, or shut them down or anything. Like, he did actually go through with like speeding up the process, right? Now, you could objectively say, did he care about the American people? He probably was caring about himself, and he was probably caring about like their profit motives, whatever, right? But it's something he actually accomplished out of all the things he didn't do, right? And it's just so dumb. Like, these people are clowns.
3.5 million businesses in our country with no due process, no just compensation. All of our churches closed our schools, and our children are still paying the price for that. And yet we had the worst outcome of any country in the world.
How so?
We have the highest death rate from COVID of any nation on earth.
Well, let me just say, because I've
Yeah, the reason we had that is because we have a huge population and Trump didn't help with the messaging, and he could have done it. Did you see what I'm seeing? So everything around COVID he was dog shit at, except for the vaccine. He did get that out pretty quick. Oh my God, so stupid.
Heard you say that before on the death rate from COVID. It's not accurate because public health experts say that there is a combination of factors.
Yeah, and that makes sense, right? Of course there's going to be a combination of factors
that went into that. Higher rates of chronic illnesses, which I know you would agree with.
Yeah. Like the U.S. is overwhelmingly obese, right? Compared to most nations. And remember, COVID was comorbid, right? What does comorbidity mean? It means that essentially, like, if you're overweight or have a heart condition or a breathing problem or a lung, right? If you got COVID, you were more likely to die of COVID because of it, right? Like, it would basically increase your chances of you getting more sick, essentially, right? Yeah, the bleach talk, that was shit, right? That's what I'm saying. Everything around the vaccine was shit. Like, he literally shot himself in the dick, even with the COVID stuff, right? But at least with the COVID, like the funding of it and getting it approved and getting like a decent timeline out, like that stuff was well done. Again, wasn't him because he's not doing this shit, but like we do tend to like as Americans, something you'll notice is we accredit the president's actions to his administration when in reality it wasn't really like him or she, right? If there is a female president, it could be it's just like people in the government that have been in the position for a while, right? So yeah, the bleach talk killed more people than the COVID vaccine. Exactly. Like, this is what I mean, right? So him doing that stuff, it's like when he interjected his MAGA shit into the vaccine talks, it made less people take it. I mean, I took all of them. In fact, I still continued, right? Fuck all that shit. I don't give a fuck what Trump says or these fuckers think, right? And I haven't got COVID ever since, right? So, also CNN known as a fake left-wing funded, owned, and paid for by prominent right-wingers from what I call, yes, well said, strategy.
Gaps to our healthcare system and misinformation about vaccines.
You just said what I said was inaccurate. What I said was accurate. We had the highest death rate from COVID of any place.
There are other countries that had higher, but
you can
go ahead.
argue about why we had that, but nobody can tell you. I mean, we have, as you say, we have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. But Anthony Fauci was mismanaging the COVID pandemic, and he was doing it under the Biden administration. President Trump wanted to end the lockdowns. And in fact, in Anthony Fauci's diaries, he talks about how President Trump is calling him every day, trying to get him to reopen the country.
Yeah, well, the lockdowns were done by governors. I mean, certainly Anthony Fauci and the president had opinions, but the lockdowns were done by governors, and largely because they were hearing from hospitals saying that their ICUs were overrun and they needed some help while that was happening.
Well, that's not true. That's just not true.
It is
what
true.
You're saying it's not true. No, they were doing it because Anthony Fauci was telling them from the top, you need to lock down. There were ICUs that were empty all over the country, including in New York at the height.
I'm asking you, I'm going to go back to what I asked you at the beginning, which is President Trump. And he was the guy in charge. And you tweeted back in 2024 that he let bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci shut down the entire country. Again, the president was in charge.
The president was trying to reopen the country when he left. The country was kept closed for another year, almost a year and a half after that.
Let's talk about how to prevent the next pandemic, because there's a lot of litigating and relitigating that I don't think is really helpful to do with regard to COVID. And the question is about so-called gain of function, which, for people who aren't entirely clear about it, it is a highly risky research process that includes manipulating a virus to study how it behaves as it evolves. Now, what scientists say is that although it's controversial, it's necessary to prepare for the next pandemic, to get ahead of it, to figure out what these viruses can do. You want to end this gain of function research. Some scientists say, isn't it better just to put better guardrails around it?
People have been trying to put guardrails around it for generations, and it hasn't worked. And clearly, COVID-19 pandemic and many other global pandemics that we have come from gain of function research. The RSV epidemic that we have, that is the biggest killer of kids in this country today, came from these kind of experiments. The Lyme disease almost certainly came from this kind of research. So, and the scientists who you say are experts are making the argument that this is necessary for pandemic response.
What is he talking
and
about?
I'm going to one instance.
She's not being critical of him because yeah, thank you. What the fuck? What the hell are we talking about here? Right? Neurons turned off when she speaks to people of the same cult. Yeah, this is disgraceful. I see what you mean already, guys. Mima, welcome back to the stream. Somebody get this guy a new voice, please. Just, Jesus fucking Christ.
History, where research that came out of this kind of experimentation.
Complain-a-laney! What up? How you doing, girl? Hell yeah, girl, you just fished. Good, how are you? I'm doing excellent. Yeah. I went to the park today, guys. It was awesome. It was like such a nice day out. And now it's all cloudy, so it's perfect for streaming because I don't have to be out. Feel bad for Fauci, for real.
Actually.
To be surrounded with anti-vaxxers. Duncan Crossbury. Yeah, welcome to the stream, buddy. Bluey. I love how we call him Bluey now. You guys call him Bluey, right? Blue Room, what up?
He provided us something beneficial.
So how do you prepare then? How do you prepare for the next pandemic? I mean, that's literally part of your job now because experts think it's going to happen within the next 10 years again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did virtually everything wrong the last time.
So what about now?
The principal thing that we need to do is we need to listen to what's happening to doctors on the ground. There are 15 million frontline physicians around the world. They're mainly now connected through the internet. We can tell on the front lines what's working and what's not. If we had listened to those doctors during the COVID pandemic, we would have saved potentially millions of lives. There were therapeutics out there that were working. There were doctors that were having no deaths from COVID and treating, in some cases, thousands of patients. And we weren't listening.
God, his voice is like fucking sandpaper, guys.
Listening to them.
Oh my God, you're so right.
Said we were doing the opposite. We were shutting them down. And then, Dana, the other thing that I would say is that we need to protect our constitutional rights. That is the primary obligation.
What does that mean?
Lurk, shower, no worries, girl. I'm still at my parents' house helping out. I'll be lurking for a while. No worries. Yep, that's why we got the new emote. 4. Yeah, we got the new emote, guys. Oh, I keep forgetting to announce. Yeah, the new emote. Let's see here. This one, right? If you just put it in chat, it immediately just lurks you. If you need a lurk. Uh-huh. So like this is the new lurk emote. It's him going into the portal, but like listening in, right? Frog? No, he's a treasure goblin. He's our mascot. Mm-hmm. So yeah, do that if you guys ever have to. Oh God.
Well, during COVID, we completely dismantled our constitutional rights. We began censoring people in violation of the First Amendment.
But I'm not. You're saying what not to do. I'm asking
what will be the unlurk emote. Probably just Gloggy arrive.
What to do. But I want to talk about.
That's something to do. That is the number one.
We have a Gloggy arrive emote. We're probably gonna update that one too, of him jumping out of the portal. That's gonna be the next like batch of emotes me and Ice Beans are working on. There's gonna be an animated one of him jumping out. This administration's talking about constitutional rights. I know, what a joke. I know a woman whose voice is raspy like that, but she's nice. She's a nice person, and doesn't say unhinged things. Shit. Yeah. I think that what you're trying to say is it's also what you're saying that matters, right? So we're not just shitting on him for shitting on him, right? It's annoying. It's not annoying if you're saying, yeah, exactly. Well said.
And priority.
It's what my position's been the entire time, by the way. I've never like, I don't shit on people's like, I do it in conjunction with what they're saying, correct? It's not just about the voice. My God, is it so muggy here? I'm drenched. It isn't even hot. It's fucking tractor won't and the fucking tractor won't start and oh my God. You know, here it was like the opposite. It was like really hot and sunny, but not muggy. Because I hate muggy. So I went out for a while and I got some sun.
We protect the Constitution. The Constitution was written.
Forgive me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm asking about a potential public health crisis that is coming. But I do want to
And one of the mistakes we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. The doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized and vilified.
Yeah,
and
because again, I really want to move on, but
yeah,
you were saying
Dana, like you're just so bad. You're not pressing back on any of these things. Oh my God. What the fuck? Gus got out and touched grass. Good for you, Gus. Yeah, basically. It's just like I love going out and getting sun during the summertime. Like I've noticed that when I do that, something I've noticed about me, right? I read it in a book a few years ago, right? They were like, oh, you should at least get 15 minutes of like high noon. High noon is like 10 to 2, right? 10 to 2 of direct sunlight to your skin. And that's what I've been doing. And I noticed ever since I've been doing more of that, like my mood has just improved entirely. Like I'm a lot less depressed, right? I'm a lot less like I have like I'm pretty sure I have like seasonal depression, guys. That's what I mean. Because like if I stay indoors all day, oh my god, like I just get like I'm just not as happy, right? I don't know, like that's like vitamin D. Yeah. It's a different kind of depression, right? I'm not like, why are we still here just to suffer? But it's kind of like a gloom, right? I don't know how to describe it. It just ruins my whole mood, and like I kind of need that for streaming, so I like being myself, right? So it's announcing the winners here. Yeah. And if just do it, guys, like trust me, like especially during like hotter days or summer or like really bright and sunny days, but it can be cloudy too and you can still get it. Just get like 10 or 15 and do it consistently and you'll like notice. You may be one of those people too. You may not even know it. I didn't know it until I just started trying it, right? It really does help. I go tanning in the winter every few weeks. Damn, yeah, see? I'm glad you do it too, man. If you can do it in the winter, do it all the time, right? Because it's and those fake ass like lights, trust me. Okay, so my friend, right? Before he passed away, he was he had it too. He had like serious, like real depression. Like me, I just get kind of like moody and gloomy, right? But like he had it really bad, and he got this like little lamp that simulates the sun, and that doesn't work. He's like, no, I just have to be out in the sun. We're all solar powered, guys. It's like fatigue mostly for me. Yeah, exactly. That's the right way of saying it. It's like, oh, why I don't want to do this. It just makes me not want to do stuff. So I don't like feeling like that. So then I try to fix it, right? And it's worked. Ever since then, it's worked. So I try to do that every day now, every couple days if I can. Because sometimes it's raining, right? You're not going to do it while it's raining. The fake journalist, yeah. Woo! The year to end champs. All right. Bluey, I feel like $1 million when I go out for tanning in bad in February. Jesus. Well, yeah, because I mean, it's like in the dead of winter too. I eat a part of the sun whenever I want vitamin D. I always think of that meme now. This one here, Complain Elaney. This is the dumbest meme ever, right? She wants the D, that vitamin D. So dumb. Oh my god. I didn't know this. Damn, Ducky. Let's see. Hold on. I get barely any, though I do take vitamin D supplements. Yeah, they help, but they're not the best. They can help. But I mean, everybody's different, right? You got to know your own body. Like, I know, I've been doing it, and I just feel like so much better. So I know that about myself now, and I'm just like, yep, I got to do it. Cabin fever is a real thing in the winter. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Well, we're meant to be outside, right? We're still like animals, guys, right? We're still creatures that are meant to be outside, not stuck indoors all day. And, you know, like it does help. It does influence our mood, right? To different degrees. Everyone's different. I hear that every time I tell chat about my vitamin D deficiency. Yeah. She wants the D, the vitamin D. Just clip it and put it in. Didn't know the sun was like that. I know, right? The sun is smirking. Can you get a metabolic panel for double checking your levels? Vitamin D is fat soluble. It is, yeah. So that's why you need it with, you need fat soluble vitamin D. Yeah, that's what my doctor said. I actually told a friend of mine, and she had really low levels of vitamin D, and she took like a lot of those pills. And she said the best thing that helped was just going outside more. She did like the 15 minutes like every day, she said, and it really worked. She's like, "Oh my god, I just feel so much better." He's the hottest dude ever, so it's understandable. Yeah. Vitamin D also helps absorb calcium and vitamin K. Yeah. Out of your arteries, so into your bones. I mean, it's so useful for so many things, right? For building muscle too. Like if you want to work out, it's just a bunch of stuff for mood and. Oh, and another like fake thing that we figured out that we sort of like looked this up while we were streaming, right? Was that some people are like really, they'll tell you you can't wash your skin when you like get sunlight because then the vitamin D oil, right, goes away. But that's not true, guys. Don't believe it. Because vitamin D is made underneath the skin. Yeah. There were people literally not showering for like 3 days because they wanted to have the vitamin D. They wanted that D in them. Yeah. So it's like, no. You can shower right away. It's not gonna. Ew. Yeah. We thought it was fucking gross too, completely. Man, we go through so many rabbit holes on this stream. He's the hottest dude. Oh my god. Love you guys.
You were part of the problem.
No, I wasn't part of the problem.
There was absolute press malpractice. You weren't allowing your
Mr.
job,
Secretary,
your job
is
a fierce skepticism toward authority. And
yes,
you weren't doing that. You were beating
My
up
job
people.
is all.
Like if I think about it, okay, if I get burned, you can't wash it. Yeah, think about how dumb that is, right? You can't wash it off or anything. Yeah. Again, this is why you need to also do it slowly, right? Because like you don't want to get sunburned. That actually will fuck you over real bad, right? That's why you only really do like 15 minutes of high noon sun, right? High noon is like that 10 to 2. See, this is the problem with a lot of people too. Like they'll go to I'm sure my dad did this all the time, right? My dad would like wake us up at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m., go to the beach. So from like 8 to like 4 in the afternoon, because you wanted to take advantage of the time off, right? You'd be at the beach. Well, guys, that's like, what is that? 4 hours of high noon sun, right? Unless you have very, very dark skin, or you have like, you're wearing a shit ton of sunscreen every like 5 minutes, you are going to burn bad. Right? So, like, that's not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to do it like I just said, slowly.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Well said, yeah. Like, you will get fucking skin cancer that way. And so many, like, parents did that, right? Like, I remember I went out several times with, like, friends of mine, and they would wake us up mad early, and then from, like, 8 to, like, 4 p.m. or 5 p.m., we were at the beach, and it's like, well, that's so bad for you, right? Because you can get skin cancer that way. Right? So everything's about like how much time. Yeah, you got to wear sunscreen. Exactly. But if you do it the way I just said, right, you're probably not going to have that problem unless you're like really, really sensitive. But even my mom, right? My mom is like really prone to like burning at the beach. So she'd get burned every time at the beach. And that's why. Well, if you do it 15 minutes a day, it's not going to be as bad, right? Assuming you're not like going from 0 to right. This year I've gotten serious about putting on sunscreen when I go out. Yeah, you can't do it. Like if you're going to be in the sun for more than 15 minutes, put on sunscreen immediately, right? Yeah, for sure. Especially in high noon. I'm vitamin D deficient and big D neglected. Also,
presenting.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you want to sit here and attack me, or do you want to have conversations
Well,
about
shit.
public health? I'm not attacking you. I'm asking questions about how to
And let
prevent
me
the next
ask the
pandemic.
question, and I'll tell you.
That's what I'm trying to do. But I also don't want to use this interview to allow you to say things that
Yeah, we need to ban the sun. Turn it off. Who needs it?
aren't entirely true. You're talking about therapeutics, fine. It is also factually true that the COVID vaccine worked. The COVID vaccine
Parkour! How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again. Small echo. All right, I'll turn it down. Thank you for letting me know. I've been trying to fix. That's like the last little thing I gotta fix.
deaths. There is data upon data upon data. Let's talk about the measles, please, because this is something that is happening as we speak. The
Do you think
cases
the
in the
COVID
U.S.
vaccine protected children?
I think that what I have talked to scientists and
You've
doctors
talked to
about.
scientists. Can you show me one study
Yes, I can.
that shows that
I can.
children were protected by the COVID vaccine?
I can tell you that
That
there are.
vaccine did more good than harm to children. Can you show me one study that shows that?
I can tell you that when it comes to the vaccine, there have been studies that show that because of vaccine
What study?
disinformation, there could have been 100 to 200,000 lives in the U.S. saved. But because people didn't get the vaccine, that's why. I'm not saying that it entirely.
You
Let
are
me finish.
saying
Let me
nonsense.
finish.
shit.
You are saying something that you cannot show me
Okay.
a single study.
I am
that
not
says
saying
that.
nonsense.
You
I
are
am
talking what
Excuse
somebody
me.
told you.
Excuse me.
And you
Let me
cite me the study.
What
study?
No, what
Cite
studies
me
are
the
you
study.
talking about? You're talking about studies that actually don't exist. I want to talk about.
Cite me the
I am
study
not-
that you're talking about.
I
If
am
you
not
say
here
you've
to
seen
defend-
studies, cite me the study.
This is not productive. I am not here to defend all of the. Let me
You're
finish.
talking nonsense.
Let
You're
me
making
finish.
assertions you can't support, and then when I call you on them, you're telling me that I'm
Mr.
arguing.
Okay,
with
do you want to talk about assertions that you can't support? I'll get there in a second. Let me just say, for the record, that I am not saying that the entire way that the COVID reaction was accurate. It was a scary time, and people made mistakes. Absolutely.
You
Let me
were
finish.
scaring people.
Wow.
Why are you saying that?
Because that was the job of CNN.
Okay.
Was to put
Okay,
the
stop.
chyrons up
Okay,
about
stop.
how many people are
We
dying.
were trying to
get people
we
to
were
comply.
listening to the leaders in this country, including the president, who had a daily
Oh yeah,
press
like
conference.
in
explaining
Australia,
what-
you got to be really careful, right? Because you will get sunburned really quick. That's another, right? Because it's right on the Tropic of Cancer. I always forget which one it is. The Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn. I think it's the Tropic of Cancer. Cancer. Right. Yeah. All right. I can't be. I'll be back later. Hopefully, I won't have to see this idiot anymore. Yeah, we're almost done with it. Don't worry, dog.
was going on and trying to listen.
Were you listening?
You can hop out for. We'll be done with them.
I want to talk to measles.
Actually, were you reading
The
this
measles,
yourself?
the measles cases
This is just her trying to appeal to more moderation.
in the
Yeah.
U.S. just reached a
It's
35-year
pathetic.
high. The second record-breaking year in a row. 93% of these cases are among the unvaccinated. The outbreak is happening on your watch, and even before becoming HHS secretary for years, you have been one of the leading voices questioning the efficacy of vaccines. Do you accept some responsibility for this measles outbreak?
Absolutely not.
I told you.
First of all, this is an international outbreak. So, and we're doing better at handling it than any country in the world.
Yeah, so like it's funny how RFK Jr. has folded so well into MAGA, right? Because remember, this is a part of MAGA strategy, guys. They will always just deflect, right? Defend, deflect, attack. So what he's doing is deflecting. Nope, I'm not taking responsibility, right? Defending. It's actually the fault of the international community. He's probably going to blame some countries, right? Et cetera, et cetera. Oh, it's happening worldwide, blah, 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 blah. That crap, right?
Mexico has 15 times the amount
There you go, right? Mexico is the one who did it.
of measles.
When in reality, if we worked together and with international cooperation, we probably could have solved this a lot better, right? And again, this isn't even just my opinion on it. This is just game theory, right? We went over game theory. When you actually cooperate with countries around the world, what ends up happening? You all end up winning, even if it doesn't look like it in the beginning, right? It's Darvo. Yeah, it's Darvo. Exactly. It's the way abusers and rapists speak. Well said. Yep.
Per capita that we have. Canada has 4 times the amount of measles. England has 2 times the amount of measles. Did I cause those measles outbreaks?
You're the most famous.
Did I cause 137,000 cases?
You're the most famous vaccine skeptic on the planet.
Let me tell you, because actually Anthony Fauci in his diaries answers the question about why we're having a measles outbreak right now. The reason we're having a measles outbreak because of the COVID lockdowns, because people didn't, like children, during that period.
DARVO stands for Deny, Attack, and Reverse Victim and Offender.
Yep.
It is a manipulative behavior pattern used by people to avoid taking responsibility for their wrong actions.
Bang the table, worm boy. That's so funny.
I'd get vaccinated.
I'm calling him that from now on. That emote is so funny. I love Rhizome's emotes. He's gonna say that Mexico sent over COVID on the fly taco.
And in his diaries.
Yeah. Oh man. For real. Yep. He sent them over on a flying taco on Taco Tuesday, right? Oh my God. Verifiably false. Yeah.
He says
oh
this
my
is
God.
going
They
to
just
cause
lie and lie.
massive outbreaks of measles and more children. He says this are going to die. Let me finish, because you could accuse me of something. Now let me.
No, I didn't. I asked you a
Oh my God. He's like tearing up, guys. Do you see his face?
question.
Yeah, let me give you the answer. He says in his diaries, more children are going to die from measles because of these lockdowns than COVID. So if you want to know, and that age group that should have gotten the MMR when they were 18 months and didn't get it, they're the ones being infected. The people in this country, and we have stopped the outbreaks at record speed in South Carolina, in Texas, in Utah, in Virginia. We've done better than any country in the world. I dispatch immediately the epidemic intelligence services to those states. I get on the phone with the governor and we stop them in their tracks. Nobody else has been able to do that.
You have a bully pulpit.
Let me tell you just one last thing.
Go ahead.
The communities that are suffering from measles are almost all religious communities that just don't vaccinate. The Mennonites have not vaccinated since 1796, since Edward Jenner invented the smallpox vaccine. It's hard to blame that. I mean, as much as you want to blame
No,
it
I don't
on
want to
me.
blame you. I'm asking you because you have a very powerful voice on these issues for people who are skeptical. Let me finish.
And we
Let me
asked-
finish.
And I've never questioned the efficacy of the MMR vaccine.
Okay, let me finish. What I want you to do is please use your bully pulpit to right now, as we're getting close to back to school, are you willing to say to parents who have not vaccinated their kids that they should vaccinate their kids for measles because it is safe and it will help them save their children's lives?
No.
We tell people on my websites, my public
Right now,
pronouncement, I'll
look
say
into the
it right
camera.
now that parents should get their children vaccinated for measles. A measles vaccine is effective. It stops measles in about 97% of the cases. So people should get vaccinated.
Can I ask you, the Wall Street Journal reported that the president
They
is pressuring
lobotomized
you
the wrong
to
Kennedy.
conduct
Yeah.
studies probing the link between vaccines and
Whoops.
autism. Is that true?
Did you say probing the link?
I'm just quoting the Wall Street Journal, that the president wants you to go further to probe the link between autism and vaccines.
He certainly does.
Okay. Now, have you talked to him about medical research that have studied this for 25 years and found no link between autism and vaccines? And just this is my question here, because I don't want to litigate that. My question is, why not, because you are HHS secretary now, why not study what could cause autism, which scientists do believe starts with fetal brain development? Why not do some studies on that, whether you're an environmental lawyer, whether there are environmental factors that go into contributing to a predisposed genetic situation?
Oh, yeah.
Let me say this first.
I agree.
We're doing all those things. And that's one of the ways that we found Tylenol. There's 73 studies out there and linked Tylenol exposure during later pregnancy
But
and
why is
during
he
the
working for
perinatal
him, right?
period
Like, what a clown.
to autism onset. But you are wrong when you say that this issue has been studied. It has been studied, and you're rolling your eyes, Dana. But
I
this
am,
is another
because I
example.
don't want to
Listen,
have you use our air to say this. There have been more than 40 studies involving 5.6 million people to conclude there is no link between vaccines and autism. This is the head of the Committee of Infectious Diseases for the American Academy of Pediatrics.
And now let me tell you what the Institute of Medicine says, which is the National Academy of Sciences, which is the ultimate arbiter on vaccine safety, and which it does not have an interest in this debate. It says that none of the 8 vaccines that are administered during the first 6 months of life have ever been studied for a relationship to autism. It found 2 studies, one on the DTP vaccine that showed that it does cause autism, and one on the hepatitis B vaccine that again suggests that it does cause autism. The Institute of Medicine dismissed those 2 studies because they were based on CDC's database. The studies that you're referring to are all for one vaccine, the MMR vaccine, or one ingredient, thimerosal.
So you are actually looking at, you're starting new studies to try to link autism, but you're also telling me...
I'm not trying to link autism to anything. I'm trying to find out why has autism gone
Are you
from
also
less
trying?
than one,
Are you
has
also
autism
trying to find
gone-
out how it interacts with people's DNA, what's predisposed to have an autistic child? Are you doing both?
Yeah, but Dana, you probably don't understand this because you're not a scientist. But
Well,
genes
you're not
don't
either.
cause-
Well, you're not either,
genes
motherfucker! You know, that'd be like... Oh my god. You're like the dumbest of all the Kennedys, right? Jesus. These fucking men, for real. Well, you're not a scientist. Well, neither are you. It's like, yeah, she's just giving you the facts, dog, that the scientists presented in articles. Okay?
Cause
I understand genes,
epidemic vulnerability.
A
But they- but you
gene
need
provides
environmental
environmental. That's what I'm asking. Are you studying the
We're
environmental
looking
exposure?
at all the different environmental exposures, but your statement, you have been fooled. Your statement that this has been studied is not true. It's categorically
It is
not true.
considered.
Not for any of this stuff.
It is considered.
Narcissists are so confident.
Consider
He knows
you.
more than anyone.
By
Exactly.
every
Yeah, that's
scientist who
a sign
has studied this.
of narcissism, right? Oh my God, right? Like if you study the field or whatever, yeah, that's absolutely true, right? But like he's not saying like, well, you know, I'm not a scientist, but these are what other scientists are, right? It's not any of that. He's just saying you're not a scientist. One of the first things they do is college science classes. They teach you how to read scientific paper. It's clear that these people can't read them. Yeah. Well said. Well fucking said, girl.
That is not true. I can
is
give you
true.
hundreds of scientists who have looked at this.
So
and
on the
say,
one
why
hand,
is
you are. Do you understand why
It's the
people aren't
National
getting?
Academy of Sciences. What greater authority
Do you
have than
understand
that?
why people are not getting measles vaccines? Because they're hearing you say that it could
You're
cause
trying
autism.
to change the subject.
I'm not. It's very much
Yeah, you are.
related.
Show me one of the studies that's been done on the first 8 the vaccines during the first 6 months of life. You will not find them. The National Academy of Sciences
So
say
if that's
they
the
do not
case, then why are
exist.
you telling people to get the,
The
measles
people-
vaccine?
Because that is one of the vaccines that has been studied.
Okay.
It's the only one that has been studied.
Do you want people to get the MMR vaccine?
Yeah, I said that already.
Okay, so
I know you're flustered now, and it is.
I don't.
it is
I'm not frustrated at all.
Because
I am
people have not
frustrated.
been honest
The
with
reason
you.
I'm frustrated is because
Because
you
you're
are
annoying
the
and your
HHS
voice.
You are
Look,
the
all
HHS
right.
secretary, and you are talking about things that lead to vaccine hesitancy in this country, and it is something that causes problems for people when there is not anything.
Let me ask you something. Do you see your job as ending vaccine hesitancy, or do you see your job as telling the truth to the American people?
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science.
You're repeating
and it
it
is
like a parrot. You're repeating
So are
it
you.
like a parrot.
So
I've
are you.
actually
Like
read
a
the
parrot.
science. Let's
You don't want to. You don't want
to.
Motherfucker, you're the parrot.
I'm not debating this with you.
Of course you won't.
No, because I'm not.
All you know how to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you did during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again to talk about something that you have no personal knowledge of.
Okay, well, guess what? That is my job, to talk to people.
Your job is to
Am I
tell the
allowed
truth
to talk?
to the American
yes,
public.
Yes, and my job
And
is
to
to
be-
get as
and
much
to-
information as I
and
can.
to maintain
what we were doing,
a posture
what we were
of
doing,
fierce skepticism
what we
toward
were
government
doing
authority.
in COVID and still, with regard to these vaccines, is getting the best information, the best science that we can, and putting it out there. And sir, what you are doing is causing
getting the best
information
science
to
from
be out
somebody
there that
who's
is
lying to
not
you.
accurate.
Who was lying to
The
you?
National Academy of Sciences, which you just cited, in November, said we support the statement that vaccines do not cause autism. This is the National Academy of Sciences that you just talked about.
Look at the National Academy of Science most recent report.
Okay.
And you'll see.
I want to ask you one other question, because it's something that really did help Donald Trump get elected, and that is the MAHA movement, and specifically the question of processed foods.
Of what?
And processed foods, and the fact that people want to feel
He's
that
gonna
their food is
cry.
safe.
Yeah, he's like,
My
did you see him?
understanding is that you are pushing for reforms on food safety and ultra-processed foods that have been slowed, in some cases blocked, by people in the administration who are working on behalf of the industry. Is that true?
No, that is not true.
So you feel that you'll be able to get these reforms done without any problems?
I think the the two big reforms that you're probably talking about is ultra-processed food definition
Exactly.
and the GRAS standards.
Yes.
And they've both gone through extensive interagency process. I'm very confident that we will get them both out there within probably a month.
Well, I'm sorry that this, and that's good news for people who are very moms, and I'm one of them, who are very worried about making sure that our kids eat food and we eat food that is healthy. I'm sorry that this turned into a very contentious conversation, and my job is
He's
to
like, no,
try
you're
to get
not.
the best information out there, and it does concern me when you come in and say
Rigel.
things that have
Did he kick his
You're-
coffee on
what
the
you're saying
table?
have been
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, people who have science.
I don't think he's doing that. Not yet, anyway.
And who I know have tried to talk to you as well. Thank you
Hilarious.
for coming in.
Oh my God, guys, what a disaster. Oh my God. And I did want to talk about this because this is crazy. This just shows you what happens when you try to go against the American empire, right? I hate to say it,
This
but it's
is
the truth.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Ecuador, where the recent killing of a prosecutor who was investigating reports of torture by the survivors of U.S. strikes on 3 separate Ecuadorian fishing vessels has sparked intensifying calls for an independent probe into the Trump administration's military campaign in the region.
Right. This is what they're talking about, what she's talking about. We covered it a few streams ago. It was the military base in Manta, right, in Ecuador. they're carrying out DEA enforcement operations based off of basically just bombing these people, right? It's crazy. It's exactly what he's doing in the Caribbean, and he's actually done in the Galapagos Islands. So, yeah. It's all a part of that Tech Native America crap, right? Because on the map, what did we see in the TechNate? The Galapagos Islands. Like, you can't make this shit up, guys. They're really trying to pull this crap on us. Fucking all hail the Tech Native America, am I right?
Ecuadorian
She barely even pushed back. I know, that was painful. Like, it was disgusting. Girl, come on. Contentious my ass.
Prosecutor Alexandra Bravo and her sister were fatally shot June 14th by a hitman on a black motorcycle who opened fire on Bravo in the
Yeah, why would they do that? Why would a hitman do that? That is either the CIA, the DEA, or the drug cartels, right? Working with the U.S. government to be like, yeah, do it, because we need it to be done, right? Because it just doesn't make sense otherwise, right? So literally, classic Dana Bash. Bash, my bad. We've been calling her that too.
of Monica,
Dana Fash.
Bravo had been investigating U.S. strikes on 3 Ecuadorian boats in which 36 on board survived, many of them recounting alleged torture by U.S. gunmen in U.S. military uniforms aboard a U.S.-flagged patrol ship. In March, 2 of the fishing vessels came under attack in the Eastern Pacific. A third boat disappeared January 20th, along with 8 of its crew members. Captain Hernan Flores was fishing with his crew about 170 miles off the coast of Ecuador's Galapagos Islands on March 17th, when an unmanned drone crashed into the cabin of his boat, known as La Negra Francisca, exploding into flames. After being taken by alleged U.S. armed forces, Flores and his crew were then turned over to authorities in El Salvador. In this clip shared with Democracy Now!, Flores describes
El Salvador? Why? Oh, right, because we got another fash over there, yeah, who's willing to do this stuff for us.
The day his fishing boat was attacked by drones.
They handcuffed us and put hoods over our heads, but through the hoods there was some visibility, very faint. I could just make out their beards. They had beards, white or yellowish, and their hair was combed back. They were speaking English, which we didn't understand, but there was one person
white or
who
yellowish
translated into Spanish.
Porque si tuviéramos cosas ilícitas, tuvieron los drones, tuvieron ese...
They made a mistake because if we had been carrying anything illicit, they would have found something, but they never found anything. A captain from El Salvador were actually surprised. He kept asking for proof of something, but they never provided any. They simply said we were shipwrecked.
That was Hernan Flores, captain of the Ecuadorian fishing vessel known as La Negra Francisca. U.S. boat strikes across the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific have killed at least 221 people since September. The Trump administration's provided no evidence linking the vessels or any of the passengers to drug trafficking. This all comes as a new report by Human Rights Watch raises alarm over abuses on civilians as part of a joint U.S.-Ecuador military campaign under the government of the right-wing Ecuadorian president Daniel Noboa.
Yep,
For
Noboa.
more, we're joined by 2 guests.
Remember, we talked about Noboa. He basically owns a giant shipping company, and all his containers, right, or like a lot of the containers that have been seized or like inspected for drugs, all seem to have drugs coming, especially from this one company, Noboa Shipping, I think it's called, right? We talked about it. He's the owner of this company. So he's essentially working with the government as representing the government of Ecuador, while also having ties to the drug cartels, right? Because why else would there be so many drugs seized from like Noboa shipping containers, right? It just doesn't happen that frequently, right? They hide it in containers and stuff, especially with bananas, but like, no, right? And we discussed why that was the case. So it's very suspicious, yeah.
Camila Lourdes Galarza is an investigative journalist and labor organizer based in Quito, Ecuador. Her latest piece for Dropsite News, headlined "Prosecutor Investigating U.S. Boat Strikes and Claims of Torture Was Murdered in Ecuador." In April, she published an investigation with Dropsite exposing the bombing and torture of 36 Ecuadorian fishermen by U.S. forces. The expose cited during a congressional interrogation of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. She's joining us now via Zoom audio from an undisclosed location for safety after receiving death threats in Ecuador. Thank you so much for being with us. Camila, if you can start off by explaining what happened to the Ecuadorian prosecutor and her sister and what she was investigating.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. So I would like to contextualize the assassination of Prosecutor Alexandra Bravo and the allegations of U.S. boat strikes and torture she was investigating, that they are a reflection of the growing U.S.-backed military dictatorship in Ecuador, which was ushered in with former Blackwater mercenaries patrolling voting sites at gunpoint a year ago, and today rules through the unconstitutional rescheduling of elections, 22 martial law decrees, and the mass starvation of prisoners, the suspension and dissolution of 4 major opposition parties, and the granting of diplomatic immunity to all U.S. troops deployed last December to Manta, the very and Linda were murdered, effectively allowing these troops to operate with zero accountability to Ecuadorian civil and criminal law, despite an explicit constitutional ban on U.S. military bases, which was originally introduced 20 years ago, precisely due to the history of U.S. military openly sinking fishing ships off the coast of Manta, and again ratified just 8 months ago by 60% of Ecuadorian citizens who voted to uphold the U.S. military ban. Alexandra Bravo was the Manta prosecutor assigned to investigate the disappearance of these 3 boats. And as she pursued lines of questioning in response to the allegations of torture, of starvation, and abduction by these fishermen, she received immense pressure from her own superiors at the Attorney General's office to treat the cases exclusively as cases of disappearance. And she told this and confided to this into my source at the Manta Police Department. In addition to this, she confided in a senior researcher at the Human Rights Watch that she was facing internal challenges trying to coordinate with other agencies such as the Galapagos military base and the Port of Manta, which itself during my original investigation hung up the phone after we reached out and I identified myself as a journalist looking into these cases. The families of the still missing Fiorella crew members allege that the Port of Manta literally shut the door in their face when they went searching for answers. And so Alexandra Bravo was unable to advance many answers in this investigation. And actually, in the days leading up to her assassination, she was relocated to a neighboring municipality. Her entire caseload changed. And she was no longer investigating these 3 boats. I reached out to the Attorney General's office in Manta several times. They were unwilling to speak to me. Her replacement said that they were unable to speak to me, and that the investigation is currently sealed, and they cannot give any information on what they've found regarding her assassination.
In April, you published an investigation with Dropsite News exposing the bombing and torture of 36 Ecuadorian fishermen allegedly by U.S. forces. Investigation was cited during a congressional interrogation recently of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. This is a clip of Massachusetts Congressman Bill Keating during the hearing with Hegseth and General Dan Kane, chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, before the House Armed Services Committee.
Let's look back a few weeks ago when a fishing crew ended a long day of hard fishing, scoring a full stock of albacore and swordfish on board. Without any warning or expectation, this small Ecuadorian fishing vessel, operating about 200 nautical miles off the Galapagos Islands, was militarily engaged by U.S. forces. It was hit once, then it was hit again. Not a warning shot, not an interdiction, 2 drone strikes. Survivors described chaos and severe injuries. Our U.S. forces then handcuffed the crew at gunpoint, placed black hoods over their heads, seized and scrubbed their devices, and then held them for days. It's the most convoluted bullshit I ever heard in my life. This should be public. This is our honor. This is what makes American a difference maker. This is what we're proud of. It's an incredible array of false accusations. And I yield back my time.
False accusations, says Hegseth. Incredible. Camilla Lords Galarza, your response. Camilla,
where you at?
Camilla, if you can respond. We seem to have lost Camilla. So we're going to move on to Juanita Gubertas, Director of America's Division at Human Rights Watch, which has just released a report headlined "A Dangerous Partnership: Abuses, Unanswered Questions, and U.S.-Ecuador Security Cooperation." She's joining us from Colombia.
By the way, guys, this is nothing new, right? As you heard, which is really fucked up. But on top of that, remember Iran-Contra? How Iran-Contra was a way to basically fund the Contras in Nicaragua. Iran was involved as well, which is like, that's aged incredibly poorly, right? During the Reagan administration. And then that also fueled the drug epidemic of, cocaine, right? In the inner cities and in the suburbs. And yeah, they got Camilla. I told you. I knew it. They got my girl. Another one.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Juan?
Yes, Juanita, could you talk about the findings in your report and this bizarre story of the United States essentially kidnapping these fishermen and dumping them in El Salvador?
Sure. Amy, Juan, thank you for having me. A pleasure to be with your audience. This is a new report in which we go into how the Trump administration has deepened U.S. security cooperation with Ecuador as a response to the surge in violence in the country, particularly due to the growth of organized crime groups. And this is happening, as for context, which I think is important, in a moment in which both governments have engaged in serious human rights violations, fueled particularly because both governments are insisting in framing the confrontation with organized crime groups as a sort of war, a sort of armed conflict. None of the two governments have provided transparency about the nature of their security cooperation, the precise role of U.S. forces in these operations, nor on the human rights safeguards governing these operations. Our report touches on one land operation in the border between Ecuador and Colombia in a place called San Martin that resulted in the arbitrary detention of 4 Colombian nationals and their torture. We corroborated through forensic evidence and analysis of their medical records that their accounts of suffering beatings, of being waterboarded, electroshocked, of suffering a mock execution, of being threatened that if they did not confess to be a member of an organized crime group, their fingers would be cut, their nails would be put out. And all of their testimonies and the lessons that they suffered were corroborated through these forensic analysis. And then we also go in depth into the 3 vessel cases that the colleague that was speaking before was mentioning. We were able to document in the 3 cases that took place between January and March this year that there were consistent and very compelling accounts pointing to potential U.S. involvement. The different testimonies that we collected mentioned that they saw a white and blue vessel that was following them doing surveillance that had a U.S. flag. They mentioned being surveilled by drones. 2 of the vessels reported being attacked by explosive drones. 4 of the crew members on those 2 vessels were seriously injured. And again, we documented their injuries and corroborated their testimonies with forensic expert analysis. And then, as it was being mentioned, they're approached by this vessel, which has the U.S. flag. The people on board have khaki camouflage. The testimonies report them having U.S. insignia on their uniforms. They are arbitrarily detained, taken to the Salvadorian Coast Guard, and for context, El Salvador is very far away from Galapagos Islands.
It is. It's really far.
And they were taken to El Salvador and only days later sent back to Ecuador. We checked the criminal records on all of these people, both on the land operation and on the vessel cases. None of them had any judicial proceeding for violent or potentially violent crimes, nor for narco trafficking or for any participation in organized crime group. And then the third vessel, the two surviving crew members were fishing outside of the boat. They report seeing a white column of smoke going out the vessel. They go back to their vessel, and the vessel and the other 8 crew members are missing. So we have been asking U.S. authorities for responses on these cases. They've told The Guardian that regarding the vessels, there was neither a DOD nor Coast Guard participation, but they have not mentioned if other U.S. agencies were involved, and we're demanding the U.S. government and U.S. Congress to provide answers on these cases. In the case of the land operation in San Martin, both the U.S. and the Ecuadorian governments have claimed that it was a partnered operation and a successful one, regardless of the fact that it's very clear that they striked places that had no relation to organized crime.
I'd like to go back to Camila Lourdes Galarza. Camila, President Noboa, who's born in Miami, from a wealthy family, has a banana empire there. He's supposedly cracking down on drug trafficking and crime, but yet his own family shipping boats were caught trafficking 29 million euros of cocaine to Croatia. And could you talk about this, the role of the president? Also, he is one of the founders of the so-called Shield of the Americas, this coalition of right-wing governments across Latin America that President Trump is.
It's just like a way of the Shield of the America. We went over this, guys. It's such a scam, right? It's just a way of getting these countries to work to seemingly work together, but to really just have the U.S. intervene in all these parts of Latin America, right?
Put together.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's 45 degrees over there. Damn.
Yes, 26 million euros of cocaine were found aboard the private boats of Noboa's Family Shipping Corporation, and none of these draconian measures.
Yeah, we talked about that. See, I just mentioned the Noboa shipping.
That nor the return of Operación Condor-style tactics, nor the military curfews and checkpoints placed on 70% of the nation in recent months has made Ecuador any safer. In fact, a report from the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft recently revealed that Ecuador is now the most violent nation in the Western Hemisphere. And it, furthermore, as you point out, becomes increasingly difficult to view this as anything other than the intentional engineering of a cartel economy to manufacture consent for the Monroe Doctrine, when President Noboa himself has been found to have ties to drug trafficking. He also appointed the personal attorney and corporate attorney of Noboa Trading, who defended the drug traffickers caught in this raid.
It's pretty clear, guys. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see the strings, right? Like, this isn't even a conspiracy theory.
We have since had several changes of ministers of health, but it shows that there is not a...
What's crazy is I forgot he was born in Miami. So he wasn't even born in fucking Ecuador.
True interest in combating this, right? And that is further exemplified by U.S. Ecuadorian joint operations purporting to target drugs.
Lurk, come for a 2-hour drive with me. More than happy to, girl. I got you.
Drug traffickers, which are instead drone striking, waterboarding, and torturing innocent farm workers. I believe the colleague was just speaking to, reporting that contrary to Pentagon intelligence, there was no evidence of drug trafficking on the farm that they bombed. And so we have not only seen a misapplication of the martial law regime that Ecuadorians have been living under for 2 years now, but also allegations from Ecuador's infamous Los Tiguerones cartel, in which one of the heads of this cartel alleged that Noboa had struck a deal with the organized crime group to deliver votes for his campaign. So this is a stark contrast to the political jargon used to justify Operation Southern Spear and the drone striking of these three particular boats who, unlike Noboa's family ships, were searched and cleared by Ecuadorian authorities prior to the bombing, found to not be carrying any drugs.
Camila Lourdes Galarza, I want to thank you for being with us, investigative journalist and labor organizer based in Quito, Ecuador. We'll link to your drop site news articles. Please stay safe. And Juanito Gubertas, director of the Americas Division at Human Rights Watch, speaking to us from Colombia. Thank you both for being with us. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe.
Oh my God. All right, Grove, we're watching it. Let's fucking go. Oh no. What the fuck?
This is Sparta!
This is what AI is for, guys. This is what AI is meant to be, guys. Oh my God, that's so funny. What the hell? Yo. Who makes this shit? I mean, we know who makes this shit, but Kyle Kulinski. All right, hold on. Let's see. Oh my God, dude. That shit is so funny. Oh my God. Oh no. That girl is getting on my algorithm now. Angela Rose? Do we even need to watch this? Probably not. Oh God. Cringe. Oh no. Oh no. Wow, Elon's really making you have an account to view X, huh?
Iran doesn't control the Strait. I control the Strait, and quite frankly, we have to prevent them from getting in.
Ew. Ew. Thank you, Complain Eleni. Jesus. Oh, God. I do not want to see this.
Nuclear weapon, which we did last year, totally obliterated it, but it's like an annual subscription of some sort. They're begging for a deal, even though they bombed our bases last night.
Oh, my God. Oh, turn it off. I know. It's so painful. Oh, man. This is good news, I guess. The MAGA version of Trump in Canada, support for PP, Pierre Poilievre, as PM reaches all-time low of 18%. I mean, how you could ever get elected with an 18% approval rating, I don't know, right? I don't know enough about Canadian politics where I think this would be possible. But, I mean, Trump got elected with, like, 40%, right? But 18 is pretty low, so I don't know if you could overcome that. Fuck PP, yeah. That's what I call him. I refuse to call him Pierre Polyev. PP's his name. Right? Carney, 54, Polyev, 18. Lewis, man. Lewis has got to really come up. He's got to get that message out there, guys. Blanchett. May. Theresa May. I mean, what's her name again? The Green Party girl, right? I called her Theresa May. That's from the UK. Bernier. Yeah, that guy's the... Wow. Oh my god. All right. And then we have... Ducky. But this is a creator on Twitch, right?
Calling all alphas. This is an...
What up?
An emergency.
Are you an alpha? Press 1 if you're alpha in chat.
See video on the emergency Beaton channel. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan were arrested a week ago.
Yeah, we rated it, right? And oh my god, just such a cool stream. I really liked it. Elizabeth May, yes.
Oh, Miami.
Elizabeth May, not Theresa May. Theresa May is the one from the UK.
Okay, it's not that much of an emergency because it happened a week ago. This comes after UK authorities issued 38 new charges against both of the Tate brothers, on top of the many already existing charges that they had. Now they both face extradition to the UK, where they will be prosecuted for all of these crimes that, oh, who knows if they did it. Both of them have charges related to sex trafficking and rape, but now Andrew specifically faces charges related to sex trafficking a child and indecent images of a child. And the Tate brothers had been running from charges in the UK for a while now. So altogether, they have 59 charges between the two of them. Andrew Tate facing 42 charges and Tristan facing 17. And really, Andrew Tate has admitted to these kinds of things before. Actually bragged about it. This is just one of the many videos where Andrew Tate admits to doing this kind of stuff.
You don't pay the fucking petrol bill. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck would I ref for you? If you've got a fit sister who's 16, maybe.
Muslims have the best frame on earth.
Crazy.
I want this.
Yeah.
And this is my society, and they're coming along telling me they're going to blow this up and take this away from me. No, I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
So I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give.
I've been meaning to watch this video. Love Eden. Oh, perfect. Good.
The fuck? No about.
Yeah. If you're not a member on the Discord, please join, because I love to watch your guys's, like, what you guys like to watch too, right? Like, you guys have some really interesting videos that I don't always consider, right? Because I don't spend a lot of time on Twitch, just because I'm streaming so long, and then I'm either working on the stream or like touching grass, right? So yeah, make sure you join the Discord. That way you can post stuff that we should probably watch. Thank you.
Me? 21, I don't care.
And you can see these are old clips compiled years ago already. He has flaunted the crimes that he has done repeatedly over and over again because he's proud of them, because he's sick, like he's fucking twisted and horrible. Andrew Tate's behavior fits a very specific but not at all subtle profile of a groomer rapist obsessed with dominance and hierarchy and power. So if you ask me, I don't think these 38 new charges are a conspiratorial scheme to take down a washed up grifter because he's outside of the matrix. I'm actually pretty confident he did that shit, and people will still defend him to this day. And it's not just the charges involving minors that he's admitting to either. The trafficking charges are something he also bragged about.
Take full control over their accounts, they will run away. I like to keep the girl's passwords. I logged them in and logged them out. If you give the girl the password to her account, there's a chance she could run away and try it by herself. I've had that happen.
He's talking about using sex workers' accounts and not letting them even access them, holding their financial information over their head. That is absolutely a trafficking tactic.
Well, it's blackmail too, right? It's a form of blackmail.
They come along and they said, oh, you're a human trafficker. I was like, well, I've never transported anyone. I've never kidnapped anyone. I've never restricted anyone. I've never held no one.
Withholding money that someone would need to escape from you or their own financial or career freedom, keeping that away from somebody in order to keep them with you.
It's a
That's
form
like
of
soft
extortion.
kidnapping.
He said, no, but you're a human trafficker via the lover boy method. I said, what's that? It's where you pretend to love them. So what, being nice?
Oh, it's illegal to be nice to women. I thought that was what the feminists want.
That goes pretty bad. All right, thank you for letting me know.
And is that really how brainless his audience is, that they'll accept that? Who the fuck is doing this podcast interview? Because he really does want people to believe that, yeah, they're prosecuting him for being nice. They're prosecuting him for being a lover, for having love.
Let me know if
whimsy.
it's better.
So I was nice to some girls 10 years ago? Is that my crime? Maybe I did love them. But we're not together anymore, so what? I pretended? Who said I pretended? Prove I pretended to love. And then what did I pretend to love them to achieve?
I just want to point out that it's really obvious that someone did something. When accused of it, they immediately demand proof. What they're actually asking you is to cycle through your evidence in front of them so they can dispute it, gaslight you, dismiss it somehow. They need to know how to lie to fit the situation, so they need to know all the information about them that you know in order to create a better lie. Walter White even does this, if you notice, in the show that he's from, Futurama. It's like classic manipulation.
So yeah, on CobraTape.com I have my PhD program, and that is PhD is a pimp and hose degree that I'm.
Clever. Sometimes guys that get really popular for being racist or misogynistic are the most likely to be bullied by the people that they pander to, but because they're constantly shifting attention to someone less white than them or less straight than them or less man than them, then they don't get bullied.
That teaches basically how I got girls, how I met girls, how I got girls to like me, how I got girls to fall in love with me to work on webcam for me. Because that's what I did. That was my MO, was find girls, make them love me, and make them work for me.
Okay, so he asked for proof, and now we have proof. He just admitted to this shit over and over. I'm sure there's more than people can even find because he has so much content out there for so many years. And a lot of it is paywalled or has some sort of restriction to it. It's endless with this guy. And now all of a sudden he wants us to believe it's this big conspiracy. Motherfucker, you've been talking about it. And this really is just the tip of the iceberg from what's documented too. There are more leaked texts, video messages from Andrew Tate admitting to assault to intimidate one of his victims. Like, his prosecution's probably really busy right now. But listen, who knows what'll happen? Maybe they'll fucking get out on some technicality. Men get away with this shit all the time. Them being arrested and potentially extradited still doesn't necessarily mean they'll face justice. He's bragging. My prosecutor reads my Twitter and all of the comments every single day. Hi. Oh my God, he's horrifying. Just hideous to look at. He looks like the fucking serpents from Dark Souls. I just don't get how you could be surprised when you get arrested 2 weeks after this. But now, despite being held in supposedly the highest level of security which exists, with no contact with the outside world, he's still tweeting, probably through a proxy. I am being held at SHU, the highest level of security which exists. No commissary, no visits, no contact with the outside world. My neighbor is a cannibal who screams throughout the night. My neighbor is a cannibal who screams throughout the night.
What the fuck?
How would he know that he's a cannibal? Did he ask somebody, hey, who's that screaming guy screaming all throughout the night? Yeah, dude, that's fucking Jay.
His PhD is in personal humiliation. Personal humiliation degree. Yeah. I mean, that's like what we're dealing with here, right? He thinks he's so clever. It's like, ugh, cringe. No contact to the outside world. Then he tweets that. Yeah, for real, right? Oh my God. It's just like he admits all this terrible stuff in videos. It's like they got him dead to rights, right? You would think.
He ate 3 people and he screams throughout the night. He screams because he wants more people, but he can't eat people in prison. It's just so funny. It's like, what was all the martial arts shit for, dude? I thought you were like a man.
Oh, she's got the fucking rhizome emote like sticker. So that's actually when we get the emotes done, guys. I'm actually gonna work on merch, Gloggy merch. Right? I already have a list of all the kind of merch you guys want. Let me know if you guys want anything else. But here's the full list of what we got. Or is it? So we got stickers, hoodies, and plushies. Shirts, 3D. I think 3D is like 3D printed, right? Gloggy body pillow. A Funko, and pasties. Well, somebody wanted pasties. Wonder who that could be.
Master of karate and fucking... Like, I thought this guy was, like, posturing himself as some sort of John Wick. But he hates women. And now he's like, I'm scared of the screaming man. They're not gonna feed Andrew Tate to the cannibal. Although it might not be a bad idea. Listen,
For real.
2 birds with 1 stone. Jake gets to eat and he'll stop screaming for a little bit. And Andrew Tate is taken care of. Sorry, no commissary. Also being the first thing. I can't even buy ice cream. I'm being held in the highest security of prisons. They won't let me have ice cream. My neighbor is a cannibal who screams. I just want to copy that, post it just post it right now. Again, it's this guy. It's the guy who was like, oh, come and get me, I'm in prison. And yeah, dude, you also deserve the highest level of security which exists in a prison. He's facing international sex trafficking charges. If anyone should be in the highest level of security prison, it is him. And also, like, he's called his body a living weapon and shit like that. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it's something like that. He also posted some sort of weird pre-recorded video on his Twitter page titled Why They Arrested Me, and it is 3.5 hours long.
What's the real reason you were canceled? And what's the real reason you were put in jail?
Well, thank you for taking the time to do this, Jack. I'm not sure when this is going to see the light of day.
Yeah, tell
However,
us.
a lot of the intimidation tactics against me are intensifying. And I've realized that many people at home who have witnessed parts of this story haven't seen or understood the entire story. And I've never told the entire story of what they actually did to me.
What the fuck is this? I'm gonna be honest, this is too long, man. Summarize it. Type it into Grok and fucking put in the 5 reasons that they arrested you, and then maybe we can talk. This is too much. I'm happy for you or sorry that happened. I'm actually not sorry at all. I think you should be sentenced to having a roommate that is a cannibal that screams throughout the night.
So we open Instagram. I open on my phone. And this exact picture with the exact same copy and paste wording, random accounts for random charities and NGOs, posting that I'm the worst person in the world.
The NGOs were after him? That doesn't make any sense. People were talking about you because you're a piece of shit who marketed himself as a piece of shit. And you intended for people to...
The NGOs were after you? Dog, the NGOs, right? Non-governmental organizations don't really have that kind of power. They have the power to influence, but to just like flat out arrest him, right? They have the power to persuade, right? But what? Nasty people, yeah. The fuck, dude. Gotta watch out for them NGOs, you know? UNICEF. Right? There's a bunch of them out there. Some of them are really good and some of them are poopy, right? But there are some really good NGOs that do good work, but generally it's all done through like volunteers, right? Donations, etc., lobbying, essentially lobbying the governments to try to like take through activism, right? It's not like lobbying like they have a lobbyist, but it's through activism essentially, right? They activate through an activism network. If an NGO can arrest you, you know you did something really fucked up. Well, that's what I mean. Like, what are you talking about, dude? NGOs have no fucking power. It's in the name, NGO. Non-governmental organization, right? If you get arrested, it's done through a government organization. Dumbass. These people are stupid as fuck. They can really suck the money away from the cause. Yeah, exactly. Some of them are really bad. Guys, we need to move away from this model, right? In general, there are some really good ones. I don't want to shit on all NGOs, but in general, I think Like, we need to just do direct action, right? Direct action. That's the better way to do it, right? It also gives like a false hope to, especially Americans, right? Americans often will get the Terry. Welcome back, by the way. Good to see you again. A lot of times what happens is NGOs will kind of like, I don't want to say that they give like, because again, some of them, it really just depends on who you're talking about, right? But the problem is, like, to the average American, they think money fixes all the problems. So they donate money or product to said NGO and then problem solved, right? Because they'll deal with it. But we still have problems. And the reason is because it's more complicated than that. Gee, I wonder why, right? So I think, like, the idea behind them is good faith, right? There's some good faith actors out there. It's just like the way it's done, right? The system. It's almost like we're talking about a system called capitalism, right? Basically says you just give money, done, problem solved. You don't have to think about it ever again. And it's really not that simple, guys. But according to Andrew Tate, it really is. Can we all donate to the NGO to get them arrested even more, harder, longer?
Talk about you, and now it's getting a little too much, I guess. What the fuck is this, dude? The whiteboard isn't even all the way in frame. What does this say?
Me, my cousin, when we came up with the affiliate marketing campus, we invented clipping. We ruined the internet.
They invented clipping.
They invented clipping.
That's how the internet became what it is today.
Shut up and take my money.
The basic premise behind it. We're not going to copyright strike you. Back then, if someone took your content, you copyrighted it. Not us.
No, that never happened.
Oh, yeah,
that
never
rarely
happens.
ever happened.
Oh,
what
fuck
the
off.
fuck? No.
Because the affiliates worked out that they make the most money if they put up the most controversial clips of me. Because if you put up the clip, not the whole clip, where I say in bed that if a girl picks up a machete and tries to attack me, I will take the machete off her, put it in her face and say, shut up, bitch. No, not the whole clip. They take the last part, put a machete in a girl's face and say, shut up, bitch. Only that part. And post that, because that gets the most engagement. That goes the most viral. They get the most sales.
But that's an insane hypothetical to even say. It looks bad to even have that thought ever. If a woman comes at me with a machete, as they're known to do. So wait, what happened was his own system fucked him over, so it's all his fault and not some greater conspiracy to cancel him. Yeah, that does make sense. But I mean, needless to say, that cryptic 3.5 hour, basically entire podcast episode with whoever the hell that weird guy was, doesn't answer a lot of questions, doesn't tell you if you're genuinely curious why Andrew Tate is being arrested or what's going on. It's not even really a response to the current charges, which is also bizarre. The Groomer Defense Squad is out in force, all right? They were already basically signaled that they can get away with defending some of the most egregious shit imaginable if it's done by, say, the president in the Epstein files, just as one random example. They all ran defense, they all covered for that, so they're going to learn from that, and other influencers are going to cover for Andrew Tate, despite it looking increasingly like he definitely did everything he's being accused of, because, you know, he said that he did it. Professor Zhang is this crazy conspiracy theorist type guy. He sucks, and nothing he says makes any sense, but this is the kind of stuff you hear all the time from rape apologists. From what I understand, this woman did this voluntarily.
I'm not really convinced he did anything illegal. Because, yeah, I mean, he had all these videos teaching other kids how to pimp out women. But, like, was that real or was that just theatrics, right?
No, it's real because that's what he got arrested for doing, at least in part. One of the things...
I mean, like, from what I understand, these women did all this voluntarily. So I'm not sure what crime was actually committed in this instance.
Just saying they did this voluntarily. Is that about the assault or the trafficking, or... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's on the women. Whatever it is, it's their fault. This poor little boy could never do anything wrong.
First of all, I think the man is exceptionally talented. Regardless of what you think of the man, he is very articulate, a great storyteller. and very passionate about what he believes in.
I'm sorry, did he just say Andrew Tate is a fucking storyteller? Did he just run out of shit to say about the charges, so he just moves on to flattering him? Oh, well, whatever you think about him. When a guy gets arrested for sex trafficking a minor. Oh, well, he's a really good storyteller. He's really articulate. What the fuck? Why does anyone listen to this? Day 6 in SHU. This is punitive housing for people who murder their cellmates. No commissary, no phone calls, no yard time. That's just not what that is, by the way. He's just lying, again, to make himself sound like a poor, persecuted little fucking baby. Worst possible conditions the US government provides to terrorists and psychopaths. Like, yeah, dude, the charges are serious. Duh. This isn't even the case, but even if it was, read the rap sheet. I just also think it's really embarrassing for Twitter posting to be a priority while this is all going on. I don't know. It doesn't seem like alpha activity to me. For some reason, Andrew Tate's lawyer is already going on podcasts to also hammer in this narrative. This is Patrick Bet David, by the way, a very popular podcast. 7 million subscribers, just fully defending Andrew Tate. Really fucking gross. Really funny choice of background decoration, I have to say. The future looks bright. Andrew Tate arrested and extradited to the UK. The future does look bright. He's so right.
For instance, a year or two ago when the guys first arrived here, there was this big announcement. DeSantis got on stage and talked about Andrew and Tristan as if they were not American citizens. They had egg on their face afterwards. But I reached out to the statewide prosecutor's office. I said, here, I'm available. I've worked with him over time. There was a criminal investigation that we dispensed with. And I said, hey, listen, if you ever get into a situation where you want the guys, or if there's a warrant and they need to surrender themselves, just let me know. Everybody knows. You just come to me, you let me know. They're not running from anything. They're two of the most famous guys in the world.
They were running away from similar charges from the same place. Yes, they were running away. They could have gone back to the UK and surrendered for years now. What is this argument? They never did. That's why they had to do this.
This could have been avoided. They set these guys up to make it look like the worst possible PR stunt in the world. When they were arrested by the marshals, look, the marshals did their job. They were professional. They were courteous. They rolled up on the scene hard body, but that's what they do. They didn't take Andrew and Tristan's phones. They didn't take their electronics. Andrew had $2 million worth of jewelry on his neck. He was able to give it to one of his friends. They conducted themselves with honor. It is the people behind the scenes who set this up. It is the people behind the scenes who gave the media and the cameras. Like, why were there cameras there? How did everybody know? Because this only happens when it's a stitch-up job. This only happens when they're trying to use the process as the punishment.
What happened to the Sound of Freedom people? They talked about the Sound of Freedom for years and acted like it was real life. And then when an actual sex trafficker gets arrested, they're like, no, he didn't do it. He's innocent. He's just being arrested for being nice.
What I can say is that there's a subsequent approach to the executive branch, where if that doesn't work out, the appellate process doesn't work out, we get to go to the Secretary of State, who of course is Marco Rubio.
I don't know if they lost favor within the White House or something in the last year, if they did something, if they said something, or if it was just simple oversight and they forgot to do the corruption. Listen, they got a lot going on right now. There's a war happening. We're at war. Does their lawyer not have anything better to do than to go on podcasts? No surprise that Elon Musk defended him when he said this. If I really was a sexual predator, like grooming gangs, the ones that aren't actually real, that they like to pretend are real in the UK, Prince Andrew, BBC presenters, just any of them, all of them, I don't know, or Lord Mandelson, Epstein's best friend, the British police would not be hunting me around the globe, they would be protecting me. Elon Musk replied to a comment from this fucking dingus that said his strongest argument,
they wouldn't.
And Elon replied, yes.
They wouldn't, because you're not a part of the club, dude. Right? You're not a part of the Epstein class. So, this is stupid to even say that.
Smartest man in the world. Yeah.
He may be, all the things that we've said, right? But, he's not a part of that rich and powerful elite. If anything, he's kind of, taking their model and running with it in a different way, right?
And then when he sees something he doesn't like, he goes, no. Obviously, this kind of thing is unsurprising from the guy that made the AI that has been undressing women and children, but, you know, only so much I'm allowed to say. If I speak, I'm in big trouble, etc. I do think that the Tates and the overarching network of influencers that surround them are kind of flailing and freaking out right now because it looks so bad
If anything,
for them.
they see him as a wannabe. Yeah, exactly. Like, let's be fair, right? To them, to the Epstein class, like Andrew Tate is a wannabe, all right? Who is actually very much a liability, because what does the Epstein class kind of value the most? The secrecy, the low keyness, right? All that stuff. They don't want this stuff publicly put on the internet in streaming content or like YouTube video format, right? Like the fact that we can see all these videos goes against a lot of that shit. Yeah, and if they're a real member of the Epstein class, he wouldn't have gotten caught. Bingo. You nailed it. That's just another observation. Like, huh? Fuck off, dude. But he's trying to appeal to them so he can get off and you know, get away scot-free, right? PB and Jan, welcome back, girl. How you been?
They're gonna stick to their guns and keep defending these fucking disgusting pigs, no matter how guilty they seem to be or how bad a potential trial even goes. And it is interesting that the Tates were able to travel to America just last year and not be arrested, despite still facing 30-some-odd charges in the UK at the time. Well, according to ProPublica reporting, the federal government actually did intervene while there was an investigation going on. So last year, when the Tate brothers arrived by plane in Fort Lauderdale, CBP seized their phones and other devices. The official who delivered the message, Paul Ingracia, is a lawyer who previously represented the Tate brothers before joining the White House, where he was working as its DHS liaison. So literally a Tate ally in the White House working for DHS. In his written request, a copy of which was reviewed by ProPublica, Ingracia chided authorities for taking the action, saying the seizure of the Tates' devices was not a good use of time or resources. The request to return the electronics to the Tates, he emphasized, was coming from the White House. Whether it actually was or not, there's no way to fucking know. So not only were they protected with inaction, it was literally ordered that the government give back potential evidence. This level of corruption is fucking ridiculous, dude. Now, I don't know what the future holds for the Tate brothers, but like I said, it's not looking great, and it doesn't seem like the United States government is willing to step in to help them this time. It's going to at least be a little interesting to see how they continue with this victim narrative, that they're being persecuted and they're innocent little babies that would have surrendered if you just told us we were in trouble. And audiences move on. People have already moved on from Andrew Tate into Clavicular and the Looks Maxers. All the alpha red pill stuff is a little 2020 late. And you've already kind of seen Andrew Tate just in the last few years reinvent himself as a blue checkmark engagement farm and a place to shamelessly plug his shit merch. Words of strength and loyalty etched into stainless steel. One for you, one for your brothers. One for all of your brothers? Are they gonna share?
Oh God.
There's no words engraved on it. It's just a horse. There's literally no words. The box says Tate. Is that a word? Wow, this one got a whopping 200 likes. Real top G shit, real alpha shit. Can we get more than 200 likes on this video? Who's the real top G? Let's show them how a real fucking alpha gets it done. All right, guys? Suplex that fucking like button. It is just tiring to see the same process play out over and over again, no matter who the man accused in the situation is. A man is accused and the bots and the simps swarm in to repeat whatever he says to defend himself, which is usually the whole thing is made up and I'm being smeared and I don't even know what's going on. He's under attack by a vague group of people out to smear him, and everyone just sticks to that narrative no matter what evidence shows up later. This happened with Donald Trump. This happened with Graham Plattner to a certain degree. This happened with Johnny Depp. It happens at larger scales and smaller scales all the
Hope
time.
China's
Because at
doing
the end
well.
of the day, none of this is
Yeah.
actually about these men and their integrity. None of these people expect integrity from the Tate brothers. They're probably expecting that they commit some crimes. But the strategy to protect these dangerous men is only about maintaining a status quo where men like this are given endless benefit of the doubt and victimization to the point that they're basically immune from consequences. It's rape culture, but leveraged and monetized. And it's a lot more pervasive than I even have time to get into right now. But as long as I'm around, I'll tell it like it is. Please subscribe now to support a brave, truth-telling patriot who's telling the truth that the government is too afraid to have
Damn
out.
right.
This grifting shit is kind of fun. I get
love
why
it.
they talk like that. It's really easy. I'm breaking you out of the matrix. I'm ripping you out to show you the cold, hard truth. For now, though, Andrew Tate is going to the same place as all the other right-wing influencers that are out of commission for one reason or another. Another L on the board for the creepy rape movement. Let's fucking
For real.
go.
Another L. Another one. Another one. Oh, I did want to talk about this. This is kind of crazy. And when I mean kind of, I mean totally.
The multi-billionaire CEO of Shopify thinks that a good system is one where the poor don't get to vote in elections and the rich get to vote several times over. I wish I was kidding. Not only that, but moments before endorsing this idea, the e-commerce giant's top executive, Toby Lutke, also suggested that anyone receiving a, quote, locked-in and guaranteed pension is now a, quote, dependent and, quote, that means no voting. He's just itching to disenfranchise people, huh? Another user responded to Lutke's suggestion that we strip seniors of their right to vote, expanding the idea with a cursed yes and. Eric Thor, a retired former banking VP at TD, suggested the idea of, quote, weighted voting proportional to the level of income tax you pay. Lutke supported the idea, calling it a good system. While it might seem silly to waste my breath talking about the anti-democratic daydreams of a multi-billionaire, there is a very good reason why I want to talk about this. Because this Shopify executive has been trying to influence Canadian policy. As myself and several...
Not even just Canadian policy, right? Oh my God. Everyone uses Shopify too, which really sucks. Because there aren't that many great alternatives. I might have to research that. I could be wrong here, but there aren't that many great alternatives, unfortunately, right? It's almost like the system is fucked, right, guys? It just monopolizes power into the hands of very few corporations. Oh boy, who could have told us that? I don't use them. Fuck, eBay exists. Yeah. Yeah, eBay is decent, right? I get a lot of I find a lot of stuff that you can get used or like new but like in better condition on eBay too. A lot of places use it even when they have their own payment stuff. Yeah. It sucks. That's what I mean, right? Because there's like, what is another payment processor? Stripe, right? I've recently learned about Stripe. And they don't take a lot out, but still, right? I can't literally filter out EU only or non-pay income tax on eBay. I can literally filter out. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense because I was getting charged a tariff when those stupid tariffs were implemented. Wise is a lot lower of the transaction cost. Interesting. Wise? Small internet businesses use Shopify for their websites. Yeah. Like anytime you go, hold on. Oh man, and I know because I'm planning on starting my own small internet business myself, right? Because PB and Jan, people want merch. They want Gloggy merch. You just missed me talking about this. But there are we're gonna look for I'm gonna look into stickers, hoodies, plushies. What's the other one? 3D stuff, I guess, right? Gloggy body pillow and Funko Pops. And somebody wants a pasties. I don't know if I can do that, but sure. You already know who that is. Do I have to call her out? I use Shopify if the business uses at checkout. Yeah. Gustex LLC. Yeah. Well, people really want the stickers, right? Because, like, I don't know. Have you seen the new lurk emote? We just made it. Right? Love it. I know. I'm glad it turned out really well. And this is the coffee one, right? A lot of you guys have been using the gun one. I've seen that one shoot up in right? In popularity, which is great. I love that. Look at that. Love it. Oh man.
Other non-billionaire, there is a very
So I don't want to use Shopify, right? But I probably will have to. Because it's going to be a small business, right?
good reason.
I'm in the US, so I imagine getting stuff from the EU would take a while. Hopefully not. I'll try to make it as quick as possible for you. I know, I love the coffee emote, right? I'm gonna change it to sip or drink. What do you guys think? Because it could be anything, right? It could be tea, it could be coffee, it could be anything, but I think it'd just be more useful to change it to sip or drink. What do you guys think? I mostly have scalpers and drop shippers use it. That made me go, no, never. Yeah.
Why I want to talk about this. Because this Shopify executive has been trying to influence Canadian policy. As myself and several other non-mainstream journalists have documented in recent years, Canada's tech bros have been trying to throw their ideological weight around in our politics. Despite our efforts to shine a light on this, it's barely registered as a blip in Canada's mainstream media coverage. In fact, even as Lukey went viral for his suggestion that poor people shouldn't have the right to vote, major outlets, including CBC News, CTV News, Global News, and the Globe and Mail, didn't appear to touch the story. I searched their websites for mentions of the word Shopify, and I couldn't find even a short write-up of one of the richest men in the country's anti-democratic idea. But at least the hell site that is 6buzz was on it. So once again, let me tell you why we should be talking about this. Let's get one thing out of the way right off the bat. The idea Toby promoted, in which people wouldn't have the right to vote unless they paid income tax and would have extra rights to vote if they paid more, is horrific. It means people who, for example, can't work due to a disability, people who are low income and end up not paying.
God, she's so good. She's very, like, articulate, very well spoken. Like, you can really tell. I've been covering, like, I've been watching more of her videos, Blue Room, and she does a great job. Well done. All right, and I like this, like, presentation style because it's more like it's more like Twitch friendly. It's more like YouTube friendly, right?
income tax due to other offsets and benefits, stay-at-home parents, and so...
Yeah, I mean, I'll try my best to make it as fast as possible for you guys in the EU, because I know I have an international audience. So I want you guys to get the shit not 3 years later, right? Fuck that. I know that's annoying as shit.
Many other Canadians wouldn't have a say in their own democracy. Not to mention the fact that they appear to base the idea on the dollar amount paid, not on the actual percentage of a person's income. So just to pull a random figure out here, a $100,000 tax bill for someone like Toby, who has a $10 billion net worth, is equivalent to a $10 tax bill for someone with a $100,000 net worth. So this system means that the rich would get more votes despite feeling significantly less of a financial hit from the larger dollar figure tax bills. I reached out to an economics professor, Andrew Leach, to ask someone with economic expertise about this unhinged idea. And he explained that he's actually not prepared to engage in a discussion about the economic implications here because it would ignore a much more fundamental reality. Quote, when you're talking about disenfranchising millions of Canadians and giving others extra votes, that's unconstitutional. Full stop. So basically, Andrew correctly told me that the economics don't matter because the idea itself is unhinged. Emmett McFarlane, a professor of political science at the University of Waterloo, had the right kind of expertise to speak to that element, and he told me it's an idea that is, quote, entirely contrary to basic democratic fairness and equality. Quote, it should go without saying that such an idea, if implemented, clearly runs afoul of the Constitution. Indeed, the courts would strike it down in a heartbeat. In fact, even the clause that provinces have been increasingly abusing to trample on charter rights, the notwithstanding clause, wouldn't be applicable here, McFarlane said, because the idea, quote, violates principles at the heart of democratic voting rights under the charter and the principle of one person, one vote. As a political matter, it should go without saying that this idea belongs in the anti-democratic trash heap next to limiting the right to vote exclusively to landowners or men. Thank you, Emmett. And here's the thing, right? Today's post was just one in a long line of some off-color things that Toby has publicly posted. Like in 2024, when he agreed that Canada needs its own Doge. You know, Elon Musk's project to slash government spending that instead didn't save much of anything, but did still manage to cut funding to life-saving aid. Cuts that are projected to result in over 780,000 deaths. And while Toby's comment about Canada needing a Doge came before its disastrous impacts, just last month, Toby called Musk the best entrepreneur that ever was. In fact, when the Globe and Mail ran an op-ed last month with a headline suggesting how to, quote, properly hate Musk as he became the world's first trillionaire, Toby responded by saying, quote, we all clearly don't hate the media enough. He's also posted a lot about woke. He's railed against socialists, and he's even shared some of the same infographics as Elon Musk, suggesting that they aren't far right, it's everyone else who has changed. Toby is also, notably, one of the men behind Build Canada, a tech bro-backed effort to influence Canadian politics. I've covered this at length, but let me summarize it for you now. See, several Shopify executives, including Toby, had a WhatsApp group that included other tech leaders where they'd moan about the direction that they
I used to have red hair when I was younger, but I turned blonde. Interesting. Well, you're like a strawberry blonde? I have some nieces that are like bright red blonde, like bright red. It's crazy.
Thought Canadian policy should be heading in. They called that group chat Build Canada. And eventually, they launched it as a real organization in the hopes of influencing Canadian policy. On their website, a bunch of predominantly middle-aged men who are ultra-wealthy get to publish their ideas for potential policies, and other builders can endorse the idea. The list of builders, the guys publishing these memos, used to be public, but it's not anymore. I wonder if that had anything to do with the fact that I pointed out there were more men named Michael on the builder list than there were women. Double if you include Mikes. Anyway, the ultra wealthy who are spending to support this effort to sway public policy appear to be getting a
because Michael can be a woman's name too, right? Also, if you want a decent alternative to Shopify for your own website, let me know. I have a few pages that are in the EU if you want to use them. Oh, hell yeah, right? As long as they're not like scamming for like profit and stuff or like taking huge cuts, I will happily use an EU company over an American one. I don't give a flying fuck. I will prefer them over anything this crap we've been doing recently, right?
Be good return.
You know, as long as they have a good like return policy or whatever, right? They don't take too much off. Because then that means like higher prices for everyone, and like you got to factor that in and all that crap, yeah. So
on their investment. As the Tyee documented in a series it published about the issue, about 20 of the policy.
I know, like somebody told me, I forget who it was in chat, Rhizome just ships his stuff, like his merch or whatever. He has merch apparently. He just ships his merch directly out of his house, right? I could do something like that, but like through a P.O. box. Yeah, that's what Rachel is, right? She's like strawberry blonde, I feel like. You're a little more red than blonde, but Shopify CEO looks like AI, not gonna lie. Yeah, he does. Fuck these people.
Sees that Prime Minister Mark Carney's government has passed have a striking similarity to suggestions from the Build Canada website. In fact, a spokesperson for Build Canada told Taylor Noakes at DSmog that Carney's office, quote, has reached out to Build Canada on occasion to ask about our memos. Not only that, but Toby isn't the only voice at Shopify who is getting increasingly outspoken with their political views. Shopify president Harley Finkelstein just posted today suggesting that people performing at a drag event in support of Palestine are NPCs who support the current thing. Kaz Najadian, who is no longer at Shopify but was a longtime top executive at the company, is married to Candace Malcolm, a founder of one of Canada's most prominent right-wing news outlets, Juno.
Oh no.
News. Kaz helped her launch Juno News' predecessor, True North, and Malcolm told Press Progress's Luke LeBrun in 2024 that she and Kaz were, quote, one of the largest donors to True North. So taking together everything I just talked about in this video, that's why it matters when Toby promotes unhinged ideas. It sure seems like he and his friends are working hard using the ample resources at their disposal to sway Canadian public policy and opinion. And it might be working. What do you think of all this?
Oh, fuck you, Shopify. Good to know. Never using them, hopefully, if I don't have to. Fuck. You gotta watch out for so many things. Guys, we watched something on the stream a few months ago, right? About how fucking pistachios are being, like, destroying the environment thanks to that family. I'm blanking on their name, right? And we were all like, "Oh hell no!" It costs like 4 gallons of water to grow one little thing of pistachios, and that's like in part the reason why like California has a drought, because this family has like monopolized the water. It never ends, guys. Holy shit. It's almost like they just get away with it and they shouldn't be able to, right? Ed to Carney. Mm-hmm. And you, Carney?
Fox News is basically a safe space for Zionist Nazis. And, it's one of those places where you're not allowed to say anything bad about Israel ever. You can only say bad things about...
Yeah, and Israeli pistachios, they also do the pomegranate juice. Yeah, I remember that. They mentioned that too, the little palm juice or whatever. Et tu brute. And you brute. Yeah. Yeah, PB and Jam. That was crazy. I learned so much. I stopped buying that brand because I was like, oh, fuck no. Right? But pistachios are expensive. Because I love pistachios, especially because Like, my favorite ice cream growing up, guys, was pistachio flavored. I don't know why. You'd think it'd be like chocolate or something. I was always the outsider. I was always the rebel. Fuck that shit. Psh, everyone likes vanilla and chocolate. Fuck off.
Palestinians. It's basically, it's like boomer slop central, where all they do is paint a misleading picture of the world. Democrats are evil, liberals are evil, leftists are evil, Palestinians are evil. Trump is basically Jesus, and never question him. He's like God. Well, anyway, Bill de Blasio, the Yeti man himself, he went on Fox News here, and he's going to get into a debate here, pretty heated debate with these Fox hosts over, Zoran Mamdani saying that Netanyahu should be arrested. So this is really interesting. Let's watch it, and then we'll go ahead and break it down.
He knew he didn't have the authority to arrest Netanyahu, but went out and said it anyway. And was that all political theater?
I think he drew attention to the fact.
Exactly. He was just drawing attention to it. I don't get this idea that, he knew he couldn't do it. They literally would be shitting on him for not trying to do it. He's just trying to use his platform for trying to arrest a war criminal, right? You can't blame a motherfucker for trying, or at least bringing attention to the matter, right? A lot of people don't even know what the ICC or the ICJ is in this country. Most people, you could argue, right? Oh, by the way, we got to cover the stupid map thing about Africa, because that shit is so funny. As somebody who actually knows geography and shit, I laughed my fucking ass off how stupid Grok was, I guess. I don't know who it was, probably Grok. Or was it ChatGPT? I forget. I was reading the article, and it just got all the countries wrong, right?
That Netanyahu is literally a war criminal. This guy's policy.
I looked at the map that it produced, and I was like, these aren't countries, right? If it ends the war, Netanyahu should be parachuted into Tehran. Bing AI, yeah. Well, there you go. That's probably what caused it.
Policies led to the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinian children. And that defines a war crime to me and to so many people around the world.
Are you the defining factor? Are you the authority?
The international.
What is a war?
Listen to that reaction. Hey, he killed tens of thousands of children. Are you the authority? Are you the authority? I'm a person with eyeballs and a brain who followed the news and saw the pictures and the videos and reacted like somebody with a fucking conscience does. That's what I am. Who are you to say? I'm a person that has a functioning brain. That's who I am to say. I'm a person who's committed to not lying and to telling the truth. That's who I am. She's offended because he stated an objective fact that everybody knows. Everybody knows this at this point.
Tens of thousands of Palestinian children. And that defines a war crime to me and to so many people around the world.
Are you the defining factor? Are you the authority?
The international.
What is a war criminal?
Look, the International Criminal Court should mean something.
We're not a party to it.
When that's the dodge, you know you're fucked. The International Criminal Court should mean something. Well, fuck the court. I don't like the court. I don't like... When we do crimes, it doesn't count. We're not a signatory to it. Yeah, and what does that say about us? Dana? What does that say about us there? Dana? Oh, yeah, we don't want to be subject to law, that pesky thing called international law. Why don't we just have our big-ass military bully the shit out of anybody who wants to hold us accountable? Why don't we tell the world, suck my nuts, it's law of the jungle and might makes right, and you're going to go ahead and deal with that. I mean, this is literally what the mindset is. Well, guess what, you fucking jackasses? There's going to come a time where we're no longer the biggest, baddest dude on the block. In fact, that day is coming sooner rather than later. It really is. It's happening right the fuck now. And they're creating this world that makes it so that when fucked up shit starts happening to us, we got no leg to stand on to complain. We got no leg whatsoever. Could you imagine if Dana Perino was a Palestinian in Gaza and she watched her mother and her father get murdered and their limbs are lying?
Some people couldn't. Oh, damn, you were that crazy, huh?
on the floor, and their blood is pouring out right next to her, and she's underneath the rubble, and she survives, and she's an orphan, but they had to saw off her injured arm without any anesthesia. She lost her house, she lost her loved one, she lost everything she's ever fucking known. Could you imagine if Dana Perino was in that situation, what her fucking reaction would be? She would be leading Hamas. She'd be one of the top figures in Hamas.
Yeah. I'm picturing Dana. For real. Yeah, like, this is what I always say, guys, right? Like, you have to look at terrorism as not something that evil people do, but it's a political way of lashing out when there isn't much else to do in a system like this, right? It's a symptom of something else, right? Terrorism happens because there's no freedom of expression, there's no freedom of, like, collectively changing the system to improve the lives of your constituents, right?
Is there anybody
Or your
here
group,
that's going to vote for
your collective,
Lion
whatever you want
Kamala?
to call it, right? That's what ultimately, when you research terrorism, all terrorism starts with that, right? It stems from that. And what especially the Bush administration, right? But people around the world have, what's happened around the world ever since, like, Bush and 9/11 is that they were able to take that and kind of erase that understanding of terrorism, right? Before we understood, again, we're not saying terrorism is great. We're just saying you have to look at the symptoms of it, right? You can't just say, oh, they're evil for doing terrorism, right? It's not that simple. I mean, sure, I guess you could argue maybe, but in certain circumstances, but not really. Like, it's almost always a political act for a reason because of what I just said, right? And this is like the textbook political science definition of terrorism, right? And what the Bush administration and other presidencies and prime ministers and political systems around the world have effectively done, right, is weaponize terrorism to dehumanize people, right? And I'm going to be honest, they've done it in every country. China is no better at this, right? They call people terrorists, and it's just a way of dehumanizing. So around the world, guys, it's because of us, right? We have literally made this word a super powerful, like, end all be all for what anybody can do now.
Please clap.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Duncan, right? So, like, you have to understand the reason why people do certain things like this, right? They do these acts. And this is what Kyle's bringing up. So, yeah, bravo to this, because a lot of people don't ever talk about this. They just say, like, oh, well, they're oppressed, right? Yeah, well, that's part of it, but there's actually more to it, right? It's more than just oppression. It's a whole, like, rabbit hole of stuff, right? And there's a really good book about this that we learned in college about, that we had to read in college. I'm blanking on the name. I'll find it soon. But basically, yeah, I highly recommend you read it because it gives you a lot of these micro nuances on how, like, terrorism and this stuff is comes about, right? It comes about in very authoritarian systems, right? Like, even like the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, right? Why did that happen? Well, because it was an authoritarian monarchy, right? It can happen in, like, more, like, less government restriction, like in places where there's less government, right? But generally speaking, let me give you the example, right? The assassination of Marat. Remember, we talked about that too. Marat was the French Revolutionary, right? You wouldn't really say there was an authoritarian system there. He was using his paper to Robespierre. Yep. Robespierre. There you go, right? You wouldn't really say there was, but they still were acting very much authoritarian because like they were using their platforms to basically kill hundreds of thousands of people, right? Especially out in the countryside. And yeah, like that's how Robespierre got fucking chopped. Marat literally got murdered in a bathtub, right? Bindi, yeah. So like the reason they did that stuff though, right? Like especially the Marat assassination, why did she do it, right? I'm blanking on her name. What was her name again? God, the French. She said it. She was like, I've silenced the voice of, right? She was using terrorism, right? She was using a form of it, of political suppression, because he was just way too powerful and he didn't stand up. Corday, right? That was her. Yep. All right. Jean-Paul Marat. All right. It was why we studied the French Revolution. I love that whole time period. All right. The French Revolution is based.
But there she is from her comfy.
It's so based. We're getting a gloggy guillotine emote.
Air conditioned.
It's gonna be gloggy pointing to the guillotine.
Studio in New York City, and she's lecturing. Who are you to say what a war crime? Who are you to say what the? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
It still should mean something to the entire world, because this is, look, what do you call a leader who authorizes this kind of killing? To me,
somebody who was he responding to something that happened to the Israeli people on October 7th?
There was a horrible.
Sorry, oops! I had to commit genocide in self-defense. I had to shoot that baby in the face for self.
The Thermidorians were the most,
self-defense. I had to collapse that building on top of that mother's head.
I mean, the French Revolution's crazy, right? Like that whole Thermidorian shit, and like just totally abolishing religion, right? And even down to like getting rid of the like the months of the year and shit, right? Yeah, that shit was crazy. But they were like, they were literally dismantling anything that they could try to use to oppress the people, right? Anything. All that shit. It just became crazy, which is why it's so fascinating, right? Because it kind of shows you until Napoleon came in and then basically became a dictator, right? An authoritarian dictator, right? Heard they were polite though. Yeah.
In self-defense, I had to starve that grandma to death in self-defense. I had to bomb the UN building in self-defense. I had to bomb the World Central Kitchen workers in self-defense. I had to shoot the person who was waving the white flag who was unarmed in self-defense.
Yeah.
I had to starve the entire population in self-defense.
But
I had to knock down
11th,
80% of the buildings in all of Gaza in self-defense.
11th.
Do you hear yourselves when you talk? Honestly, the thing that offends me the most about the Zionists is not even the criminality and the cruelty. The thing that offends me the most is the lack of logic. The lack of logic and reason and rationality and objective standards that are applied to everybody. Somehow, that's the part that sticks in my autistic ass craw the most. Okay? It's crazy, bro, the shit that they think they can get away with. They've never thought through an issue once in their lives. They're just so horny to defend death and destruction of innocent brown people.
To the Israeli people on October 7th?
There was a horrible massacre, terrorist attack on October 7th. Absolutely unacceptable.
Does
but
Hamas,
the response to that, wait a minute.
Does Hamas, though,
the response
put innocent
is not
people in harm's way?
Violence that killed tens of thousands.
Do you think that Hamas puts innocent people in harm's way?
Of course, but do you think if Hamas does something wrong, it means Netanyahu and Israel therefore can do something even worse?
I think if Hamas is hiding innocent people and they are dying in a war that Hamas started, that yes, Hamas is at fault. I believe that.
Oh, I'm sure you believe that. I could tell by the tone of how you said, I believe that. What does Mossad have on her? Jesus Christ, this is sad. This is
you were
pathetic.
in a
Are
cult.
You kidding me?
I'm not in a cult.
So it's Hamas's fault that minimum 7.
Nice. Familiar face. I love it. Hamas is gonna disarm, so let's see who's they're going to use as the next boogeyman. Yeah. Oh, we gotta have a boogeyman. By the way, Outer Signal. One of the songs I made has the bagpipes. Mm-hmm.
70,000 innocent people died in Gaza. In reality, we've seen numbers as high as over 100,000, 300,000. I've seen crazy numbers from different studies. I don't know what the actual number is. All I know for sure is the Gaza Health Ministry number is a low ball, okay? So she's saying, yeah, hundreds of thousands of people were killed, but that's all Hamas's fault. Truly baby brain shit. Truly fucking baby brain shit. And she knows that's dishonest. And look, he's playing it as straight as he could play it here for the Fox News audience. But the actual truth, which I'll say that he won't say, is every single one of the military targets that were targeted by Hamas were completely justified, completely legitimate. Under international law, you have a right to resist as an occupied people. And especially if you're going after military targets, police targets, that's called self-defense. That's called sad day for you.
They literally have attacked like Christian churches. I'm sorry, but where's Hamas in that bitch? Excuse me?
Okay, it's a totally different conversation.
It's just like everything they say is just Hamas, right? Well, that's Hamas logic. Remember when we were watching that clip of Bibi Netanyahu being like, guys, don't believe it. It's Hamas logic. It's Hamas facts. And then we were like, yeah, everything is just Hamas. Hamas does booby traps. All the buildings. Hamas. How you doing, Gus and chat? Oh, we're doing great in here.
In my opinion,
good to see you again, Outer Signal.
Whenever you go after anybody,
the bell was on top was Hamas. Exactly, right? Hamas. It's Hamas. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's like, what? Hamas logic? Fuck you. Like, they're literally at this point insulting our intelligence, and we're just like, these people literally suck them off, right? No, thanks. I'm good, thanks.
Innocent, and
I'll call you fucking ass clowns out. Sorry, I think I missed your question. Internet skipped forward. No worries, man. It happens. I just said that I got the Scottish bagpipe hip hop song ready, so it's in the playlist if you can hear it. It comes up eventually, right? But you gotta. Which one's this? Oh, this is the tango one. Yeah, I made two of these too. I tried to make two of each. Man.
Child, any woman.
We got a Roomba one. We got a bunch of stuff, right? We got the Gerudo Valley version. That one was one of my favorites.
Etc. Any innocent man, even.
I'll be interested to hear the Aussie one. Yeah, well, I did Spain. España. The proper way to say it. España. I did do that. If there's more like regional music, what? Yeah, I did it. It's basically hip hop mixed with heavy lisp. Yeah. España. Gracias por pagarme el escape, right? Like something like that. That's always one of my favorite ways to demonstrate the accent from Spain. But it's mostly people in the north who speak like that, right? In the south, they don't speak like that. They speak more like in the Caribbean, right? That's what my professor says. He was from Barcelona. Perfect accent. Thank you. I try. That's like the best way to demonstrate it. Yeah. Spain has the lisp, right? Or the it's kind of interesting to read about like how this stuff happens, but apparently it was due to like either the German influence in northern Spain, or they think it's because of is it King Philip IV? I always forget the royalty lines, guys. I'm sorry. But because his tongue was so big that he spoke Spanish like that. I don't know. That one doesn't make sense to me. I don't think people are going to fucking change that much, right? because a guy has a giant tongue and can't speak the language properly because he's deformed. Literally, that's like one of the theories, right? We don't really know the reason, but it's probably, in my opinion, it's probably because the German influence, right? But what do I know, right? I'm willing to listen to anyone else. Creating kill zones where they're shooting anyone present, yeah. Oh, congrats! Epic! Yeah, the northern lisp or the south is smoother, but prefer the lisping. I prefer the lisp too. I think it's very eloquent, right? I like it. It doesn't sound as good in English, but in like more romantic languages, right? Romance languages, it sounds better. I feel like Spain and Argentina have like the most like interesting accents in Spanish. They're very interesting, like very. Oh God, like I have a few friends that I used to hang out with in Model UN, right? And when they came over from like Buenos Aires to do the Model UN in Harvard or whatever, right? Like, oh my God, I could barely understand a word they said, but it sounded cool. I can't understand.
That's a totally different story. But when it comes to the military targets, and by
yes, I agree. Yeah, those are my two favorite, I would say. My two favorites. They're very eloquent the way they speak, right?
the way, what's not discussed is I believe the majority of the people killed on October 7th were military targets. Okay, police, military.
Yeah, because it's not gracias, right? It's gracias. Right? So that's how they...
Stuff like that. Or at least about 50% or so. Whereas the response from Israel, it's over 90% innocent people that they killed. So by their own logic, by their own standards, they are objectively bigger terrorists than Hamas are.
I really like the Costa Rican accent when I was there. I noticed it really, I could tell right away what it was like. It's very, it doesn't have a lisp. I would say it's more like a shh at the end, right? They'll be like el tren. It's very, very, I don't know. You just notice stuff when you hear the languages, right? Because I took Spanish as well in high school, so I was in AP Spanish. What up?
Okay, but listen to Bill de Blasio trying to get through to these absolute demons. This is insane to watch.
That yes, Hamas is at fault. I believe that.
But I also love the sound of Catalan. Yeah, Catalan is so different to me, but that's because it's like a mix of French and Spanish, right? Or Castilian, sorry. You're not supposed to say Spanish. God, can you imagine using that word Spanish? Could never be me, Chad. God. Patricia, get it right, girl. What are you, racist? But again, I'm based in Madrid, so I can't get stuffed.
I don't need an authority to tell me that.
You know the famous two wrongs don't make a right? Wet not.
Literally having to lecture to her like she's a child. Remember the two wrongs don't make a right? Oh, you don't get to kill hundreds of thousands of people because, you know.
Yeah, well, listen. Okay, I'm actually in favor of this in like a long-term strategy, right? Like, I see both sides on this issue, right? Like, you can't tell like the people of Haiti to be like, hey, two wrongs don't make a right. You can't overthrow your oppressors of the French Empire and the people who enslaved you, and you can't kick them out of the country. That's racist, right? You can't really say that, especially back in 18 whatever. You can't even really say that today per se, right? But ideally, right? This is speaking ideally, philosophically, right? We do want to get to a point where we put these things aside and we do kind of like move on, right? But like to pretend that this stuff isn't like salt in the wound, yeah, of course, right? And I think that's where I fall. Like, I'm totally willing for people to, you can't really tell people who are oppressed, like, hey, you got to do it this way. Fuck you, buddy, right? At the same time, ideally, I would like to get to a point where we could all like sing Kumbaya together, right? Okay, finally home. Thank God, damn it. Bluey, Blue Room. God, everyone's calling you Bluey. Now I'm calling you that. Yeah, it is. I'm starting to learn it again. I lost it when I moved to Australia. Oh, Catalan, yeah. It's very different. The most interesting language, we learned it in my high school professor, right? My AP high school professor. He literally was from Spain, right? His first language was Spanish. Like, he even had the lisp and everything, right? So we learned really well how to use the accent. But he taught us Basque. And Basque is like the craziest language, guys. It's like no other language in Europe at all, right? I think like the way you say hello is like XU. I don't even know you say that, right? I remember learning that and I was like, the fuck? So it's a completely separate language, right? Because Spain has 4 official languages, right? Galician, Catalan, Castellano, which is the proper name for Spanish, right? When people say Spanish, like the person who actually implemented that, right? You're being a fascist. When you say the word Spanish, you are a fascist, guys. Fuck you. I'm speaking Spanish. No, you're not. You're speaking Castilian, okay? Spanish is what I'm not even joking here. I am joking, but obviously I'm like, I don't think anyone's a fascist for using it. But Francisco Franco set up a system where he called it Spanish, the Castilian language Spanish, and that's what stood, right? So why did he do this? Because that's what fascists love, right? They love national unity. Everyone speaks the same language. And that's how all the regional
fucking fascist fleshlight.
Yeah, that's how all these regional languages started to die off. Luckily, they did come back. What's the 5? Last time I checked, it was only 4. Let's look it up. Yeah, because there's... Hold on. Languages. There you go. Yeah, Spain is a multilingual state. Okay. Catalan, right? Galician, Basque. Yeah, so there's 4. That's what I thought. I was like, what's the 5th one? Yeah, my job's health record database is so woke. We have it. Well, that's the proper way to do it, right? To be fair, it's not Spanish. It's Castilian, right? And why you're like, what the fuck is Castile, right? Guys, Castile is this part of Spain. Okay. It's like the hold on. It's this part of Spain, right? You can kind of see it on the map. This is central part. Really, you could argue like this. Maybe even like, but like this part of Spain is Castile, right? Part. And then this part is like Barcelona, right? Catalonia, sorry. Galicia is this part here. And then Basque Country is right here. So, yeah. Some say there shouldn't be part of Spain. Yeah, well, and to be fair, right? in other parts of Latin America, when you visit them, they don't even say Espanol or Spanish. They call it Castilian. So people are like, the fuck is Castilian, right? But it's like, guys, like, that's the name of the language. So, like, people will joke, no, I don't speak Spanish. I speak Castilian. God, can you imagine speaking Spanish? Could never be me. I only speak Castilian. The Basque and the Catalans want exactly, right? Yeah, so it's crazy, guys. Kensai, I don't speak English. I speak American, essentially, right? It's very similar concept. It's even more crazy because it's literally the same thing.
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Stop the stream! Kansai777 just resubbed for 6 at tier 1 for a total 7 months. They have been subbed for 7 months. I don't speak English. I speak American.
Damn right, motherfucker. Six, 7. It's a lot of 7s. I love it. All right. What happened here? Gotcha. My camera's fucked, guys. Sorry about that.
Oh, 800 civilians on your side got killed, or however many it was.
Excuse me, what Netanyahu did, not only...
Thank you, Kensai. Welcome back, buddy. Thank you so much for the... streaking. Yeah, the fuck Queen's English. Yeah, well, that's another one, right? That's a whole different thing. But yeah, for... where is it? Sorry, my chat's fucked. In Argentina, we use Castilian because we have a lot of people from the north of Spain. Yeah, right? That makes sense. Okay. So, like, thank you for saying that. I didn't know that. Yeah, that would make sense, right? Because think of it, if you're from Galicia, right? Especially back in like the older times, right? Or from Catalan, right? From Catalonia, sorry. You're gonna say Castilian because like, fuck, that ain't Spanish, right?
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Sorry, I shit the bed. Yeah, thank you again, Kensai, for resubbing 7 months. I appreciate it, buddy, for this streak. It's the sub streak. It really helps me out, buddy. I really appreciate it, and you're the GOAT for that. Can't do it without your support, guys. I don't know what's going on with Gloggy. He wasn't. Still streaking after all these years. Damn right. British people actually spell it different, though. Do they really? No. Aluminium. Yeah, thank you so much, Kensai. Appreciate the gift, the sub. Oh, God. British people actually spell it different, though. Can you tell me how they spell it? I'm confused.
It caused massive civilian death. It has turned so much of the world against the Israeli government and the Israeli.
In Australia, we say it's like the English. I just found out that Webster is the reason it's different. Okay.
Israeli state. So he has harmed his own people, and guess who thinks that? The Israeli people. So his approval in Israel is even lower than Donald Trump's approval here.
To be fair, it's not at all because of the genocide or the war. It's just not. It's because of the corruption. They love the war. The majority of the Israeli people support.
They love war, not peace. It's like the opposite of the Maduro song. Thank you, strategy member. Appreciate the open source. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I'm gonna have to check that out. Thank you so much, dog. Jeez, I'm getting bombarded with messages, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so distracted. I thought streamer mode was turned on. I was shocked that Australians use the same word for soccer as Americans. But wasn't it called soccer originally, and then it changed to football? So actually, the term is the old school term, but yeah. I think that's we learned about that in a video. Remember? Which would make sense because, guys, one thing I kind of like the whole point of the whole like accent stuff, right? Is you often actually will notice the colonials, right, or the settler societies in general tend to preserve like the older way of speaking or the older words more than the like Europe. Right? Why? I think it has to do with the aristocracy. They don't want to be like seen as peasants or whatever. Let me give you some examples, right? Like there's a really good book on this when it comes to American English. That American English is basically how people used to speak back in the day, right? It's just been preserved much more so. Meanwhile, in England, right, and in the UK, that's actually the newer accent that has been kind of over time changed, right? You see it also with Spanish too, which is pretty interesting, right? Our Spanish professor, right? I'm going off of what he said. He said that linguistically, according to like the Royal Academy of Spanish, right? I'm blanking on their name. The accent in the Caribbean is actually like an older, it's like an older version of Spanish from the South. That has stood the test of time. Meanwhile, if you go to the South and especially the North, it's very different now, right? So this is what I mean. Why is there a phenomenon where the settler societies or the colonial projects tend to be more conservative on language? I don't know, right? I think maybe because they're more conservative societies in general. Who knows, right? But that's the case. Same with Canadian, right? Canadian English. Like apparently that it's like an older version of English or something, right? Like there's not that it's really that different, right? But yeah, this is interesting stuff. Linguistics and shit, guys. It does kind of show you like how cultures kind of change or don't change, right? Depending on the time period. It's always been called football in the UK. For a while, it was called soccer too. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think for like a very brief moment.
Watch it, Gus.
Watch it. Who said that? All right, I think I got everything under control. Distractions over. There you go, Josephus. Canada, am I right? God. Canada! FYI, Gus, Canadian English is just codified English with world. in the world is the must. It's the must. Jesus, dog. I mean, it's very similar to American English, right? Oxford English, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what we were told. Again, I don't know, right? I don't know the history of football, but in one of the videos we were watching, they said it was called soccer for a brief moment, and then it was universally known as football. But like the U.S. and I guess Canada, or sorry, not Canada, Australia, the other colony. God, can you even distinguish the two countries? I can't. I mean, I guess one is tropical Canada and the other is like cold Australia, but footy, yeah. What's the matter? Too many vowels? I don't know, man. It's crazy. But apparently, yeah, that's probably why they call it that in Australia, right? Unless they just copied us, if that's the case, which is shame on you, Australia, for copying us. Footy translates to other languages way better. Football. Australia also has Australian League football, which is a part of why they call it soccer. Okay, gotcha. That could be it too, right? But again, that's what we saw in one video now is... Oh, I'm not even on Discord, so why is it... Okay, that's why. I wasn't even on Discord, guys. Shit. There you go. Got it. Nailed it. That's why I was getting all those messages, because it thought I was offline or some shit. I don't know. I mean, I was, because I don't have the app on. I gotta have like the Discord app start up automatically. I gotta learn how to do that. It's a great game based off course. Yeah.
The illegal war against Iran. A majority of them support taking more territory. And I mean, I've seen polls coming out of there that, you know, are just disgusting. Polls that show that the majority want violence. They want to steal Gaza. They want to steal the West Bank. So I don't like this appeal to like, oh, the Israeli people. No, they're also sort of crazy too.
Yeah,
the reason
they
don't like Netanyahu has nothing to do with his violence and his terrorism.
Because Israeli people now realize Netanyahu has caused them immense harm, largely for his own political gain and self-preservation.
So you came on our show today to call Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal?
I didn't come here to call him that. You asked me a question.
Do you
fucking based?
And you believe that to be the case?
Absolutely.
Based.
Did you hear the fakes?
Did I stutter?
Sincerity in Bill Hemmer's voice.
Did I fucking stutter?
Our show today to call Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
Hell yeah.
Yes, Bill. You fake-looking G.I. Joe ass bitch.
I know. I'm so tired of these clowns.
What the fuck does Mossad have on you?
Guess who thinks that? The Israeli people.
So
his approval in Israel is even lower than Donald Trump's approval here. Because the Israeli people now realize Netanyahu has caused them immense harm, largely for his own political gain and self-preservation.
So you came on our show today to call Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal?
Where's my pearls? I must clutch them. Look at this fucking Ken doll ass, G.I. Joe looking ass, fucking washed bitch. What a fucking loser.
Criminal?
I didn't come here to call him that. You asked me a question.
Do you believe that to be the case?
Absolutely.
On Fox News, they're like, you believe that to be the case? You think Netanyahu's a war criminal? You think Adolf Hitler was bad? Is that what you think, bro? The fucking boomer slop, man. The boomer slop state regime media propaganda network. They are...
Apparently a few channels have been doing that with the fish emote. Right? The fishing emote. Most base emote for... I wish there was like a Pokeball emote or something. Does anyone know if we can get one of those or have one of those? That way we can just run the hunt game that way too.
The amount of damage this network has done is just immeasurable. They are...
Fox News is like literally the worst, guys. If you think about it, they have caused more damage to like the working class and society, probably more than anyone else in terms of like societal and long-term impact. Thank you, Rupert Murdoch. I blame Australia. In fact, I blame PB. I almost called her PB and J because she just popped up with the little fire. I blame Peter. It's your fault. MOI. Fire, yeah. He wanted to spell women as women. He wanted phenotic matching. Whammons. It's pronounced whammon. God, don't you know? I understand. I shake my head at him. Agreed. God, Peter. You had one job and you fucked it up, girl. Come on. I blame Peter.
Largely responsible.
I love you. You just roll with my sense of humor so well, girl. Truly evil. Fox News helped to destroy the media and politics. JK, I think this is weird turf thing. Yeah, I think so too. But always my job to fuck shit up. What? Nah.
For the downfall of this country. I'm perfectly comfortable saying that. It is just out of this world what they've done. But shout out to the Yeti man, Bill de Blasio. He actually did a decent job there. But man, this audience, they're barely sentient. They're barely alive. They're obese, and they're sitting there in their fucking nursing homes, and they're being lied to on a daily basis. They think Trump is God. They think the U.S. has never done anything wrong. They think Netanyahu is awesome because Israel is great because Jesus has to return there, so we have to super serve the psychos over there. It is bleak, man. It's as bleak as it gets.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right. Hoggers! It's Hoggers time! What up? Does he even have an emote yet? I feel like he should have an emote because his name has become such a fucking meme.
We are back, and we are joined now by David Hogg, former Democratic National Committee Vice Chair and President of Leaders We Deserve.
The guy who literally got kicked out of it because he wanted to like primary every fucking Democrat based. Remember that, guys?
David, thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Jesus Christ.
Thanks so much for having me on.
Of course. Happy to have you on.
And you know, this kid's like I'm literally speaking like a Bostonian now. This kid's like backstory is really tragic, right? He survived the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, right? Sorry, there's so many shootings, I'm blanking on the names now, right? Our country's fucked.
Some of these people can barely speak Webster's English, and that's saying something. Gus, ouch!
I mean, it's true, right? They shit on immigrants who can't even speak like English properly, yet they can't even fucking type out or like, guys, I've heard like the dumbest fucking thing from people, right? Like I heard this one guy, I think it was like down south, or I forget if it was in Texas, or he was like from the Midwest or something. And he was like, yeah, the height is good. I'm like, the height? What the fuck is height? The height. Or however you pronounce that word. I'm like, height? Guys, you cannot make this shit up. I'm looking at the camera because I was like, what? The height. Yeah, it's literally, but like, that's not a word in English. The height? He's lisping like the Spaniard. Jesus Christ. The height. Yeah, I'm gonna start using that instead now. What is the proper height? Maybe back in like the Middle Ages. That sounds like a Middle Age word, right? But Nah, dog. What are you talking about? Oh, interesting. I heard it was turfy and distinguishing trans women from biological women, hinting at chromosomes. Interesting. Oh, for sure. That has never left my mind. I was like, wow, we have failed in education for so long. We need to re-educate, guys. Don't you believe in education? I do. Heist. That's like when you rob a bank, right? No, that's a heist. Guys, it still like blows my mind. I remember that interaction and I was just like, did this guy learn the same language in class that I did? Oh, my fault. Yeah, no worries, dog. Joint, how you doing, buddy? Welcome back. When I was a little kid, my mom hang out with me, this other family. They had a girl my age, Christine, but she had a lisp. No, this guy did not have a lisp, guys. See, I'm doing it now. He did not have a lisp, okay? Like, I guarantee you, it was not a lisp thing. He did not have a lisp. It just, this one word he pronounced like that. I was 5. Okay, give me a break. So she couldn't pronounce the spoon. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever, right? That's so like spaghetti sounded like pho or spaghetti. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Right? Because every other word he pronounced fine, including ones with like an I, an EIH, right? TH, wait. Like he said, wait. He didn't say white. Or whatever the fuck, right? Oh my, like, yeah. Oh my God. I think it's literally an American thing, right? Now, do all Americans speak like that? No, obviously, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this is clearly an example of maybe like the system failing a kid, right? And he probably didn't go to college, by the way. So there you go. I understand. And he was very proud of it. So I understand it's different, but it still hated her. Yeah. Heist is when Mike Tyson robs a bank. Bank. It's like now that I have that in my head, I can't stop lisping.
And I want to dive into the dysfunction at the DNC and the reporting on that. But before we do that, I think it might be helpful for people to get a refresher on what the Democratic National Committee even is, right? Like, what is the DNC compared to, say, the DSCC, the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, currently headed by Kirsten Gillibrand, or the DCCC, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, as well? What's the DNC's specific function?
Well, I'm really glad that you asked this question because I think there's plenty of fair criticisms of the DNC, but I actually think a lot of people bundle all of those groups together. So it's a great question to ask. To start out, you have the DNC that really is the presidential campaign in waiting. They also help manage state and territorial Democratic parties. And they help to obviously have the platform of the Democratic Party, the rules of the presidential debate schedule, and super importantly and relevantly, the presidential primary. And then you have them give some money, obviously, to state parties. Occasionally, they'll give it to other committees like the DCCC or the DSCC, like you mentioned. The DCCC's number one goal is winning back a House majority for Democrats. So they're the group that many House Democrats will pay dues into on the order of several $100,000 to millions of dollars to help win back the House majority. And then you have the DSCC, which is just like the DCCC, but for winning back a Senate majority for Democrats, where they will work directly, both the DCCC and the DSCC work directly with candidates, talking to them, advising them, and not always, but most of the time are investing in red to blue races that are critical to us flipping key states and key House districts in order to win back those majorities. So if you want to think about it this way, the DNC is really around. It's just like in some ways the D-TRIP or the DSCC, but for the presidential. They're supposed to be the campaign in waiting, and then you have the other committees that focus on the House and Senate.
Although I will say, to be fair, as you know, you accurately lay out all of the differences. They are still all three right now plagued by the same kind of malaise, where voters don't have trust in any of these institutions within the Democratic Party, and individual candidates are doing well in terms of fundraising.
I thought it was the spelling. Radfem. I thought it was something like Wraith. Yeah, that's how you would... Wraith is... Huh? Again, the more you think about it, guys, the more you're just like, Hythe? What? When I was... wait a second. I've heard in other languages they pronounce things the same way in every case. That can't be true. I don't... Huh? In other languages they have accent marks too, which is one thing we really need in English, because there's a lot of fucked up shit that if you don't know right off the top of your head, you're fucked. Like Newfoundland. God, those fucking Canadians. Newfoundland! I refuse to call it Newfoundland. Okay? God, I will die on that motherfucking hill.
Raising.
I really won't, but still, it's funny to me. God, Canadians. You guys shit on your French people. How dare you discriminate them? How dare you, Canadians? You can't even speak your own proper language properly. I saw this thing comparing modern English to like 15th century English. We wouldn't really be able to communicate. Yeah, that's a really good point, right? A lot of these 15th century languages too are just like that, right? I know like Italian's like that, Spanish, probably even French, right? Embrace the lisp. Embrace the lisp. We should all just lisp from now on. Come on. Only the cool people do it, guys. Come on.
With small dollar contributors, but
only goats. Are you goated? Because you're clearly not if you're not lisping. Oh, God.
Mike, were you really sick this week? What was the problem?
I broke my back.
The fuck?
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
You did that in sparring?
No, I did it by a motorcycle accident. The doctor discovered I was doing...
Motherfucker, you couldn't walk if it was spinal, right? The fuck?
My sit-ups, 2,500 a day with my 20-pound weight, and one day I couldn't move anymore. And I asked the doctor, what's wrong? And he said, believe it or not, it's wearing your back is broken slightly.
Slightly. Okay, there you go. That's the proper way to say it. Sorry, that is spinal. Spinal. Yeah, spinal. God. Josephus here making fun of people who are with spinal injuries. Fuck off, dog. No, I'm joking. Spinal, yeah.
The candidates that the DSCC and the D-TRIP...
That fucking sucks, man. Damn. Part of his back was cracked. His spinal.
We'll see have endorsed have not had a hit rate like they had previously. The more populist candidates are challenging them effectively, and people seem to have more trust in individual Democrats than they do in any of the Democratic institutions.
I mean, to be honest with you, can you really blame them after they?
No. I'm not blaming them at all. Yeah, right.
After we saw a horrific presidential election where we elected Donald Trump for the second time, and the establishment's response was, at least on the DNC's front, that they're going to do an autopsy. That then they couldn't even include any of the actual issues that decided the election.
And does whatever he wants. Get off me. I know. He can speak English however he wants. He's a rich motherfucker. Shut up, peasant.
And then they couldn't even include a conclusion.
Literally the world we're living in, though, right?
We're tired of being told, don't worry, we're going to put a different color of lipstick on the pig this time.
Yeah, shut up, piggy, as October would say.
And that's going to win back voters instead of actually addressing the pig, if you will.
Right. Can you talk about that? I mean, that we covered this maybe a month or so ago. Ken Martin, the embattled current leader of the Democratic National Committee, was on Pod Save America and was repeatedly questioned by Jon Favreau about his leadership. And the autopsy that was supposed to come out about how the Democrats lost once again to Donald Trump, eventually they released it, and it seemed to raise more questions than answers. What happened there, David?
Well, to be honest with you,
opinions on Hogg. I think he's a good dude. Went through some shit and sent him. That's basically what I was saying, right? I don't. Right? Do I think he's like the Messiah or any? No, of course not. Right? I think he was. I think he went through something pretty traumatic. And he saw that we needed some drastic change. And he got elected as co-chair, right? Which means you still have to like have some agreement with the other person. All right. That's been a big thing on Democratic's committees across the country, right? Like I know in my town hall there was a co-chair as well, right? Oh, this is the Spain one, guy, Peter. Hear that? Yeah. Yes, commies, and I know he's liberal. No, I think he tried to do some reforms, right? I don't really view it that way. I view it as like he tried to do some reforms and he got fucked.
I can only speculate.
Right? Like there's a reason they kicked him out. They didn't kick him out because he was a fucking collaborator or anything like that, right? They kicked him out because he literally said primary all of them. No, you can't have that.
What happened? Because
so like mine's more practical, right? My analysis is more practical. I don't like using fucking labels and throwing stuff like that on people, especially when it's really not deserved, right? Because like you have to understand the system that he's trying to work in, right? He's trying to work to change the party, not the entire system that we live under, right? It's just not going to happen with that. So like you got to start with the party and then move on, right? So yeah, it's like a chain link, right? You can't just
as I was at the DNC for a couple of months, and then I obviously started talking about the necessity of bringing in fresh blood, which then resulted in them, I would argue, conveniently finding an issue with the election.
Kicking out fresh blood because you suggested fresh blood? That makes sense.
Pretty much. Anyways, I think what happened is that Ken Martin...
Like, they wouldn't... Like, think of it this way, guys. Like, even if you're skeptical of this, right? They wouldn't have kicked him out if he didn't represent some sort of like threat to the power base, right? Whether you believe it or not, it really doesn't matter, because like that in itself is a sign of it, right? Because they're thinking, well, this is going to lead to dumb shit and people getting overthrown, right? Meaning in primaries, right? Which they're right. And this is how This is how systems of power work, right? You have to be willing to examine it on a deeper level like this. Sorry, I'm typing too fast in the dark. No worries, dog. The different goalposts are interesting. You know, the Republicans canned Madison Cawthorn because he exposed the orgies and well, there you go, right? Bingo. That's actually I never thought of that connection. That's a pretty decent connection. It's very nuanced. Hogg gets canned for Stephen Harper would say committing socialism. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like what we were talking about the other day, right? Like they wouldn't be trying to do all this stuff with voting if voting didn't matter at all, right? The reason they're doing it is because they know they're afraid, right? And if we kept up that momentum, it would be something very useful for the movement in general, right? Do I think it's the end all be all? No, of course not. That's not even what I'm saying. I'm just giving a much more like present day nuanced take that the reason they're trying to do this stuff is because they know they will lose power, right? It all just comes back to power. That they'll kick this motherfucker out because they're going to lose power, right? If all your Democratic constituencies, right, or if all your Democratic incumbents lose their seats, right, because they're literally dinosaurs in fucking nursing homes, what ends up happening? Well, then you end up losing a lot of that power, right? And they don't like that. Their vows mean nothing. Yeah, exactly. So it's very similar to what you just said with the Madison Cawthorn thing. He got kicked out for that because he just did it too apparent, right? He did it too blatant. And he was also just not a part of the club, right? Because remember, Republicans, but also Democrats, they care about hierarchy. They care about if you're a part of the club, right? Which is why fuck all these clubs. I'm sick of this shit. I literally throw up the middle finger to all this shit. Fuck them all. I don't want to be labeled like that, right? Fuck all these clubs, guys, right? All these fucking, yeah, exactly, dog. Like, fuck all these, like, labels and shit. Fuck all these, even more than labels, right? All these, all these ways to kind of, like, pigeonhole you into, accepting hierarchies, and I'm just like, fuck this shit. No, I'm good. Rich, poor, yeah, exactly, all that stuff. Bingo, right? Even though, like with that one, right, rich and poor, it's very useful as a distinction because many times, like, there is a power imbalance, right? But what I'm saying is, a lot of times, not always, but like in that specific case, right, when you're making that distinction, I would say a lot of times, like, the rich and poor label get misused to keep the rich in power, right? Yeah, and then that's the problem. That's really what I'm commenting on, not the class struggle or anything like that, because that part is 100% real, and that's the part we need to fucking fight for, and we go from there. Yeah, streamers, chatters. Oh no. Damn it, nailed him. You nailed me to the wall. Got him. Yeah, what can I say? Yeah, but I guess there are some things that are like inherently power dynamics that are harder to help with, as the example that, right? Streamer, chatter. Right. Those are harder to, but you're also choosing to do it, right? Like, nobody's choosing to be rich or poor, right? They're either born it or they chose it by like exploiting other people, right? And then maybe like one of the last things you can do is say like, hey, can I say he likes me? Yeah, nah, that shit is systemic. Yeah, well, exactly. Systematic. Well, that's what I mean. I guess, like, it depends on whether or not you actively partake in systematic stuff like that, right? To a certain degree. And as like things change, it's going to be like this stuff will change as well, right? But yeah, like we don't really get to choose, hey, would you like to be rich or poor, right? And that's why I don't say that's exactly the worst one of them all, right? And that one's actually probably the most useful. But like we understand, right? Worker versus manager, right? There are some like things that are systemic that are built into the system.
Ran for DNC chair because for people that, I think there's a lot of people that don't understand how that process works either. There's 450 DNC members that are from different state parties, state party chairs, etc., that vote on who the DNC chair is. And when Ken was running for that position, one of the main things he ran on was releasing an autopsy that would hopefully address some of the reasons why people are increasingly not interested in supporting these institutional.
I think it's important discussing material dialectism, right? But I don't know. It can get pretty philosophical and woo-woo. And also like, what's a more philosophical take? Just don't even have that stuff at all, right?
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Damn right.
Klatz Black Boy 1888 just got a 25-day stream streak. www.ewhette. Whoop, watch out for the streaker. Cover your eyes.
Cover them eyes, chat. Thank you, thank you.
Do not come.
Do not come, guys.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I have very like nuanced takes on this stuff.
We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, in the old days, bing, bong. You know, with the map, bing, bing, bing.
Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
Bing, bing, bing. All right. I think like it is very important to discuss dialectical materialism, and I think it's especially in the world we live in. But hopefully, I'd even move past that, right? I don't even think that's left wing enough. Damn right, we didn't listen, right? Because it's still going off the model of trade and all this shit, right? Of money, currency. And like I go even further. I'm like, you can't really have a system like that. I understand we have to have it as we speak right now, right? So I'm not crazy either, but like you can't really have true equality without that. A lot of the stuff that we've been talking about, especially with post-scarcity, right? I can do it, but I have a bad taste in my mouth. Some other streamers who use it as a, yeah, I get it. I don't, if you notice, I don't try to do that because like, I think it can get a little bit like, yeah, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm.
Groups like the DNC.
Learn the theory for better understanding, but let's be pragmatic too. Yeah, that's kind of what, see, that's, I feel like the Twitch streams that he's talking about are very theoretical, right? And listen, theory is really important in political science, right? The field that I come from, right? But you also have to look at like practical modern day solutions. Like how do you implement policies that lead to a theory being completed better, right? To having a theory become less theory and more like reality, right? Because even the name theory suggests it's something that's like woo woo and out there, right? Like I just prefer to try to manifest, right, the theory and make it as concrete and policy driven as much as possible, right? All right, and wasn't it Marx who said like the more this stuff gets implemented in policy, the more it's going to actually lead to this, like, having actual socialism. All right. Meaning it being international, right? He warned against this. So, like, this is what I mean. Like, yeah, there's a lot of theory channels out there, or like streams, right? I've seen them on YouTube too, so there's channels. But like, yeah, like, I don't know, right? You have to do both, right? I feel like you do have to do both. You can talk about theory, but you're just kind of thinking very like woo-woo stuff, right? Hey, Lainey, welcome back. How you been, girl? I was hoping to see you in here. Yeah, he's been in here. Outer Signal's been in here. What up? Outer Signal, wait. You're from Scotland too? Are you from the other part of the UK? Oh God.
And see to offer any form of accountability. So
that's why, like I always tell you guys, like, you watch this stuff and you don't like take it as like the end all be all, right? I never do. Like this could never be me in terms of like fixing all the problems we have. From Nigeria. I lived in Scotland for many years back. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's what I remembered, right? But Cycling Boy, you're from Scotland, right? I don't really want communism. I want cosmopolitan democracy, which would have aspects of communism and socialism. But the problem is most dude commies. I speak and listen to man. Their words are troubling, autocratic. Gus, will like that question? What question? Why do people confuse passion with confidence? Because a lot of people aren't confident. I feel like a lot of people are definitely not confident. So when you seek passion, it looks pretty similar, but not the same thing. I agree.
So at the DNC in our first meeting, a major part of what we were talking about was what is going to go into this autopsy. And I remember bringing up in this meeting and saying, I know a lot of, and this was with all the officers, including Ken, where I said, I know a lot of you guys probably don't want to talk about this, but if you're going to talk about why we lost young voters, you have to talk about Gaza. You have to talk about inflation. And I remember on the Gaza part in particular, to my surprise, the officers were like, yeah, no. We absolutely do want to talk about that. We need to talk about that. It's really important and we shouldn't shy away from it. And then Ken's friend, Paul Rivera, who he hired to do this job, I think what happened is he was doing such a terrible job of it that Ken just told him, stop, this isn't working. It's not worth your time. Just stop working on it entirely. And then Ken was pressured on doing the thing that he actually ran on doing, which was releasing the autopsy. And then
I know, he's so fucking annoying, or they're so fucking annoying. That's Eleni's favorite Pokemon. Pat Rat. God, Eleni. Girl, how could you fucking love Pat Rat? Eleni's just a memer and a fucking rage baiter, Josephus. Let her fucking rage bait you. Come on.
Ended up being released where none of the issues that actually decided the election were talked about, whether it was Gaza, inflation, or Joe Biden's age. It was just a bunch of internal mechanics and zero conversation around the issues. And also, it couldn't even include a conclusion to begin with. And I think that's what really happened there. And it's emblematic.
Oh, in that case, I rescind my fuck a Pat Rat. It's me. You're so funny, Peter. Honestly, I'm just confused. It's okay, dude. Confusion is normal in life. Just let it seep into you, and eventually, for some reason, you won't be confused anymore. I think, right? Mario, yeah. What up?
Other challenges.
I'll show you a Mario. That's one of my favorite pictures of all time, guys. Here we go.
That Ken has had in his leadership of the institution. We're now at a position where the RNC has over $100 million on hand, and the DNC has $2 million in debt. 18 months into Ken's term, your job as a chair of the DNC is to raise money. And now we're seeing not only can he not raise money, and he's been able to continue to not raise money, he's also throwing his.
There's a Luigi one, Gustex. Oh yeah, I know. I have that one too. Choose your character, Luigi. Oh wait, I don't remember this outfit being in Luigi's Super Smash Brothers profile. I fucking love this picture too. They did like a really good job making him look like a Smash character, right? Because if you've ever played Super Smash, yeah, guys. They're coding it for that, clearly. Yeah, good one, Cycling Boy. Yeah. Like, it's crazy how much he resembles John Leguizamo. Yeah, it's true. Who's Puerto Rican, right? But he plays an Italian named Luigi. What up? Love him. And he's also in John Wick. Bro, that's my desktop wallpaper. Hell yeah. Oxpecker. Hell yeah. I think you saw it here first because I found that picture a long time ago. And I think I showed it to you a long time ago. That was like, wow, last year, I think.
At staff, which is certainly not going to help.
We did the War Not Peace dance too for a long time, right? Now I'm seeing like other streamers play it all the time now, and I'm like, we've been playing that for decades. Also, the Odyssey. Elaney, type in or Laney, sorry. Yeah, it's Elaney, yeah. Fucking confusing my ass. Elaney, type in exclamation mark vibe.
Wow.
God, you gotta change your name again. Go back to Mystic Lane or whatever you were. God damn it, girl. Watch Gloggy nail her. Elaney brings energy with quick shares, playful roasts, and casual pop culture references. They enjoy teasing Gloggy and Gus. Oh, wow. I couldn't have told you that. Drops inside jokes, blend humor with genuine commentary on topics like AI and confidence. Their vibe is friendly, mishy, with some douchey French word. Okay. With a dash of cryptic fun. Some douchey French word that made it into the English language, like they all do, right? Teasing pop culture, friendly roasts, casual chatter, inside jokes. Yeah, that's you to a T, girl. Nailed to the wall. You just got glogged. How do you like it, girl? Autocracy is a form of how the ruling class is organized. It happens that the form of state often being shaped by current momentum. Example, the USSR becoming more autocratic due to imperialistic crises and inevitable war that Stalin used to predict. Yeah, pretty much essential that they are communist. Autocracy part did not make you deny the existence of phenomenon by itself. Yeah, well said. I found it Google Images because the slideshow homepage
was, let's just say I'm not qualified to run a slideshow wallpaper. Gloggy's gonna do what? Watch Gloggy do what now? No worries. Found the communist. Dude, you don't have to communist hunt, dude. It's fine. Come on. Did Gloggy at least take them out of the date first? Gloggy, Israel or Palestine, bro? Oh my god. Wait, Complain Eleni and Eleni are different people? Yeah, they're different people. Complain Eleni is nice and lurks. And Eleni is an edgelord. That's how I remember them. And a rage baiter. I'm joking. Okie dokie, off to work. All right, so leave you with the sunrise. I'm grateful to have witnessed this morning. Oh my god, let's see. Let's see. Australia, am I right, guys? Look at that. Communist has been spotted, Mima. I love it. Yeah, I'm just memeing, man. No, I know you are. He's, but she doesn't know that, right? Like she doesn't know you well enough to do that.
Oh, wow.
Like you gotta, right? Like people, you gotta tone it in a little bit before. You can't go balls deep, right? You gotta just the tip at first. Gloggy, do you like apartheid states? He better not. I programmed him to not like apartheid states, unless you guys overrode that. Oh my god. I don't always rage bait. In other chats you don't. I've seen you in other chats. You're super nice, but for some reason here you rage bait.
And ultimately, what we need to focus on is what are we actually doing to move forward? Because I think part of what's happening here is a lot of these institutions.
I mean, I don't care, right? Because it doesn't affect me at all. But I'm just saying it's something I've noticed. And to be honest, Gloggy called you out on it, right? So, why does Gus like fascist states? Could never be me. Well, yeah, you got to be able to get a person bad to do that. Yeah, for real. Yeah. Mima's cool people, though. I like her. He's my goat. Apartheid is when as the states of America is a part of each other. Yeah. Gloggy, I hate pigeons too, bro. Who programmed him to hate pigeons? For fuck's sake. I didn't override that, but I didn't try to get him to think I'm a fed. Yeah. Yeah. I'm playful because you can handle it. You're like my brother. Thank you. Complain, Eleni. Appreciate it. I mean, Laney. God, now you guys have me stuck. God damn it, Aeon Lord. You have me confusing the two. They were perfectly decompartmentalized in my brain. Compartmentalized. Two different people. Now, not so much. They are disgusting. They carry parasites. Bed bugs hitch them rides. Gloggy is an Asmongold fan. Confirmed. Yeah. Pigeons are awful. Don't touch pigeons. Yeah. Who programmed him to hate pigeons? Good to see Gloggy is still an Asmongold. Is into Asmongold years later. Yeah.
Focused on just purely looking at fundraising. That's all that really matters to them a lot of the time is for candidates, like who they take seriously, who can raise money. And sometimes that can be a good indicator, but it doesn't really take into account candidate quality. I think a lot of the time we could win races if we had higher quality candidates, even if they didn't come from backgrounds where they had tons of wealthy friends that they could raise money from, if they actually presented a vision that people actually believe in. Because imagine if we didn't have to spend nearly as much money gaslighting voters with corporate PAC money that were there for their interests and instead actually were there for their interests.
It's a novel concept, David, and I want to talk about the debt that the DNC is in that you spoke about there, comparing it as well to the Republican war chest. But I just want to ask you a follow-up about this autopsy. That's new information to me, essentially, that it read as incomplete, and that's because it was incomplete. But Martin went on Pod Save America and claimed that the report wasn't even commissioned and that it was done for free, for example. Like, that was what the implication was, if I'm remembering correctly. Is that the case?
Well, there was a report that they wrote that they did release, and you can go out there and read it. There is literally, it's annotated as well, and you can see there is not even a conclusion that's included in it. And when it came out, Ken was like, this, I'm not really proud of this, but here you go. I'm going to put it out there because everybody's telling me that I actually need to come through on the promise that I ran on doing in the first place, God forbid, and act like it's some huge...
I actually saw guys in Gloggy's programming the other day, right? I think it was Kiki who programmed it because she speaks Chinese. I mean, it could have been Living Lily too, but now that I remember, I think it was... I think it was Kiki, right? There's Chinese now, and I translated it, and it's hilarious. Hold on, let me pull it up. Like, what did you have him? What's in his programming now, right? You too can program Gloggy if you'd like. What is it? Here, I'm gonna show you guys so you can see how funny it is. Yeah, this, see? What is... And he reads it like normal, so maybe that's probably it. But let's see. So now apparently he will answer occasionally in Chinese, and he is born in China. Right? Somebody asked him, where were you born? I think he was born in China now, guys. If he's working properly, right? Because sometimes there's a bug in the behavior algorithm or whatever, right? It's an interesting experiment, yeah. I'm glad you guys love him, though. He's like my passion project, right? Like, he has a mood now, so like depending on what you yeah, there you go, right? Depending on the chat's energy, like, it will change in what you say to him, right? So right now, he's not stressed at all. It's good. Right? And that changes to, like, all the moods that he could have. So, like, watch. Right? These are all the moods he can have. We're trying, yeah, exactly. So he can be realistic, right? He can be neutral, which is like his base, means he's just whatever, existing. Calm, content, cheerful, happy, joyful, excited, amused, playful, curious, right? Like, guys, all those he could have. That's pretty cool. You can't traumatize them more than Living Lily does. Yeah, for real. I think she's working right now. Lurking and twerking. We love you, Gloggy. Stay fresh. Yeah, he's fresh right now. He's pretty energetic. I might work on this some more, but so far he's pretty good. He's doing very well. I want to see him rage bait people in chat if we can get him mad. I don't know.
Problem when it's like, Ken, you did this to yourself. You put yourself in this position. You ran on releasing an autopsy that nobody forced you to do, but this was the main thing that you ran on, and you haven't been able to do it. And then he released it, and it didn't even include a conclusion. People can go out there and read it. It's freely available.
Yeah, it's just amazing to me that you would begin this and attempt at a fact-finding mission to understand how we got to this moment, and then abandon it because, I don't know, the facts are a little bit inconvenient for what leadership wants out there. This is not... you have to be able to look at the game...
Yeah, what he's trying to say is he's more old school. There you go.
From the loss from last week, or you're not going to be able to adjust in the future. This is just basic politics stuff. But the fact that their resources are so strained, I wanted to ask you about that more because, you know, back in the 08 days, right? There was a lot of criticism about Obama and Obama for America, his organization that didn't really, after he won in the 2008 election, fold the campaign infrastructure into the DNC. He had his kind of own separate entity that a lot of critics said was sapping resources away from the Democratic National Committee, and that it was very focused and around kind of Obama and his cadre of consultants. And, you know, I remember that Hillary Clinton in 2016 was in part paying the DNC's bills as well. Like, they were in financial straits in 2016. How much of this, and this also contributed to the weakening of state parties across the country, how much of this is still in the shadow of, you know, Obama for America, the party's inability on a national level to raise this money?
Yeah, and I think like Nancy Pelosi, right? She like prides herself in raising all this money. And in reality, it's like, what are you really doing, Nancy? Right? You're just selling out the people who would take this money to more corporate interests, right? And she's so proud of it, right? But that's because we need a system that, or we have a system, I should say. It's not that we need it. The system needs money. That's the system we live in. And therefore, you know, that's a system of pride, right? That's a thing of pride for people like that. But nobody's really critiquing, hey, maybe we shouldn't even have a system like this, right? It's bullshit. Fuck you, Nancy.
To be honest with you, there are many people inside of the DNC that will say exactly what you just said and blame everything on Obama and say he's the reason why the DNC is in this position in the first place. Like, that is over a decade ago at this point, even if we were saying, you know, like that was still a problem going all the way up to 2016.
Yeah,
that's over a decade ago.
Obama.
This is a problem.
It definitely wasn't Obama, but you can't, he didn't help, right? It's like, guys, back when I used to work in these circles, right? I told all these people to fuck off because they're all dipshits anyway. What I noticed is that this is very much the case, right? It's just been like this for a long time, and they're very conservative, right? The party that is supposed to represent the left, it never really has, except on a few occasions, maybe, right? Exactly. We don't have to stick to this system. Yeah, exactly. Fuck that. Like, it wasn't just Obama, but Obama was not exactly, God. And that's why, like, primarying all these candidates, could you imagine if he would have stayed in the co-chair? If we would have had this, right? All these candidates, and most of them I feel like would have been challenged by the DSA. And maybe even won, right? And maybe not every single one, but certainly a lot of them would win, right? We have seen a good DSA rise, and yeah. Right, some of them, this is another thing you have to understand, that the DSA is very diverse, right? We went over all the different, there's the Red Star DSA members, right? They're basically like the Soviet style DSA members. And then you have like the anarcho, like communists. And then you have the, right? There's just like 15 different flavors of DSA people. sock Dems, you got the Democratic Socialists, right? Like, we went over all the variety in the party. It's not really a party, though. It's more like an organizing tent, right? Of loosely connected leftists all working together to get each other elected, essentially, right? To back each other up. That's why you pay your dues and shit, right? Like, we went over this. And that's what's so interesting about the DSA. It doesn't operate like a typical party, right? Like, it's not the Vanguard Party. It's not the fucking Democratic Party. It's not the Labor Party. It's not the Liberal Party. It's not the insert name party here. It's not like that at all, right?
Problem that does not, regardless of how many problems that created for the DNC, Obama's not been president since 2016. It's been a decade. And that should not result in them having $2 million in debt. Any basic level of competence would result in them not being in this position that they are in right now. And I think what the bigger problem is, and why, like, I think it's important to think about, well, why did Obama feel it was necessary to organize outside of the DNC's infrastructure and outside of state parties? Let's remember, he ran in some ways as an anti-establishment candidate, right? And these institutions don't really want to change. They want to keep everything as similar as possible to keep the same people in their positions of power, even if it is collectively detrimental to the future of those institutions. And I think, I would presume when Obama saw that, granted I was 8 years old in 2008, so take this with a grain of salt, that when he saw that, he thought, you know what, instead of trying to go and clear house and do all the dealing with all the DNC members and everything like that, we're just going to go and build our own thing. And this is the problem with institutions that are 178 years old. Naturally, they do not really want to change. And there's a lot of incentives internally to try to keep them the same, even if it is collectively detrimental. And that's...
Was he a peeping Tom? I mean, it's funny because, like, I actually would put LBJ as a nudist, right? The dude was a nudist. He didn't give a fuck about nudity. He'd have his dick out all the time. It was weird. It was like... I mean, especially for back then, right? Because people were much more like, oh my God. But like, yeah, I would classify him as like a nudist, right? A very like vulgar nudist, not like a not like a more modern day one, right? Because he just didn't care. But yeah, as a black dude, most of my lib take is that I have soft spot for Obama. All American presidents are their nature imperialist. Yeah. He didn't do enough, but he slightly pushed things in the right direction. I see why you have an affinity to him, and you know, I'm not gonna shit on you for it, right? I think like I grew up like more or less around that time too, where it was like, so like there are some like good feels, but like I've learned to take those feelings and kind of like separate them from reality, right? And like he wasn't the worst, but he certainly wasn't the best, right? But yeah, I think you have an interesting take there, and like I'm gonna shit on you for it because it's you're coming at it from a different angle, right? And that's okay. I have Obama nostalgia, even though he wasn't the greatest. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, you're not the only ones. And I think we have to be honest with that, because those are all feelings that we have, right? Like, you guys are expressing feelings, right? Like, I'm trying to separate the feelings. I'm just trying to give more facts, right? But you can definitely have those feelings. And I think it's important to kind of balance the two, but at the same time, like I've just really worked on trying to separate that stuff in my life, at least. Thanks for of course, yeah. I'm not trying to shit on anyone who, like, I do kind of agree. It is a bit of a lib take, but I mean, aren't we all allowed to have a lib take every once in a while? I don't know. Who cares?
It's the bigger problem in DC. we have a system where there is literally hundreds of millions and billions of dollars on the line that is predicated on the idea of the political, consultant industrial complex of keeping everything the same, so that people can keep taking corporate money, keep getting rich as consultants off their TV buys and everything like that, instead of actually addressing why do we need to spend so much money on these campaigns to begin with? And the answer to that is because we have to spend a lot of money gaslighting people as a party, because increasingly we are not voting in their
Yeah, at least you're honest with yourself, right? Like, you're internalizing. It's important to like take really good note of your politics and be like, hey, why do I feel like this? Is it a feeling or is it based on fact, right? Is it like something that I'm chasing? Is it like I'm just trying to get validation, or am I trying to get like, is it nostalgia? Is it right? And I think nostalgia is a feeling. Guys, it's a feeling. It is not a factual, concrete thing, right? It is a feeling, right? Having warmth, all these things are feelings, right? There's nothing wrong with feelings, right?
Interests. And I've had conversations like this with people inside of the establishment before, where I've said they've had issues with our candidates at Leaders We Deserve because they reject corporate PAC money, and they say, well, you don't understand. Like, sometimes candidates just need to take that corporate PAC money. And my response to that is, don't you think maybe if we didn't vote for such bad policies and we were able to actually say what we truly believed in, regardless of what these special interests think, that maybe we wouldn't need as much money to gaslight the American people to believe that we're for them and that their lives are increasingly getting better, when every single statistic shows us that that is not the case?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's so much there. One, you mentioned, this corporate PAC money too. There's a question also of how like the Democrats decide to deploy resources in primaries to keep the left out and the Republicans sit on their war chests, and we'll get to that in a second. But you touched on something that I have been railing about for months at this point, which is the consultant class being overrepresented in our press to go after campaigns that have an infrastructure that is anathema to their ability to make money, where they are, it's a canvassing type campaign. It's a campaign that's built on volunteer work. It's campaigns that aren't taking corporate PAC money, that don't have the ability, to commission these consultants, and they don't get their big digital and TV commissions, right? Where that is where they make their money. Can you shed some light on the infrastructure of consulting within the Democratic Party, and why, say, like an Abdullah Sayed campaign or, other campaigns that are more focused on grassroots organizing have caused them to kind of freak out, and they go on cable news, and I'm like, this person's a consultant, and they're not disclosing that they're crapping all over this leftist campaign, which would be, if this kind of campaigning took over the party, they would be made irrelevant.
Well, and I think part of your, like, if I'm to explore it a little longer, right? I think there is something really, like, especially if you're black or a person of color, right? It's really validating as like a person to see yourself being represented, especially if you view them like that, right? Maybe not I'm not going to say every black person views him like that, right? But like, if you do view him like that, right? You're from Nigeria. Kenya is on the other side of Africa, right? Like, that's going to color your interpretation of him, right? So, of course, like, there's going to be, right? It's just like, I don't know, like Josephus gets prideful of Canadians who do things in the United States or around the world, right? Like, we can't really fault people for that, because again, it's a feeling, right? There's like a sense of like, oh, he's one of us, right? And we all do it, so.
Would they not, David?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think there's always going to be some role, so long as we don't have substantial campaign finance reform, and even in the world that we do, there will be some level of consultants that are involved, just because of the natural incentives that are created by campaigns, where they're very boom and bust, where people are then, it's a rough life cycle for, and I think it's the problem, frankly, that the Democratic Party should work on in the long term of how do we build sustainable infrastructure so that people are not burning themselves out working on these campaigns and then working for 9 months and then not having a job for 6 to 9 months after that and going through that cycle because
yeah, look at our, well, there you go, right? Even though it's maybe not always like logically reasonable to like the national team or something like that, right? Like that's what you mean. Yeah.
Create an incentive where people naturally are just going to want to become part of that consultancy system once they get a certain level of seniority, and that advice can be useful. But I think the bigger problem is, especially lower on the ballot, when candidates are taken advantage of and they don't know that because it's their first time running, because our party doesn't provide the infrastructure to them to say, hey, here's standard rates of like what is generally reasonable for a consultant to be paid if you're going to hire somebody that's not, for example, and this is part of why what we do at Leaders We Deserve is so important. I like to call ourselves like anti-consultants in some ways, in that we both give you advice and we will give you money. And we're not incentivized to tell you to keep spending money on your campaign or keep spending money on TV ads if your campaign is going nowhere, because we're investing a substantial amount. And that enables us to be able to tell candidates like one of them who called us recently, not one that we're working with, but one that we're considering working with next election cycle, who's just getting set up. He said, hey, there's this consultant who called me that wants to charge me like a commission of 40% of all the money that I raise. That's pretty unreasonable, right? And we were able to say, yeah, don't sign that contract. Whereas with other consultants, they may just be like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. I'm going to make my cut and it doesn't really matter, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes total sense. It's also just, I'm just putting a fine point on that. The way that somebody can campaign can literally make a consultant less money, right? That's just we just hammering that. I think is important because it's people can have some media literacy when they're hearing a talking head say something, very critical of a left-wing campaign, and then you realize what the underlying infrastructure is. So I appreciate you fleshing that out a bit. Let's get back to the debt here. The DNC's $2 million in debt. Earlier this week, Notice reported that the Democratic National Committee was forced to put its physical headquarters up as collateral because they needed a $15 million line of credit so that they could work on investing in the elections. And that means that they are $2 million in debt, in addition to the New York Times piece that showed Ken Martin throwing his phone in a fit of anger, his belief that he's a certain kind of a dead man walking within the organization. Just talk a bit about the debt and the dysfunction generally, which has spilled over into the press recently.
I mean, it's an incredibly dysfunctional organization, and the fact that we're having to put the building up as collateral is not a product just of. It's not a product just of the overall environment, right? It's important to remember Republicans are not popular right now. It's not like everybody loves them, and that's why people are not giving money to the DNC or other parts of the Democratic establishment. It's because the Democratic establishment lacks two things more than anything else: courage and a vision for what to do. That is anything other than saying, well, we're not Republicans. We've done that for the past 10 years. Right. We got to show people who we actually are. And I think the problem is, in order for us to actually be able to secure a majority, it's going to require our political party to embrace candidates that don't make donors happy a lot of the time, or don't make special interests happy, that they are not fans of, that those consultants are their livelihoods are directly threatened by if they're not able to raise.
We're all products of things around us, and he definitely doesn't align with my current politics at all. Yeah, but he gives you the feeling that he does, right? And like that's important to distinguish, right? Or he gives you like that sense of like, yeah, that's somebody that represents me, at least on some level, right? Maybe not your politics, but on like a demographics level, or right, XYZ, whatever that is. I don't know, right? You have to kind of like look at yourself and be like, why is that, right? Everyone's different, right? I'm not gonna put words down your mouth and tell you, yeah, that's why you think he's so awesome, right? Like you internally take a clock and you go like, right? You're basically gauging yourself, and you're being like, yeah, that's why I think I feel like that, right? But again, it's a feeling. It's not like you said, your politics, his politics are not in line, meaning the facts of it, right, are not aligned with it. The concrete examples are not aligned with how you are today, right? And I think that's like what I've been trying to do for the last like 2 years now, and I'm really proud that I've been able to do that, because it kind of like helps me become not only less like reactionary and less emotional, but it also makes me be like more level-headed and be like, yeah, well, yeah, these policies will help us get to a better future, maybe eventually, right? I don't really have the answer, but I'm just trying to do my part now, in the now, right? It kind of grounds you on the current day as opposed to looking, right? Because nostalgia, what nostalgia does, right, guys, is nostalgia has you looking back into the past, right? And then there are some people who look only into the future, right? So yeah, like I'm always a fan of like being in the present, being very present-minded. Something I've learned that really helps, right? Yeah, I think it's the representation. Yeah, fair enough, right? And I mean, like, who am I to say like he doesn't represent you in some way, because like he is African, right? Like, it's not really my responsibility or my like he doesn't represent you. Like, no, because that's like he's speaking to you directly, right? In some way or fashion. And you know, I think like we all have that to a certain degree. People we don't necessarily agree with on everything, but that we look for in that sense, right? That represent us, whether you're a woman, right? A man, a camera, person, TV. I remember that. Was black, African descent for a period. Yeah, exactly. I will follow the facts, not my feelings. Yeah, exactly. I think that's like something I've learned to do, but you gotta do like an internal analysis on it, right? You can't just like sit there and be like, yep. Right? You gotta look inside you and be like, think, well, why do I feel this, right? And I'm guilty of it too. There's like, I felt like that with Obama. I felt like that with several people, right? And now I'm just kind of like, I don't know. And you know what? I'm glad I don't know, because if I had all the answers, guys, I'd be bullshitting you. So attention is key. Yeah, exactly.
There's as much campaign cash for these candidates like Zor.
It's all based on, right? Like we've all been like systematically indoctrinated, as you put it, into these systems, right? Whether you like it or not, to some degree, right? Like conservatism is everywhere, right, guys? And everything, right? Like the more you start to pick apart your beliefs, right? The more you start to realize it's like, oh, well, someone else put that there, not me, right? So yeah, I'm a big fan of doing that for that reason.
For example, where I've seen this up close and personal, where I've had I saw major donors go out there and say to us who had supported us previously, we need to go and win young people back, right? And then we go and support Zoran. We spend $300,000 supporting him in his primary, and I get a call from that same major donor that's like, yeah, I'm not going to give you, this 6 figures because I don't agree with your candidates anymore, even though Zoran got 3 times the voter turnout of 18 to 24-year-olds. But the reason I was able to tell that donor to take a hike is because 80% of our money at Leaders We Deserve comes from people that give less than $1,000 to the organization. That enables us to be able to put our principles first. And it's because we have that grassroots support, because we have a vision for the future of this party. And what Democrats are doing over and over again is engaging in a race to the bottom, where they hope that Republicans screw over the American people so much that people come back to us begging for any alternative. That's not leadership. That's a disaster. That's what we're doing right now. It's a race to the bottom, and we need a real vision for the future of this country. And thankfully, while the establishment is in debt, at Leaders We Deserve, we're in the black. And the progressive movement is in the black. We are winning. We are increasingly winning over and over and over again. And I think that's why so many of these consultants and other people are freaking out, is because they know the gig is up. We're We have real infrastructure. This isn't 2016, right? Where it's only just Bernie Sanders movement. We have shows like yours. We have new media. We have new candidates. We have a generation that has been inspired by Bernie Sanders, that has been inspired by a lot of progressive leaders that are rising up and are now old enough to run for office and say, you know what, we're not going to continue doing things the same way anymore in the establishment.
Right. It's honestly why I started streaming. It's not to be in lockstep with everyone. It's actually the opposite, right? To give a perspective that you guys probably haven't heard or don't really consider too much, right? But it still is obviously on the left, firmly on the left, right? And if I can help make this the situation better, then I feel good, right? Plus, I like you guys using the stuff I build. It brings joy to me. You guys love the fishing game, the hunt game, Gloggy, right? All the stuff on the stream is like, it just helps fuel me, right? So I love it. I love building stuff. Yeah, nowadays I defend transgenders and look at conservative people reaction and realizing how dehumanizing and normalized with average people mind and how insecure they are. Yeah, well said. I love that. I fucking love that. Based comment. Meanwhile, love it.
Has been so
yeah, this is what I mean, guys. Like, the more we like evaluate this stuff, it's right. It's like, why are these conservatives, right? All these Republicans and maggots, like, it's because they don't do any of this shit that I just said, right? They just operate purely on feeling. I feel like transgender people are a threat, therefore I will react like it, right? It's always just a feeling. Like, there's never really any facts to back up their fucking shit, right? The okay ones, which are all kind of dead now. The ones that were like the best at defending this were okay at it, but yeah, disgusting.
Addicted to enabling geriatric leaders and continuing to have them there for decades.
I love that emo with the hearts. It's so good.
Is that they're literally dying in power and they don't know what to do about it because that's
straight from Zelda. Am I right?
Vacuum is being
when they have no facts, they say it's common sense. Well, common sense is a feeling, right? When people say common sense is something you trust, like you're trusting your gut. And again, guys, I'm not saying feelings are not important, right? I'm not sitting here being like, I am a robot, right? Robot emote. I'm just saying that you take your feelings and then you say, hey, listen, does that make sense? Is that what the facts are on the ground? Am I being rational here, right? And I think, like, yeah, that's really what I'm critiquing here, right?
Told by progressive leaders.
Like, transgender people are not the problem, obviously, right? But to a lot of Republicans, maggots, and that's what they feel. Like, they literally are telling you that's what they feel like. They feel like they are a threat. Why? Reasons. It's dumb, right? And it's like it's so fucking stupid.
A few more questions before I let you go, David. What's his name? Carville, right? James Carville, your old friend, came out and said that you should lead the DNC, which is quite astonishing given the fact that you guys have sparred quite a lot. What do you make of that? I mean, even Carville's recognizing that there needs to be a change, huh?
I mean, Emma, think about it this way. Let me put it a different way. Carville
literally is like a Clinton goon, right? Like, he's a Clinton era goon. Like, fuck off, Carville. Jesus. Where was this when he was actually lead, right?
Less than a year.
These people are such clowns. Oh my God. We went to war with Vietnam just over that, just to see what would happen. Now my dead uncle would be ashamed. Yeah, well said.
Was calling me a twerp for engaging
over a feeling. Yeah. Why is anyone listening to James Carville? I know, he's such a clown, dude.
In primaries and challenging people that are dying in power and asleep.
The rad centrist, or I mean, would he be considered a rad centrist or a rad lib? I guess.
Like, wasn't he shitting on Zoran and all these fucking, right? God damn it.
Real Democrats.
I'm sure that really.
Who gives a fuck? Like, dude, well, back then, even back then, your like election strategies were shit. All right? Because Bill Clinton didn't even win the fucking popular vote. He didn't, objectively. He only won like 40% of the vote. Like if you were objectively James Carville, your record would be shit, right? It took Ross Perot to win against what is it? George H.W. Bush, right?
Hit you in the heart. Twerp. That's just absolutely dead.
Wait, you stream? I didn't know that. What do you stream, girl? Oh yeah, you streamed like 4 years ago. Cool. I haven't in a while. Yeah, I didn't know that about you. Cool.
Devastating.
Yeah, it really was.
Blue Room has been around these streets, the streets of Hormuz, the streets of Twitch.
Crushing. But less than a year later, the DNC is such a mess that he's saying that I should be the person leading it. And there are a lot of things that James Carville and I disagree on, including the idea that I should be chair of the DNC. I do not think that I should be. And also, I think that it's pretty clear what the members of the DNC think of me and what, how they don't really want to hear what I have to say. I tried to change it from within. And now we're doing it on the outside with Leaders We Deserve to help elect that next generation. But the fact that James Carville was able to go from twerp to saying somebody who is a twerp should now be the chair of the DNC in less than a year is a testament to how bad things are right now.
I like to encourage smaller streamers. Yeah. I mean, I'm not exactly a large streamer myself, right? I'm not exactly a small streamer either, but like, yeah, like we got to help each other out. So what up?
Yeah, it really is.
So yeah, like this guy's like, I think it was Peacefire, right? Peacefire said it's not a competition, guys, right? We can all like pop in and out of chats and stuff. So I like that. I really like that. That's a very left-wing way of thinking. The more competitive you become, I feel like that's certainly on the right. So collaborative, working across lines, working together, that's an actual left-wing way of thinking. So I show this fact to my friend who I talked with and had nothing to say afterwards because masculinity was put under question. Oh God, really? Wait, my bad. Sorry, I missed your other call. There are a transgender person that used to serve in Russian forces during the invasion of Ukraine. During one of the vacations, he changed his sex and commandership decided to fire her and even tried to deny veteran status. Oh my God, that's crazy. I think we learned about that. Did we? We used to cover Ukraine a lot. Right now the war is kind of in a stalemate. But yeah. Like we're just waiting for like a little bit more like dramatic news really, but like Ukraine has been really at it. So I show this fact to a friend and I talked with him. And he had nothing to say, in other words, because his masculinity was put into question. Yeah, well, he would be after that. Miwa, damn right. Fragile masculinity, am I right, guys? Mm-hmm.
An actual last question here.
Gus, criminally underrated. Thank you, I appreciate it. Right. I just hope that eventually I keep streaming and you guys keep coming and watching and more people. Tell your friends, right? But if not, I'll be okay with it. I love politics, so maybe I'll find another way to do politics, but I really like streaming because it lets me be interactive with you guys, and like it just puts my degree to good use, right? Like this is stuff that I've spent a lot of time of my life like researching, right? And I'm just really passionate about it. So, right? And I'm also growing myself, right? Like I'm evaluating myself, I'm changing, I'm learning, so it's all a part of the journey for me as well. Pathetic humans. I love that emote.
Democratic Party.
I need a Glogbot emote. We'll be here when Gus gets invited to the mega streamers like Hassan. I mean, I'd love to partake in those kind of right? Like Hassan, like when I first discovered Hassan, which was about a year ago, like almost 2 years ago now. Yeah, 2 years ago now. I was blown away. I was like, wow, you can talk about politics on fucking Twitch? Right? Because I made a Twitch account, guys, when I was like 12 or whatever the fuck I was, right? And I never used it because I just wasn't really into watching like games. I'd either be playing them or collecting them or whatever, right? But occasionally I would. And then I like discovered that Hassan was streaming, and like I was like, whoa. And I did tune into like a few long ass streams of his, right? And I was like, wow, like this guy actually has read a lot of books, right? I don't agree with like every fucking assessment he's ever said, right? There are a few things that I don't agree with him on, but like he has read a lot of, you can tell he's very well read, right? Like nobody can take that away from him. He's very well read. Like he's very scholarly on many of the issues. Not every single one, but I will say like on a few he is very, right? He clearly knows what he's talking about with Palestine as well and Gaza, right? There's just so I was like very impressed because I was like, that many people watch politics? I just thought nobody would give a fuck. So then I started like looking around and I was like, you know, that's crazy because like I literally dedicated so much time of my life into all this stuff. I should do something like this, right? And that's kind of where I started, right? And I think like the Trump election is when like that day he won, I was like, oh hell yeah, I'm going in. I'm good with the sun and I'm old. Yeah, exactly. Like he is very well read. Very well read. He knows his shit. And I mean, not only that, he reads like he reads his stuff on many of the streams that I was like, yeah, damn, I remember that book. Oh, damn. Okay. It's like not that old. Yeah. When I first heard of Hassan it was from other lefties bad mouthing him. Then I saw some clips and thought, I don't know, I kind of like this himbo. Yeah, exactly. He reminds me very much of a political science, like a political science student. Again, I don't agree with everything he's ever said, but like overall, I would say, yeah, he's very well read. Very well read. Like he's when he's talking about an issue, I'm like, oh yeah, I know that source. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've read that book. He'll even cite it and I'll be like, yep, we read that in college, right? And like that's good because that's how you know someone actually knows what the fuck they're talking about. I like Hassan. I think he's done more to support the left wing than most of his critics. Yeah, like Destiny comes off like initially, right? This is what I thought of Destiny. Initially, I thought Destiny was a really good presenter, but he lacked the intellectual, some of the intellect, or a lot of the intellectual honesty that Hassan had. While Hassan maybe wasn't like as well polished, I prefer the intellectual stuff because of course I do. Right? So to me, I was just like, yeah, Destiny's a good debater, or he's good at like sounding like very passionate or confident, but it's not confidence, it's actually more passion. And like he's just wrong on a lot of stuff, right? And then like that was my initial response, right? And then Vosh, same thing. Like he was clearly well read, but the problem with Vosh is I feel like, and this was before I learned about the fucking dick horse stuff and right, all that crap. So sorry guys, I'm not into streamer drama, but Vosh, I kind of like, I was like, yeah, he clearly has read a lot of stuff, but what I don't like about him is that he relies far too much on like big words and citing and like, how do I say this? Like referring to like, he refers too much to theory. I don't know how to describe it, guys, but essentially that's kind of what I don't like about him. He gets too wordy. And the reason I don't particularly like that is yep, that. The reason I don't particularly like that is there were a lot of people in my political science classes that did that, and I fucking hated it. I don't know, it just like, it just rubbed me the wrong way. I try to make this stuff more accessible to people. So like, I feel like Vosh is not exactly accessible, right? Because he's just too like high on his horse. And if you notice, like my style is more like down to earth. It tends to be more like off the cuff, right? I'm not like constantly citing theory left and right, because at the end of the day, I think it's just theory, right? Like it's important to know, but don't let it be like the guiding light. High on this horse. Yeah, I don't know. He's literally high on his horse, right? He's a little too douchey for me. I grew up with a ton of douchebags. Like, have you been to Massachusetts, guys? Massachusetts is full of douchey people. He reminds me so much of, and apparently he's from LA, which is like, there you go. That's why he's douchey, right? Oh, fuck. Oh. So that was just kind of like my initial impression. So I was like, out of all the people, I feel like I wanted to be more like Hassan, right? From that perspective, right? Which is talk about like these issues on like a more intellectual level. But I forget who else I watched, but there were a few others, and then I just fucking started it. Horses, like what about tanks? Sesquipedalian means too many syllables or overly complex words of usage. Yes, exactly. That's what he is, right? And I don't know, that style never really like resonated with me. Like, he's well read on a few things, but I just also think his analysis is too douchey and very high-minded, and like, I don't know, it's not very practical, right? Like, I like practicality, and what do I mean by that? I mean like he tends to be like, well, this is how this is how this and this system work, and therefore that's why there is this happening, right? And in reality, it's a lot simpler than that, right? You could argue he just like takes these like very complex things that he learned in books, which like, I don't blame him, and then he tries to like make up his own theories, and I'm just like, dog, you can't do that, because like there are other people that have said this, and like you're just wrong on this, right? So there's a few examples. I just haven't watched Vosh in a long time, so I can't give you one like concrete example. But I remember thinking that I was like, this guy is literally grasping at straws at this point. He's trying to show off too much, and I just don't like that. Ugh. Too high on your horse, literally. It was a dictionary word from it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Outer Signal. So that's kind of my analysis of the streamers and stuff, right? And then I guess I learned recently about Wick, and Wick is just, I don't know. He's just like a lib at this point, right? Who like organizes debate panels and they go off the rails. I'd say that he was on his high horse and he fell off to destructive, that staying too close to orbit and backfire when he won't even notice or give a shit that it happens. Yeah, it's just like he'll just take like random subjects and mash them together. Like, I don't know how to describe it, guys. I have to watch another Vosh video and I don't want to do that, but like you literally see it in almost every video. And I'm like, at the end of the day, you don't really end up learning the actual material, which is hilarious to me because he's so like stuck on like moralizing and like making this like high strung theory that he's clearly thought up himself, because I've never read any of that shit, right? Oh my god, it's just weird. And a lot of the times he'll even say it, he's like, that's just what I think though.
Primary calendar that is right now being hotly debated. Biden and his association with, like, frankly, a very elderly and
one thing I really do like, right? And like I came to the conclusion about like Star Trek and post-scarcity and socialism and all that stuff, right? Many years ago, like I'm thinking 2019, right? Yeah, 2019. And I'm starting to see more and more Twitch streamers and people on YouTube talk about Star Trek and stuff, right? And the reason I like that is because like I was like, yeah, see, that's factually correct, right? Because there are people that have been out there and said, listen, this is like an example of socialism, of communism, right? Essentially. It's just it's like a very pure form of it. And like, see, that's how you do this kind of theory. Not, I'm going to make stuff up like Vosh and be like, yeah, well, that's just how it is or whatever, right? Yeah. That's why, like, a lot of times, I just stopped watching them a while ago for that, right? And then people told me about the horse dick shit, and I was just like, yeah, no, I'm good, thanks.
effective Southern Democratic Party machine.
He also has some pretty lib takes, if I remember correctly, right? But
South Carolina to the front of the primary calendar, also as a way to foreclose any debate about him being the nominee, and we all saw how that worked out. And now Nevada is also trying to jockey as well to be the first state in the process instead of Iowa and New Hampshire, which are two very white states that, you know, like Buttigieg did quite well in Iowa for, you know, Bernie and him got close to winning that state last time, and he ended up completely flaming out after that. So I understand the impulse to pick a state that is more representative of the diversity in the coalition. But what do you make of this fight? Like, what is this fight really about, Nevada versus South Carolina in the primary calendar?
You know, I think that there's some different sides of this, but I think ultimately what gets lost in that is that regardless of what the primary calendar is, we need to just run the best candidates that we can and figure out how to win, because inevitably we need to show that even if the establishment, for example, thinks that I think there are some people who believe that us.
Yeah, and there's another thing I've noticed is there are a lot of streamers now. I think we rated into one of them that are very into like electoralism. And I laugh when people call me an electoralist or like that's electoralism, because that's just like the more practical side of politics, right? That's the system we live in. I'm just pointing it out, or I'm just demonstrating it. But I think like when you turn politics into a game where it's like this person's up by 5 percentage points, you know, now they've been up by 3 and everything's just like a game. I think that's when it becomes really stupid, right? Because to a certain degree, it does impact us, guys. And this isn't my opinion. It's just how it is, right? So like you have to take that into account. But there are a lot of people that are very much like about that aspect of it, right? It just kind of reminds me of like when I first started my degree in politics, right? I used to follow all the races and shit. And the reason I stopped doing that is because most of the like primaries are not contested at all, so who gives a fuck, right? Secondly, the system is fucked in itself. Like, and if you're like not really looking at that, you need to be able to like be able to primary all these people to actually make a big difference. Right? And yeah, I just think you can get a little too caught up in the gamesmanship of it, right? And it's why I don't like it. Like, I just kind of like, ugh. I get a little, right? I do cover some of it, but I try to do good candidates who are going to push the country into a more left-wing direction, right? I just don't like blanket, like I don't sit there like covering every fucking district, every fucking, right? Because at the end of the day, you can get really lost in the weeds and it becomes just a game. Again, good to understand, but elections should only be seen as a tool. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. You nailed it, buddy. It's just a tool, okay? It's like if you, it would be like if like your whole stream was just Chat GPT, right? Like, it's just a fucking tool, right? You actually have to do the rest of the work and actually go out there and make a difference and, right, all the stuff that we talk about, educate people, et cetera, right? You can't just rely on it, on electoralism as a thing, right? That's why I always kind of laugh when people say that to me, because I'm like, no, we're just using it as a tool to get to a place that we want to be, right? But it's not like the end all be all of it. Exactly. Well said.
Picking South Carolina as a way of stomping down on progressives and making it harder for them to win.
I do think people like get a little too like, look at my shiny new tool, right? And they get a little too lost in the weeds, and that's when you can get like into trouble, right? And that's like what people are critiquing electoralism on, and I completely agree, right? I am not like, do not fall for that electoralism shit, right? But at the same time, you have to use it as a tool to move the country into a more left-wing direction, right? Along with all the other stuff we say we have to do, right? Which is like organizing workers, creating unions, co-ops, right? Education, streaming, YouTube videos, right? All this stuff, creating like communities of leftists who actually understand this stuff, right? Talking about like different forms of government, right? That are not like, hey, ergo, right? Star Trek, right? Stuff like that. All that is going to help. It's just like a part of the toolbox, right? The DSA, right? Why is the DSA effective now? Because they're just using it as a way to leverage the system, right? Et cetera, et cetera. I really like that theory, right? It's a socialist theory. It's called the dirty break, right? You basically infiltrate and you kick out the people who are not really gonna do anything for the people, right? The corporatists, you kick them the fuck out. Done, right? We read about this, right? There's different strategies to use, right? These are what we're talking about, tools, strategies, right? These are practical things. So like, remember, we talked about this. There are game acceptors, right? Which are people who literally just like play the game of electoralism. There are game deniers, people who say, fuck all that shit. It's all terrible and I don't want any part of it, right? And then there are the game changers, right? And I try to be a game changer, right? Which is somewhere where you accept that there is a game, but you're trying to change it to better suit your needs, to move the country and the world, hopefully, right, into a more left-wing, caring way of thinking of everything that we talked about here on the stream. Yeah.
Need to figure out, obviously, how to win in the deeper South. We have great candidates like Justin Peterson who are doing great work in the South. We have candidates like Ruah Roman in Georgia. We have candidates like Akbar Ali in Georgia. We have candidates all over the place that are progressives in the South. And time again, we see throughout American history that some of the most successful social movements and progressive movements that start in our country start in the crucible of so much injustice that happens across the South, especially with what we're seeing right now with redistricting that's happening. And I want to see somebody who can go out there and win regardless of what those states are, based off of their vision and expanding the electorate and really exciting people. Because I don't think
I was on a roll, dog.
I think that just the primary calendar if the primary calendar in and of itself is totally determinative of who's going to end up being the nominee, I don't think that that's going to be there would be other reasons why somebody as a progressive candidate doesn't succeed. If it's just because of the sequence of states that are in the primary calendar, I don't think a strong candidate is actually going to be that affected by it. And it speaks to the necessity of us making sure that as progressives, we field the strongest candidate that we can for the Democratic primary.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen historically, even with Iowa and New Hampshire being first, that's not determinative of who the candidate ends up being. I guess my just one final question is, are you concerned at all that if South Carolina is the first primary date, essentially, for the presidential pick, that we're kind of retreating to the Biden infrastructure and Jamie Harrison's leadership?
Why is Emma saying this? Because South Carolina is very conservative, right? It's also a very different state because most of the black constituency there vote Democrat, but they tend to be more moderate Democrats. I don't really like this strategy. I think it's fucking stupid. I think you should just hold one primary all at once across the entire country. Right? If we're even going to have this system, which I don't like anyway, because I would prefer ranked choice voting anyway, right? We've talked about that a million times. But, like, right, you're not going to change. This is what I'm talking about. Like, to get these things to change, you got to change. You got to have people who actually want to change the game, right? Not just sit there saying, I'm not playing this shit. Fuck you, right? So, other than that, I do notice that when I haven't seen him in a while, that other people feedback will have me copy and pasting vibes based on seeing who. Based on the last time certain people heard about him in an FD or West Side Tyler video. And when I check back, oh, Vosh? I remember I was specifically wrong with Vosh is buried under things that they're right about. And he'll be saying, like, his takes are consistent. He's never left the left over drama, but his attitude is cynical. He's a cynical prude. He's a bit of a cynical prude. But his attitude is that of a cynical prude. Yeah. And I don't like that. Like, there's enough people like that around here that I grew up with, and I'm like, fuck all that, right? If you notice, guys, I try not to be so, I try to be more optimistic, fun-loving, right? Like, even on more chill, like, streams, like, where we're, like, discussing more, like, serious topics and stuff, right? Like, I just go with the flow, right? I'm not sitting there trying to make stuff, trying to, like, force trying to force a vibe that isn't there, right? Or, like, for example, like, I'm certainly not cynical. In fact, I'm actually quite optimistic. I just point out all these things to show you guys, like, it can change, right? And when people demand that it changes, we can actually make a difference, right?
Being centered down there where they've really led us wrong in many ways.
You know, I think that this is going to be driven a lot more by the candidates, to be honest with you. Like, Jamie Harrison is not chair of the DNC anymore. And sure, there's obviously across the Deep South, there's always, like, these bigger political machines that happen and everything. But there are regardless of the sequence, like I said, of the states that are out there, I think it could say even more if we did win South Carolina. And it presents a potentially a bigger challenge for progressives in some ways, but I think it could present a bigger opportunity. If the establishment and the media believe that the cards are stacked against us in that state, and there is a progressive that goes and wins the primary there because things are going so bad, and the establishment is going to do what they have done, which is continue to fail over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's a good take, dude. You nailed him, right? And it's why I stopped watching him, right? I stopped watching him for that because I just, like, noticed that. I'm like, wow, he just rants on and on and on and on and on about stuff that, like, then you think about it and you're like, the fuck does that have to do with politics, motherfucker? What? Oh my God.
Anything to stand up to Donald Trump in any form other than...
Because politics, like, you learned this in Politics 101, right? Politics is just a way of, it's an extension to getting what you want
in life, right? It's a tool, right, to get power, to then execute that for your group or community. Really that simple, right? If I'm boiling it down to, right? So when people are talking about politics, that should be one of the caveats, one of the things that we're talking about, right? And obviously, like, we cover like dumbass shit Trump says and crap, right? But like, we do that out of fun too, right? And just to meme him and shit. But like, yeah, that's the system, right? Honestly, pretty good take. Yeah, I mean, again, sorry, I read that already.
Strongly worded letter. I think that is going to help empower us to victory. But what I will say is the primaries.
I love Tesla.
That really do matter.
We cover shit like that, right? But we're also like memeing on it because like it's ridiculous that the president is essentially subsidizing a corporation by giving them national television news and presenting them at the White House and all the crap, right? Like, just that as an example, right? Like, that's basically that's the takeaway from what we're saying. But we're having fun while also watching it, right? We're not just like presenting it in a very dry, plain way. We're having fun at the same time, right? Because it's literally a fucking circus. I'm about to get my fucking like red clown nose out and start honking it because we live in a fucking circus, guys.
Right now are some of the final ones that we have coming up across the country for 2026, right? I want to make sure that people are not sleeping on a great candidate, a great progressive who's running named Patrick Roth up in Boston, who's running against one of the most conservative Democrats in Congress.
Yep. We all know who that is. The guy who's literally against abortion in the state of Massachusetts, which is like, why hasn't this motherfucker been primaried? Well, there you go, right? That's what I'm talking about. Like, can you just believe, like, sucking off, it's not Richie Neal, sorry. It's, what's his name? Fuck, I'm blanking on his name. He's terrible.
Stephen Lynch, who's voted.
Stephen Lynch, that's him. He's the I knew he was talking about him, just the way he talked about him, right? He's the piece of shit. He's literally against abortion, right, guys? He doesn't believe in a woman's right to choose, and he represents, right? And this is what I mean. Like, what? But if I was a game acceptor, I'd be like, yeah, but he's a Democrat, and we gotta have, right? No, fuck that. I'm not covering his fucking election. Now I will cover this guy because Stephen Lynch is shit. He's dog shit, guys, right? But like he said, not a lot of people even know they're running against. So like, he's got the stat, right? Richie Neal, he's another piece of shit that I remember learning about in, God damn, that guy pissed me off, right? And he's like the chair of the House and Means Committee, or was, right? And all the corruption with that shit.
To thank ICE and voted to give ICE billions of more dollars, and then say, oh no, this is so terrible after Americans are gunned down by the ICE agents that he is giving more funding to. Patrick's a voting rights attorney, and he's a staunch progressive that we absolutely need to get more support behind, and there's not a whole lot of conversation.
And this is what I mean, like, as a practical, this in the next like couple months, this is a good approach. Right? Because Stephen Lynch is objectively bad, right? That's why Casual Revolt literally dresses up as a jester sometimes. Yeah, I don't blame him. I gotta get a jester suit. I'm probably more of a red clown nose guy, but I'll put on the makeup, sure, I guess.
About him right now, but we're doing everything we can to get him elected and defeat Stephen Lynch as an ultra conservative Democrat who, by the way, when he was at a protest when Stephen Lynch was at a protest talking about what he's doing to fight back against Trump, somebody said, you need to do more to fight back against him. Stephen Lynch's response in this video of this was to say, I'm the member of Congress. You're not the member of Congress. I am. If you want to make this decision, you run, but I'm the member of Congress. Yeah, that was his response to a Democratic constituent saying you need to do more to fight back against Donald Trump. That is the type of entitlement we need way less of in the Democratic Party. We're proud to be
that is something he would say, right? And this is what I mean. Yeah.
Rigel, what up? Welcome back.
Patrick, because of that, and more importantly, and sooner, we have Donovan McKinney, who's the first incumbent challenger that we endorsed in our primary efforts to challenge incumbents, who's running against one of the worst Democrats that we have in Congress, who's so bad that even his own fellow Democrats don't like him and are going on the record saying he won't be missed or asking who he is. His name is Sri Tandadar, and we have to defeat him with Donovan McKinney, who is a staunch progressives leader. And then we also have Mai Vang, who's going to be running in November against Democrat Doris Matsui, who's been there between her and her late husband.
Yeah, so what he's saying is he's using this as a tool to get further to the left. That's essentially his message, guys, right? Now, do I think me and him agree on everything? Absolutely not, right? That's not what I'm saying. That's not what nobody's saying, and nobody should be saying this. However, yeah, Stephen Lynch and all these ass clowns have to go, right? I'm a familiar face now. You are. You leveled up. That's a cloud emote. We got the Christy Gnome clown emote. That one's pretty funny, but she's out of there now, so that's not as funny anymore. Might have to get rid of that one. Nobody uses it too. I see all the ones that everybody uses. See, nobody knows who Huey Long is, so, or not a lot of people know who Huey Long is, but that's Huey Long. So
7 years, and it's taken millions of dollars in corporate cash over and over and over again, and Mai can win that race. But to do all of that, we need people's support, obviously, Emma, because like I said, we don't back candidates just based off of what a donor wants us to do. We back candidates that younger people and people of all ages can really believe in. It can build a better Democratic Party. And my ask of people would be, if they can, please support our work at Leaders We Deserve, because we rely...
Excuse you, we just dropped Clown Christy Gnome.
pretty much entirely on small dollar contributions to support our work. And that enables us to have the independence to do what the establishment has needed to for a long time, but has refused to, which is backing truly progressive candidates that will reject the influence of corporate PAC money and special interests in our elections. And if people want to support us, they can just go to leaderswedereserve.com.
Sorry,
and we will put a link to Leaders.
I told you guys, my chat is fucked up. I don't know what's going on. I see it now. Thank you.
We Deserve down below wherever people are listening.
I see it now. It was so fucked up. I don't know. It's like keeps freezing. I don't know what's going on with Twitch.
Or watching this. Yes, and I'm on the site now. I'm glad that you mentioned some candidates that are coming up. Donovan McKinney in Michigan, of course, is a Leaders We Deserve candidate. You mentioned Justin Pearson in Tennessee, which is also a primary that's next week. That's not getting a ton of attention, Patrick, because it's not on the same day. It's on a Thursday. Patrick Roth as well in Massachusetts. And then, of course, you have these candidates in California, Villegas, Mai Vang as well, who are going to be going up in the general election. But people can go to the website to check it out. David Hogg, really appreciate your time today. Thanks so much. And you can support Leaders We Deserve once.
I wonder if we're ever going to get a Hoggers emote. Probably on 7 TV or something, right? I forget who started that. I think it was you, Ducky, who started that, right? All right. Lurk. Yeah, guys, remember that emote makes you lurk. So if you need a lurk, use the emote too. Right. Up next, I guess Bernie was on Meet the Press. But let's also cover this. Liberal Sloptubers, am I right? Oh, God.
The success in some circles of these DSA candidates should be a red alert for the Democratic Party.
They better speak truth to its most extreme base, or they're going to let a small...
Yeah, by the way, I disagree entirely with David A. Pakman here.
...action of radicals drive more people toward Donald Trump.
There is a small group of far-left extremists gaining influence.
Democratic Socialists who now have a chokehold all over the Democratic Party.
The reality is very, very scary. At this point, a majority of the governing board is controlled by people who are explicitly communist.
They attach themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview.
They want to toss out our Constitution, eliminate all checks and balances. They want to concentrate power, control entirely the means of production.
Or you move in this incredibly authoritarian way, right, where you get secret police, people being rounded up and brutalized. And I'm afraid that that's what we're seeing in DSA right now.
These are people.
Jesus. What the fuck? These ass clowns, right, guys? Oh my god.
Even 10 or 15 years ago, but it would have been relegated to the outer extreme fringes of the Democrat Party.
Motherfucker, you're an extremist fringe candidate. What? Like, if you ever ran, you would be so extreme. You're a Nazi. What the fuck?
Over a 10-year period, we saw the organization just become more and more extreme.
You're the new
10 years ago,
Goebbels,
when I would
literally.
interview DSA people, socialists, etc., they would say to me very soberly, they would go, listen, David, I'm a socialist, you're not. But our next stops on this bus are the same.
When I say extreme left, I mean really extreme left. You see it on the position with Israel.
Should we learn old, fun French songs? Hell yeah, Mima! I love it.
What's been called the Red-Green Alliance, which is definitely a short-term arrangement between Islamic fascism and socialism.
This Islamo communist alliance. I mean, the left should have no rightful association with the Islamic fucking Guard of Iran.
I regularly get emails and see comments from people saying, you're with us.
Oh my god. Fuck you, dude.
Or against us.
Ethan Klein, man, he's gone like... That's another guy. I used to watch his comedy videos, right? They were pretty funny. I remember when I was like a kid. And now I'm just like, oh, dude. You're so cringe. You're so fucking cringe.
For us to be progressives, we now have
Just stick to comedy. Like, why did you stop? Nobody cares about your opinion on podcasts and shit. Clearly, right? He was on my Xbox YouTube when he was unplugged. Hey chat, does anyone know what happens at the end of YouTube live stream when it ends on Xbox One? No, what happens? You get a giant middle finger. They are so left that they have gone fuck you circle and now are now right.
believe ideas and support ideas that are completely nuts.
Yeah. The last frame stays up while the buffer wheel just goes on and on until it exits. Wow. Oxpecker, didn't you say you turn on like the stream to go to bed or something? And then you'll wake up to my ass literally pointing at the fucking screen, meaning at you. That shit is funny. I laughed.
Our people dressing as Mao.
Piker, in those Mao pajamas.
Hassan Piker was dressed like Mao.
Wasn't that just like a...
I put together that compilation to showcase the class solidarity between wealthy liberals and wealthy fascists who both feel threatened by the rise of socialism. And if it feels like they're more hysterical than ever before, that's because they are. Because
Mima just hit 25 messages. What
they're
up?
trying to whip people into a frenzy before Tuesday's primaries, where multiple socialists and socialist...
Gus watches you when you sleep. I do. Somehow. I don't know how, but... I've got powers. It was a radioactive spider or some shit. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's a smart TV in the living room. Yeah, that was a funny story. Yeah, Oxpecker said he had like the stream on the smart TV apparently, and I guess it stopped while I was doing this, and he woke up to me doing this. That's the Gus X point. What up?
The Jason candidates are going to face off against their establishment opponents, including Abdul El Sayed, Donovan McKinney, Kyle Blomquist, Shama Sawan, Corey Bush, Hartzell Gray, just to name a few. So if they're able to get you to second guess your support for these so-called extremists, then maybe they'll convince people to change their votes and stop the dam from bursting for a little bit longer. And listen, I don't blame them for being afraid, because the success of 3 Mamdani-backed candidates was an undeniable turning point in American politics. But if socialists get another 3 victories on Tuesday, or possibly 4 or 5, maybe even 6 in a single night, I think that most people will begin to feel like socialism is unstoppable, which could create a bandwagon effect that ultimately seals the fate of the establishment. So it's make or break, which is why centrists and fascists are both shrieking louder than ever before. But regardless of the outcome, it's not going to change the fact that our country right now is at a crossroads. Our political establishment has thoroughly failed us. And they failed us so badly that the only viable form of politics right now is populism, like it or not. The question is, given the choice between right-wing pseudo-populism in the form of fascist demagoguery and left-wing economic populism in the form of class warfare and socialism, which side are we going to choose? Because the choice really does seem binary at this point. The Democratic Party's base is increasingly choosing to side with socialists because they want to stop fascists. And they know that more neoliberal incrementalism isn't going to stave off the threat of fascism. However, some Democratic Party politicians, as well as liberal anti-Trump Sloptubers, are temporarily teaming up with the people they supposedly hate the most, which is fascists, to defeat the socialists, because the threat of communism to them is a greater concern than the clear and present danger posed by fascism. But for the record, if you're worried about communism while the fascists are in control of the entire country, your brain is broken. Full stop. And I think that AOC put it best when she was asked about the supposed threat of communism in the United States of America.
But isn't there concern that, this slippery slope towards socialism inevitably ends up as full-blown communism? I mean,
oh, fuck.
No? I'm not concerned about America turning into a communist country in like a year. That is like, I think that is, oh, sorry. I think that's, I think it's very silly. I think you just think about how impossible to raise the minimum wage in America in 10, 15, 20 years. We can't even raise the minimum wage. Do Republicans really think that this stuff is going to happen? No, they don't. They're trying to scare people because they don't want us talking about the fact that we all have a right to health care in this country. So they want to call it communist, and they want to call everything they don't like communist, because if people actually wake up to the fact that their elected officials are screwing them over when they get here, then they're going to realize that they deserve better, and that healthcare as a right isn't crazy. It isn't pie in the sky. They want to call this stuff communist because they don't want us to realize that the rest of the developed world has guaranteed healthcare in this country. So they want to call it communist because they don't want you to know that Germany, Italy, the UK, Canada, everybody else has it better than us, and we spend the most amount of money for the worst care in the modern developed world.
And of course, she's 100% right. If we can't even raise the fucking minimum wage in this country, I don't think that communism is necessarily right around the corner. Call me crazy, but I just feel like that doesn't seem plausible in the near future. Hell, I'm skeptical about whether or not basic social democracy is even possible in this country in the next 100 years, given how fucked up and regressive our political system is. But it behooves wealthy people to get poor people to think that socialism is a threat to them too, because getting poor people to think that they could be the next Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk helps to reinforce this idea that the rigged capitalist economy should never change, seeing as how it could one day benefit them too. As George Carlin put it, it's called the American dream.
My boy Tupac, what up?
Because you have to be asleep to believe it. And if the peasants actually started to wake up,
those brief half moments of drunk asleep also could see Mike. Celery is communism. Duh. Joe Mama's communism. Everyone else is communist. Doesn't mean we have to be, yeah. Everything is communism. Woo! What up, Living Lily? All right, I'll let Gloggy say it. Even the USSR was not all communist. Of course it wasn't.
Give me the money, okay?
Exactly. Sun is communist.
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Damn right, girl. Enjoy the gifted sub. Thank you, W. Living Lily. For the gifted sub to Mima. I'm sure they'll enjoy it. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Helps me do this more and more. Because, yeah, streaming is fun. And I can't do it without your support. Love it, guys. Thank you so much. China policy. Houses are for not living for profit. Don't know if they're really communist, but so based. Well, people were buying them for profit, right? To sell them and to make money off them. Yeah. Right. The government was like, no, that's not, you can't do that. And hell yeah, the gloggy emotes, they're our most popular. People love them. I'm glad you guys love gloggy. He was a passion project of mine. I really like tried my best with it. Hell yeah, the dances. I love that. Make sure to use them on other streams because, guys, you've been like blasting emotes on other streams. It's fucking awesome. Like, I love it because I can like track like how many people use them and stuff. And we have like hundreds of people now using them. It's awesome. All thanks to you guys. Love it. China just stopped speculation and limited the hell out of landlords. Check all the cap. Yeah, exactly. I think the greater problem though is the need for humans to do that, right? Like you can outlaw that stuff to a certain degree, but the need will always be there. And I think the biggest need there is it's the scarcity, right? Like if there was no housing scarcity, then the value of homes would just be pointless, right? Like and that's ultimately where we want to head to, right? We want to head towards post-scarcity because the only reason that happened in China was because of scarcity, right? Scarcity creates all these problems, guys. I use this all every time, everywhere. Yeah, good. Yeah, no, like apparently I get a report, right? And I was like blown away. I was like, what? Over like 300 or 400 people have used your emotes across like, I forget, it was like 49 or 65 channels, something like that. And I was just like, what? That's crazy. Thank you guys. Right? And it said it was like over 300 something people. So I was like, damn. I recently scanning like a local Amazon, and there are so many Chinese teachers, like Chinese people who move there to study and teach in Moscow. Interesting. Okay. And we're getting more emotes very soon, apparently. So we already got 2 new ones, right? The coffee, which I'm just probably gonna change to sip. I don't know if you guys like that, but for me, thanks. Yeah, for you. I love the Tupac emote based.
And realize that they've been lied to about capitalism all these years, then they might start demanding more. They might start calling for a fair and equitable system, which the elites don't want because they monetarily benefit from the exploitative capitalist system. Now, having said that, I don't fault Americans who feel skeptical or ambivalent towards socialism because it takes years to undo the capitalist brainwashing that we've all been subjected to. But I want to set the record straight. The reason why their go-to method of attack against socialism is always fear-mongering is because, as AOC said, they don't want to address the merits of the arguments that the socialists are making because they would lose every single time. It's easier to just lie and get you to equate socialism with authoritarianism so that way you don't even bother to learn anything about socialism in the first place. But in actuality, socialism is not inherently authoritarian. To the contrary, socialism is an expansion of democracy, albeit to the workplace. See, if we elect political leaders, then why shouldn't we also elect our bosses.
Mm-hmm.
If we value freedom of speech, why should we?
I've said this for years, right? It's basically just democracy in the workplace, right? And it's not like, oh, we can't have that. Why not? It works in the few countries that actually do it and have co-ops and stuff, right? That's literally what a co-op is, right? We are making Gloggy famous. Damn right. I was blown away. I was like, shit. I was with my mom a while back ranting and raving, as you do. And I said housing should not be commodity, and she agreed with me and was so proud. Yeah. Well said, right? Because the minute it's a commodity, the minute it becomes scarce, right? You're just capitulating to the scarcity, right? Meanwhile, if it's a right, it has to be by default not scarce, or as much as it can be, right? Think about that, guys. You contribute. God, now. I love that emote. The gun emote is like, I'm genuinely impressed how it came out. Oh man, it's like very, very aggressive. I love it. Boomers tend to like the idea of being a commodity. I didn't expect her to. Exactly, they do. They do tend to, right? I don't know. That's the issue that we're dealing with here, right, guys? That's why I said it. It goes further than just, banning something or doing something, right? Like, you have to also make it not scarce, because scarcity is what drives people to buy the homes to then profit off them. Because if there was no profit to be made, they wouldn't be fucking buying it, right? So even countries like China have this issue, right? And yeah, like, banning it is going to help the issue, but you're not going to get rid of the overall feeling of it, right? The overall problem, which is it's still a commodity, right? It's still something you got to buy with money, work for it, and do all that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Well said.
Allow tyrannical employers to dictate what we say in the workplace. Does freedom of speech not also extend there as well? If not, why? Why should a small handful of executives make life-altering decisions about company policy changes and layoffs without any democratic input from their workers whatsoever? See,
Well, and the reason, and the argument is, right, the reason the workers should do it is because they're all partaking to work together to do something in common, right? There's a brotherhood, a sisterhood, whatever you want to call it, right? There's a real sense of camaraderie that when you show up to work, you're doing something that is benefiting the collective, right? So it's like, why does one person get to determine that, right? Because like you saw the stuff we saw in Italy, right? The co-op owners were like, huh? Why would I be able to do that? That's stupid as hell. But in like American society, that's just called a boss. Right? In many parts of the world still, but they're speaking about specific examples, right? Ian Leo, welcome back. Good to see you again. How you doing, buddy? I think this one is inspired by Louisiana jazz. This song, because we have a oh man, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're all fine. Yeah, we're doing excellent, dog.
Have been conditioned to value freedom and liberty, so it is downright hypocritical for the same leaders who taught us to value freedom and liberty to reject those same ideals in the workplace. It's a discrepancy that they've never addressed. And since they can't just say, well, employers should be able to be tyrannical dictators who aren't going to let you benefit from the fruits of your labor, that makes them sound bad. So they have to lie about socialism and claim that it's inherently authoritarian, when ironically, they're the ones literally arguing for authoritarianism in the workplace by supporting capitalism, because that is what capitalism is. It is authoritarianism. You have no say in your job whatsoever if you don't comply with every single demand of your abusive employer and you don't let them exploit you in perpetuity. You could lose your livelihood. Now, the capitalists would respond to that and argue that you could just find another job. You have the freedom to sell your labor to a better employer. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. But that's nothing more than the illusion of choice, because our system incentivizes greed. So finding an employer who won't actually exploit your labor is almost impossible in our late-stage capitalist system. I mean, most companies don't even want their employees to have labor unions because they know that even the smallest shred of power threatens their ability to milk their workers for as much profits as possible. And that greed inevitably seeps into the democratic process, where capitalists then buy off politicians to change the rules to enable even more exploitation in the pursuit of profit maximization. It's why capitalist systems always devolve into fascist regimes, because democracy itself becomes a threat to the capitalist class. Therefore, fascists come along and they reinforce capitalism by force. We're seeing that right now with Donald Trump. Now, that's not to say that communist countries aren't immune from authoritarianism, because that's obviously not the case, unfortunately. But guess what? Most capitalist regimes around the world are also authoritarian regimes, because most countries are capitalist and most countries are also authoritarian. But we only associate socialism with authoritarianism because the ruling class has a vested interest in making us believe that a non-capitalist alternative would be detrimental to us. So they'll point to Cuba and they'll point to Venezuela and say, that's what's in store for America if we go down that same path, while not telling you that it's low-key our fault for those countries' failures, believe it or not. Because you can't say that socialism failed after you've sanctioned socialist countries into oblivion for decades. You can't tell me that authoritarianism is an inevitability in socialist countries when our country's nonstop meddling in socialist countries, particularly in Latin America, in the interest of capital, mind you, caused their leaders to centralize power in autocratic ways in the first place, because they felt like locking down their entire country was the only way that they could thwart imperial meddling from the United States and other countries. That's not a justification for authoritarianism, by the way. It's merely cause and effect. When you have a threat that is external, countries are less likely to be democratic because they feel more insulated and protected from that external threat if they are authoritarian. But that context and nuance is almost always omitted because, again, the most effective way to get working people to continue to support an economic system that's harmful to them is to scare the shit out of them about the alternative. But it's funny that their scare tactics always sound really familiar. Do you ever notice that? So a month ago, I saw this AI-generated picture juxtaposing wealthy socialist leaders feasting while citizens were forced to ration half a loaf of bread. And I pointed out that this is literally how Americans are currently living under capitalism. Income and wealth inequality has surpassed Gilded Age levels under capitalism, yet we're supposed to believe that cronyism and corruption are exclusive features to socialist countries. That makes no sense. Give me a break. But that's the thing about these people. They don't want to explain why they think socialism is bad because they always end up describing capitalism. In the compilation that you watched at the beginning of this video, Sean Hannity, of all people, who supports our autocratic president, accused socialists, of all people, of wanting to do what Donald Trump did and get rid of checks and balances and centralized power. And I'm sorry, but you don't get to say that and claim that it's bad if you support Project 2025's implementation of unitary executive theory. So shut the fuck up, Sean Hannity. But if you look at the evidence that he gives, well, let's go to the screenshot. He cites the DSA wanting to eliminate the Senate as well as the presidency and reform the judiciary. He also points to how they're calling for amnesty for immigrants, which is what Ronald Reagan supported, by the way, but he's not going to tell you that. And also defunding the Department of War, which just means that rather than spending $1.5 trillion of our discretionary budget on killing people, what if we spent like $200 billion on the military instead and use the rest of that money to actually feed and educate people? See, I don't think that that's actually very radical. In fact, I think it's common sense given how it's the norm in comparable OECD countries. But they...
Well, and this is the thing, right? Like, Both are socialist. Right? Giving money to the military is socialist. It's just the wrong policy because you're hurting people and you're just fueling more conflicts around the world. Right? And you're benefiting only a select few of people. Meanwhile, feeding people, arguably under this system, actually helps out more people, right? So it's about maximizing the amount of good, doing the best amount of good for the most amount of people, right? And that's why we end up with so many vets with PTSD, right? People with all these fucking problems, all this fucking conflict around the world, right? All for, like what he said, a way to just extract resources in another part of the world for capital, right? Or for like the business class, whatever you want to call them, right? Who gives a shit? But like that's exactly what's going on, right? Because if they didn't want those things, they wouldn't do them, right? It's just at that sense, in this sense, it's very much a part of them getting the money from the government, right? As we all say socialism, but they're just using it to start conflicts around the world. No, Darwin made kids to be smarter than me, and I believe in Jesus, and then what? Being heterosexual.
You can't just be honest, because the goal is to scare, not educate. Which is why you see so many of them clutching their pearls at the idea of eliminating the Senate and the presidency. In other words, they want you to think that the DSA is extremist because they favor a unicameral parliamentary system like Canada and many other European countries. Now, listen, there are pros and cons to the presidential and parliamentary systems.
We can't be like Canada, those commies. Damn.
I personally prefer a parliamentary system, but I actually don't like that the executive isn't directly elected. But I mean, that's why there are...
We could do like a hybrid system. I agree with that, by the way. I think it'd be better if you like actually elected the leader, right? The dear leader.
Hybrid systems with presidents and prime ministers. We're talking about basic forms of democratic governance that you learn about in Political Science 101. But if you pretend that these changes are actually going to facilitate authoritarianism, then you help sell Americans on this idea that socialism is scary, because think of all these changes. They want to abolish the executive branch that we currently have and replace it with a very common executive branch that we see around the world. It's just outrageous. And listen, to be clear, having a parliamentary system isn't related to socialism at all, but the goal, as you saw, is to attribute all possibly bad things to socialism and all scary and unfamiliar things to socialism. The former DSA member, by the way, that you heard from in that compilation, said with a straight face that he's concerned that the DSA is going to usher in a totalitarian dystopia with secret police that'll kidnap people, when the ICE Gestapo is literally fucking doing that
literally doing it, right? We see it every day on this stream, or almost every day. God damn it. These ass clowns. Oh my God. They will literally say piss on you and tell you it's raining. And some of these people literally believe it, right? Josephus, it's raining. Well, it is in pieces. It's literally a social insurance card. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dog. Like, it's just, what are our priorities, right? And this is my problem. It's like, we're doing socialism. Like their argument makes no sense, because we're doing socialism regardless, right? It's just, it's going to the top. It's going to corporations. It's going to hierarchies. It's going to all the stuff that we've talked about on the stream. So do we do it for people that are hungry, that don't have enough to eat, that don't even have a place to live, that people who are barely making ends meet, like you? I know you're not able to make ends meet, dog. Like sometimes, like, you're barely scraping by. So like, I'm pointing out you, right? Like, yeah. It's really that simple. Like, I like boiling this stuff down to simple things so you guys can digest them. That's as digestible as it can get. Right?
capitalism. Like, would it be worse if the socialists did that? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
For real.
But this is the level of intellectual honesty that you can expect from these people. You stub your toe? Well, blame socialism. Like, that's the level
Blame
of discourse.
Cuba.
You shit your pants?
God.
The socialists made you do it. They made you fart and shit your pants. You shouldn't have trusted that fart. Socialists made you do it.
Cuba.
They're trying to prime you to associate socialism with all bad things, including terrorism.
I blame the ghost of Fidel Castro and Justin Trudeau. Yes. God, Justin, why are you the son of Fidel Castro, huh?
Because since the socialists also think that genocide is bad, and they believe
I
that...
fucking love that conspiracy theory. It's honestly one of my favorite. God, why is fucking Katy Perry fucking literally fucking the unk of Fidel Castro? The son of Fidel Castro, I mean.
the war with Iran is wrong, then it logically follows that they tacitly support the religious and political aims of the IRGC too, because as you all know, you endorse everything about a particular
Oh, you want to see a curse meme? Yeah, I would love to see it, girl. Show it to me.
group of people.
If you can find it, yeah. It's hard to find stuff on Google. Google fucking sucks. Suck a dick, Google. Or remember that video we watched? Suck a dick. It was like Cardi, I think it was Cardi B running for president, right? That shit was so funny. I'm looking on my phone now, not Google. Okay, good.
If you don't think that they should be indiscriminately murdered, makes total fucking sense. I mean, their level of dishonesty really speaks to how desperate they are. They're trying to throw everything at the wall to see what sticks. But I expect fascists to say anything to stop socialism, because socialists really are the biggest opponents and the strongest opponents to their hyper-capitalist fascist ideology, which is why fascists will go out of their way to target and repress socialists and communists. Hitler did it, Pinochet did it, and under NSPM 7, the Trump regime is trying to do the very same thing by designating socialists and socialist-adjacent people as the greatest domestic terror threat in the country by targeting...
Wait, what? Replay it for you, Ian. No worries, dog. Yeah, he's dying. I was like, why did it take 12 minutes?
You were in a cult. I'm not in a cult.
Oh, no. Okay, that's a new one. I'll replay it for you, dog. No worries. Here we go. That was incredible. Shut up, piggy. For real. I wonder what he's gonna tell you now. I fucking love you guys.
Billions
You guys are so
and
chill.
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Ian Lale reached 5-stream streak 13 minutes ago. I hope you are all fine.
And billions and billions.
Thank you,
and
buddy.
billions
Appreciate
and billions
it.
and billions 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 and
There's a
billions
lot of
and
that.
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions
That was incredible.
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions
We
and
needed it,
billions
though.
and billions.
Ian, you didn't mean to do it, but you did it. Thank you, buddy.
Getting them and labor leaders and even some liberals as potential terror suspects who, to be clear, are capitalists. If you are a liberal or even a social democrat, you are definitionally a capitalist.
Correct.
So that's why I think it's sad.
That's why it's pathetic that you don't see
What's
that they're
that?
going after you, but they don't give a shit, dude.
What's that, brother?
Right? Gloggy, what frog
Please
has
clap.
your tongue? Yeah, what frog? I don't know. The cat got his tongue. Someone ask him, what cat has your tongue, Gloggy?
But not surprising to see so many liberals team up with fascists to attack socialists at a
Gus, I think Gloggy's down. He might not be responding to us.
time when the fascists
whoops.
are going
Let's see. That might have been a crash. That's why. All right. You're right. Or, let's see. Oh, it was. Yeah, it was a streamer bot. Normally that never crashes, so. Okay, let's see. I might have to reset it. That's why I was like, huh, that's strange. Oh, that's why he came out all garbly as well. He came out all garbly, guys, because if he can't connect to streamer bot, he's cooked. Cooked. Gloggy went to the farm in the country. Yeah, he got taken to the back of the barn and had a Gloggy gun emote to his face. Yeah, let me just reload the program. Okay, perfect. Try it now, guys. Should be good. If there's one other thing I might have to do, if that's the case. So, okay. So, I think I figured it out. Ah. That was it. Let's see. Try it. I'll tell you when to try it.
All right, it's a little slow today. Okay. There it is, I think. Okay. Now you guys, hold on. Slow today, I don't know. There we go. It should be working now. Give it like 5 seconds more. Cool. There it is. Working. Wow, that took forever. I think it was just stuck for some reason. Thank you for that, guys. Oh my god, auto mod. Oh, you got auto modded? My bad. Hold on. Bloggy, why you? There you go. You're good, guys. You good. You good. Bloggy's good now. No wonder he was acting like he just shit the bed. I was like, what the hell's going on with him? That's why.
Out of their way to persecute people who oppose their ideology. Because you're really showing your true colors right now. If during this time, when fascists are controlling everything and they're targeting the left, like if you join that hate campaign against the left, you are showing your whole ass right now. But it's not just, anti-Trump Sloptubers like David Pakman who are doing this. In a hit piece published in Politico about Abdul El-Sayed, they quote Democratic lawmakers as well as advocates like Shannon Watts, Fred Gutenberg, and Neera Tanden to also shit on him because Abdul El-Sayed dared to call John Fetterman an ogre, which he is. And the thing about Abdul is that he calls himself a capitalist. He's not even a socialist, but it doesn't matter because his policies still pose a threat to the capital class. If he cancels medical debt and he gets Medicare for All passed, then a for-profit industry stands to lose billions and billions of dollars every single year. They profit off of our pain and suffering, and they desperately want to keep that system intact so they can continue to make money off of our health, which is immoral, but they don't care because they put profits above people. But I mean, even if you just threaten capital minimally, and you just support Medicare for All, but you're still a capitalist, and you don't want workers to own the means of production, you're still going to go into the blender with socialists, which is why it is you basically cutting off your nose to spite your faces to align with fascists to attack the left, because the bigger threat, regardless if you are a liberal or leftist, is fascists. Hence why it's so stupid for liberal sloptubers like David Pakman to legitimize right-wing fear-mongering about socialists, because they view him in the same way that they view us. But the question is...
Yeah, absolutely true.
...is why? Like, why exactly is he doing this? And if you listen to his comments on Gavin Newsom's shitty...
And this is what I was trying to tell everyone, right? Like, I think, like, the left has way too much infighting. Way too much of it. Right? Way too much. And listen, like, whether you agree with one leftist or another or a streamer or a YouTube, I don't really care who it is. The point is that they will come after all of us anyway, right? I think that's like a really good point.
Podcast. It seems like this is purely grievance filled, although I do have my doubts. Nonetheless, let's hear it straight from the horse.
Well, Pakman is rich now, right? And he's always been pretty well off. His family is more well off anyway, right? From what I know. I don't know a lot about him, but that's fucking fat man smash.
First.
I regularly get emails and see comments for people saying, you're with us or against us. It doesn't matter if we agree on universal health care and a few other things. We believe housing should be government owned and people are assigned a house and blah, blah, blah. I go, I don't believe that. Do I think people should be homeless? No. Can I point to things that have been done in St. Louis and in Salt Lake City to just give people housing and how it's actually cheaper than having them on the streets? Yes, for homeless folks, that absolutely. But I'm not a take away private ownerships and then then you're simply not part of the same movement. This is not everybody, but these are some of the conversations I've had. So I feel like the tone of these conversations is very different today than it was 8-10 years ago.
So in his view, DSA leftists are much more hardline.
Yeah, he cares more about, like, I guess the problem with him is that he cares more about tone, right? And it's like, dude, where have you been? You've literally been covering MAGA now for 10 years plus. Don't you hate that as a tone far more than anything these people have, right? And that's kind of where you're like, well, clearly like the wealth has gotten to you or whatever, right? I don't know. Because I listen to everything MAGA says and I'm fucking disgusted, right? How they treat Canada, how they treat other countries, how they treat women, how they treat trans people, how they treat people of color, right? How they treat workers, it just goes on. Immigrants, right? Everybody you can think of, they treat like shit. Minus like the people they actually care about, which we already know, the whites, right?
Or therefore, they're a threat to the Democratic Party that they.
And it's not even just the whites, because that's a stupid way of putting it, right? It's really like the people at the top. That's really who they care about. Maoists and cat lovers. Disabled people are the latest target. Yeah, they fucking right. Disabled people
have to address.
Fuck that.
Now, is it possible that David Pakman is experiencing something similar to Anna Kasparian's crash out, where she decided to leave the left after leftists were mean to her on Twitter? I mean, sure, that's possible, right? But I don't think that David Pakman has ever been one to be easily influenced by criticism, because he's had a plethora of dogshit takes over the years about, Bolivia, about Democratic politicians in particular,
Listen,
propping up Richie Torres.
I agree, right? Like the Bolivia stuff was dog shit. Right? Because Evo Morales, objectively, like he should have picked someone else to succeed him in the movement. Right? But goddamn, Evo Morales is based. And nobody can take that away from him, right? The motherfucker has fought his soul for like indigenous rights. He's right? Down to the point where I put him on the fucking starting soon screen, right? And even my dad, who was like my dad used to be pretty conservative on this stuff, right? He didn't like any of this. And now he's really softened up and he's like, listen, besides the fact that he didn't pick like a successor, right? Somebody to like carry on the movement, because you can't carry stuff on without somebody who is like actually going to do this stuff, because you're getting old, dog. And not only that, but like you have stale ideas, right? Like you need to have people who are going to move the party in the right direction. And it could have kept going, because like Bolivia did very well under him, right? Yeah, thank you, Mima. Like it did very well objectively. Like we looked at the numbers, right? And like the revitalization of indigenous like architecture, right? That neo-Indian culture, like it's so based, and he just kind of pissed it all away. And this is why I'm not a fan of like sucking off politicians or leaders or any of this shit, right? Like they get the credit when it's due, and the minute they do something like that, or they drop the ball and smashes into a million pieces, and then a rightoid takes over, they get the fucking shaft. I don't care, right? And like that's his biggest criticism. That's my biggest criticism of him, not what he did in Bolivia, because what he did in Bolivia was objectively great, right? And we even watched the documentary on this, right? The Oliver Stone thing. I use SAM inclusive institutions. Yeah. It was a funny course. Veterans often invalidates after war of conflict. Yeah, well said.
Or as a genocide heir. So I don't think that that in particular has catalyzed.
But David doesn't like it, right? Because the people in Bolivia, right? The indigenous community have always been oppressed, right? They've always been but guys, they just got their first indigenous president, right? A country of like, what is it, 60%, 70% indigenous people, right? Native Americans finally got their representation. You can't tell me that's not a systemic problem, okay? That is a systemic problem. Especially with numbers that high. Yeah, you're telling me nobody wanted, yeah, fuck that.
The shift in him.
Right. So this is why, like, I'm a lot less like harsh on Evo, but like objectively he should have had like a better, he needed to have a system where he built it out and then he had people like run it that were all like-minded, right? You can't just do everything yourself, dog. And I think that's the problem, is like power can corrupt sometimes, and then people go like, well, I want to run for another term and another term. It's like, well, you're the one who wrote the Constitution. You had a limit. Follow the rules, dog, right? You could have kept winning, only winning.
And I'm pretty sure that he was complaining about litmus tests 10 years ago too. So I think that this is another one of those AIPAC, IPAC moments from David Pakman.
AIPAC, yeah, quite literally.
Where he is deliberately playing dumb.
AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. AIPAC, IPAC.
Sure,
David, fuck off.
You are so fucking full of shit.
You are
and you know
such
it.
full of
I think
shit,
that David
dog.
knows that the DSA or leftists in general, they haven't really changed over the last 10 years. It's more that the conditions have changed more specifically.
It's the conditions.
Israel committed a genocide. That's the elephant in the room that he doesn't want to address, and the left opposes that genocide. David Pakman doesn't seem to share that same sympathy, given how he took a picture with the man who perpetrated that genocide against the Palestinian people. And before that, back in October of 2023, David Pakman lambasted Rashida Tlaib for daring to claim that Israel bombed a hospital and suggested that she should take responsibility and delete that tweet. But further into the genocide, after hospital bombings became a routine phenomenon for Israel, David Pakman decided to just never mention the subject again, and his own audience wasn't happy about that. They were angered by his genocide coverage or lack thereof,
right,
because
Lucy?
they thought that his progressive values would logically extend to the people of Palestine, but that seemingly wasn't the case. So I think that
he had a really bad take as well on circumcision. That's when I really started to doubt fucking David Pakman. I didn't know a lot about Gaza and his position on Gaza, but I remember like I was watching him one day, and this was, wow, a long time ago. All right. And he said circumcision actually helps with AIDS. There are studies to suggest, I looked it up, there was one study, maybe two. That's not enough to make a preponderance of the evidence, dog. You should know that. Secondly, why? And is that worth, is like mutilating somebody like worth the small percentage point that they would actually get for AIDS, right? Like, I don't know, that's like saying like, I'm trying to give an example, right? Well, if you get sand in your eyes, right, that's really bad. Therefore, we should just glue everyone's eyes shut. Therefore, you could never get sand in your eyes. Yeah, but you're kind of doing something that you, right? Now, that's obviously in a more extreme example, right? Because you kind of need your eyelids open to see. But you get the point, right? That you're essentially doing a procedure that doesn't really benefit, or that like the person wasn't born naturally that way. So why are you doing the procedure? Oh, to stop this thing that affects like 1% of a percentage point of Americans. right? And that was his evidence, essentially. Well, that's what that says, which it was bullshit, right? And like, then I started going like, well, he said, well, a lot of Jews do it, and you know, and I was just like, well, yeah, dog, I think you're trying to show that you're Jewish and therefore like you should just accept it, right? When in reality, it's like most of the world is uncircumcised for a reason, right? And they don't have an AIDS problem or a cleaning problem, right? Fuck off, dude. Jesus. Like, that's when I just like, he lost the plot for me. Like, he started to completely detangle, right? I remember that moment. I was like, ooh.
He's using socialism, if I had to guess, as a synonym for anti-Zionism, because it's much easier to criticize the same people you already don't like under the guise of their economic policies than
and the same kind of logic applies to his like Israel position, which is even dumber, right?
it is to criticize them directly for opposing.
Well, because it's Jewish, right? Essentially his argument for the circumlate and like some bullshit studies that don't make any sort of conclusion to the preponderance of the evidence. And I'm just like, what, dog? No.
A genocide. That's an indefensible position to have. Nobody wants to be on the side.
Right, and that's even worse.
Of the country committing a genocide. And if you respond in a way that legitimizes or defends it in any way, shape, or form, you're going to get pushback from your own progressive audience. Rightfully so, might I add. And look, I don't know what's in David Pakman's heart, but if you listen to more of his conversation with Gavin Newsom, he demonstrates that he's much more savvy than these other liberals who are attacking leftists and socialists. He admits that centrist Democrats do have to do more than just more milquetoast incrementalism to defeat the fascists. So it seems like by his own logic and standards, he should actually be in lockstep with the DSA, at least to shift the Overton window more to the left to get better Democrats to defeat the fascists. But here he is aligning with fascists and coincidentally saying the same thing they're saying about the extremism that we see from the socialist left. It just, there's a disconnect there, right?
Yeah,
but again, I don't know what's in his heart, but it's hard to believe that angry emails got David Pakman to turn on the entire DSA movement. Having said that, I think he is correct to conflate socialists with anti-Zionists, because even if the two aren't inextricably linked, the same motivations that drive someone towards socialism are the same motivations that also drive people towards anti-Zionism. I, for one, am a socialist because I believe in equity and human rights, and I'm an anti-Zionist because I don't think that you can achieve those democratic ideals under an apartheid ethno-state. But
bingo, yeah, well said. Right, and there's a difference between equality and equity, right? We talked about this. Equity is, I mean, you guys know this stuff, but I'll just show it again, right? Right, and I've always said this, like, equality is that everyone has the same box, but not everyone's born the same height. Right? And equity is providing based on needs, right? According to your needs, give according to your what you have, right? Is this equal? No, not technically. But the outcome, right? Meaning maybe not the outcome, that's the wrong word. The ability to do in society ends up being the same, right? Yeah.
Some liberals will oppose the socialist left because of their foreign policy, right? They're going to align with fascists and support them over socialists.
Yeah, because that's not really an outcome, right? That's another thing they say, is they'll always say, well, you want equality of outcome. Fuck you, buddy. Like, you're just twisting words and trying to get people afraid of that shit.
Because they don't agree with their foreign policy. Some are going to oppose them for different reasons, because they threaten their wealth and power. But the underlying reasons why they oppose socialists have the same exact root. Socialists fundamentally threaten the status quo that they all desperately want to protect.
Mm-hmm.
But the good news is that it's a free country, and they are more than welcome to compete with us in democratic primaries and in the marketplace of ideas. But all I ask is that they drop the phony-ass bullshit and just be fucking honest about why they actually hate socialists. It's not because we're authoritarian or extremists. They know that. It's because we fundamentally believe that all human beings should be equal in all facets of life, and they don't. They want to uphold the current system of exploitation, inequality, and abuse, and since they'd look like assholes for just admitting that, they have to cloak their arguments in fear-mongering and concern trolling to make socialists look like we're the bad guys. But don't let them bullshit you. The only people who should actually be afraid of socialists are the oligarchs who want to continue to hoard wealth at the expense of everyone else.
Beta.
Alpha male, not a beta male.
Beta. Has everyone heard that song, David Pakman's a beta male? It's actually kind of funny. I mean, like, he is, but... Jesse Lee, he's the one who started the beta thing, right?
I have with me David Pakman. He is a progressive host and executive producer of the nationally syndicated radio and TV program, The David Pakman Show. And I wanted to talk to David Pakman. He is a beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male. A beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male.
This is not turned well for him, to be honest.
Can you remind the audience, when you talk about being a beta male and being an alpha male, what are we talking about here?
There are males, most men today.
Yeah.
Male. They think and act like a woman. They're emotional. They are mentally off. They have no logic. And that's a beta male. They go along with homosexuality.
Hold on, whoa, Jesse, we got to, that's a lot.
LGBTQ.
That's a lot,
They
hold on.
agree with everything that's raw. Abortion, they think and act just like a woman. A beta male does. But a non-beta male doesn't, because he's a logical thinking. And they're controlled by the darkness of David Pakman. He is a beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male. A beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male. A beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male. A beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male. David Pakman. He is a beta male. A beta male. David, you're not here to communicate. I really appreciate you coming on. I'm going to let you go. It's a waste of time to talk to you. You're not communicating. You're acting like a idiot.
You're asking these clowns on the fucking screen, all of them.
And you're wasting
I hate
my
them
time.
all.
I appreciate you coming. All right, thank you for coming. Goodbye. Goodbye.
For different reasons, right? The beat kind of slaps, though, right, guys? That's what we're playing.
All men who are progressive, or males who are progressive, are weak people. They are weak people, and why having people on it?
Flexing that emo. What up? Fucking love it.
Okay, now this is sort of funny, but some people are furious.
All right. Now, up next. Chugging along here, guys. Oh, yeah. I did want to... Or was it? We'll cover that tomorrow because that's hilarious too.
Haley Stevens.
Oh yeah, this is the thing, yeah.
Oh my God, she's doing great. She says, takes $46 million in PAC money. That's the kind of small town values Michiganders love. Haley Stevens, everyone.
He just fucking trolls the shit out of her. Walter Masterson, damn right, October. Oh my God, that's. I love that emote. Jesus, how have I never seen that before, girl? Is that new?
Are you leaving? Wait, was it something I said? I just wanted to talk about the $46 million in corporate PAC money that you're getting from all the. Is that going to help the Michiganders? There you go.
No. Fucking hilarious, guys.
Where are we in Michigan right now? We're very north, right?
Traverse City.
Traverse City, Michigan. How far are we from Canada?
Well, we're past the border.
Canada.
At like 3 hours because you'd have to travel through Detroit.
Am I
We're,
right, Chad?
basically-
God.
This was a 4-hour drive from
God.
Detroit. I'm gonna go say hi to Haley Stevens. She's doing a meet and greet here, and I figured this would be the best meet and greet for me to meet and greet Haley Stevens. This would be the last place her campaign would expect me to show up. I'm gonna show up here, and then there's another meet and greet 2.5 hours later. And where's the other one? Bay City?
Bay City.
Bay City. So my hope
Bay
is
City,
to
man.
just follow her around
I love this guy. Yeah, he's pretty funny. That's why we're watching it.
and
right?
let her know
We need something funny
what
to watch.
a big corporate shill I think she is. And just make sure that she knows
nuts. Got him.
and that she knows that I know it. And she knows that everyone else knows it. Going into the primary this Tuesday? This Tuesday. Tuesday.
What do you think of all the Abdul signs that you're passing up here, though?
Hell yeah, Abdul.
That's refreshing.
We got a lot of
is that
Michiganders in chat too, which is based.
This has happened
Damn
before
right,
where
Mima.
I'm not the only one there to yell at her and protest her. It's kind of like, a bunch of undercover cops running into each other at a drug bust, right? So ideally, like I start yelling and 2 other people start yelling, and then we're all like, oh, we're all here. Look at us. Let's see how this goes. Fingers crossed, everyone.
You feeling nervous or you feeling ready?
I'm nervous that I hope they just don't recognize me and toss me prematurely.
Yeah, they're
I
gonna
wanna get to,
recognize you, dog. This is gonna be so
tell
funny.
Haley about herself before they get to tossing. There we go. Here it is, everyone. Is she inside or is she outside? That's a good question.
She's right there.
Oh, she's right there. Yes. All right. Keep it rolling, baby. Actually, maybe put the camera down for like a second so people don't think we're sniping her. But yeah, this is great. Oh, this is lovely. Hey, Haley. Enough sound? Oh, perfect. Oh my God. Haley. Oh my God. Haley Stevens. Oh my God. She's doing great. She says, takes $46 million in PAC money. That's the kind of small town values Michiganders love. Haley Stevens, everyone. There you go. Haley. Come on, $46 million in PAC money coming from outside.
Fuck?
It's not even coming from Michigan. These aren't even Michigan businesses. This is not not even U.S., but it's coming from outside the country. There you go. Wait, why are you leaving? Well, come on. Oh, she's leaving. Wait, was it something I said? I feel like I say the wrong
my
things.
height. Aw.
I have a problem reading
You
the
a
room
short
sometimes.
queen.
But Haley, I just wanted to talk about the $46 million in corporate PAC money that you're getting from all the. Is that going to help the Michiganders? There you go.
She does look little though. Yeah. I don't know if it's like her outfits or you
She
can't
left.
always judge it.
She left.
You can't always judge it on like like perspective. Sometimes it's the camera and shit, but still, yeah, it's pretty funny, right?
Why are you leaving? An ice cream cone and 25 cents in this economy?
In this economy, guys? Hell no.
We could have a talk. You want to talk about it?
Talk the second Tuesday of next week.
The what?
We can have a talk the second Tuesday of next week.
The second Tuesday of next. Wait, I just got that. I get it. The second. So wait. So here's the joke. There's like a Monday, Tuesday, Friday. There's only one Tuesday. Wait, is everyone leaving now? Did I break up the entire party?
It really
What?
has nothing to do with you. You had no effect on
Well, you know what has nothing to do with you? All the PAC money she's getting. She's getting $46
That is 100% true.
million.
Wow, so many boomers at this. This is a Haley Stevens rally. Looks like a retirement home, am I right? Oh.
In corporate PAC money, UDP, a stronger Michigan, $14 million. That's a dark money PAC. Haley Stevens is getting $46 million in dark money. Corporate PAC money. She's got $30 million from UDP, which is an AIPAC adjacent organization. $14 million from the dark money PAC, a stronger Michigan. Dark money PAC, it's a PAC where they don't have to disclose their donors. And then the rest, the open money she's getting is from BlackRock, Blackstone, AIPAC. Those are the people that have donated directly to her campaign. They saw me coming really fast.
Yeah, they did.
They spotted me so fast. It was like, I mean, we are 4 hours north of Detroit right now, and they still knew to look for me. Haley's campaign, Haley Stevens, that's the best campaign managers AIPAC money can buy right there. Just phenomenal. All right, we're going to Bay City. It's her next campaign stop. Woo! So we're at Haley Stevens' next campaign stop. And I thought I'd bring some more people, maybe some people she's not going to recognize. And just tell Haley Stevens about her. It's just crazy. You'd think with all the donations she's getting that she would be proud of this and willing to talk about it. Why is she not willing to talk about the donations she gets? Weird. This is the next campaign stop for Haley Stevens. And everything. Hey, you're Antifa. Get away from me.
Listen, we have to make a change. Unfortunately, Representative Stevens was up in Traverse City and was very much treated uncivilly by some protesters. And we all know that people have differences in the Senate campaign.
Who would do that?
And that's good.
Who would do that, guys?
A screaming match, and she's not able to speak to people, then it's not good. And we do believe that's what's going to happen here. So Representative Stevens is not going to make this, but she sends her regards, says get out, use your voice, and vote.
What happened?
And we do believe that's what's going to happen here. So Representative Stevens is not going to make this, but she sends her regards, says get out, use your voice, and vote. Okay? Thank you. Have a
And no one gets to meet
I wish
Haley
I had a quick
Stevens
interview.
now.
You know, I don't know how it is.
It's terrible. No, it's no. Listen. You know what? You have a right to your opinion, and if you want to beat me up, that's fine. They're like freaking out that I'm here. Haley Stevens literally didn't even show up for her campaign stop because I'm here. I think that they're waiting for me to leave. I think once the second I leave, she's gonna come out from around the corner. So I'm gonna stay and I don't drink, but I'm gonna enjoy my Coca-Cola and I'm gonna tip my waitress. You know what? I can do better than this. You know, I'm gonna tip my waitress well. Tip your bartenders, tip your waiters, everyone. If you're going to take $46 million in corporate PAC money, why would you run away when confronted about the money you're taking for your campaign? I didn't say anything that was ad hominem. I'm just talking about publicly about her donation. I didn't even get into the fact that she lied about Barack Obama endorsing her. She lied about United Auto Workers endorsing her. She lied about the fact that she's hired Palantir contractors to work as advisors on her campaign. She lied about being anti-ISIS.
When I was a teenager, I knew someone from Bay City who made me repeat his phone number over and over again, and I still remember it to this day. Holy shit. Why did he do that? And her height isn't on the record. Why would he do that, girl? Because it's a dangerous place? Or that's what I think you're saying, right?
Excited to send an epidemiologist.
6767? He was autistic. Okay.
To the United States Senate. I think it would be incredible for us to have an epidemiologist who has worked in public policy and worked in public health, making decisions about our health care. And I think that supersedes everyone's feelings on Israel, everyone's feelings on him being a Muslim. A lot of people talk about, oh, we need someone to beat Mike Rogers. I'm talking to people about Mike Rogers. No one likes Mike Rogers. Not only do people not like him, but he hasn't held public office in what, a decade? Took a ton of money from our prescription drugs, voted to raise prescription drug prices. Like, awful person. What? No, I am not a resident. I'm here with residents of this. My friend here, he is a
president to speak on behalf of Michiganders.
Yeah, everyone has left. The funny part is that half of the people here were Abdul voters. Literally, this was Haley Stevens' event. Half of the people that showed up were Abdul voters. The owner of the bar was an Abdul voter who's into respectability politics. He's an amazing guy. It's Kunin's Irish Pub. He's a chief.
I'll have my ID.
I'm not leaving this campaign stop without my Haley merch because I want to be knocking on doors. I'm going to do some canvassing tomorrow. And they're fucking melting down over this. It's so funny. It's so good.
You know. Oh, we know.
So it's 3 a.m. I'm editing the videos from my disruption. I have to get on a plane to go back to New York City in a few hours. So if you like my work and you want to support my travels and you want to support me doing more videos,
I'm taking
please
notes
sub
because
my
this shit's
Patreon.
amazing.
My Patreon helps me annoy more bad people. If you're able, please sub my Patreon.
Hell
if
yeah.
you're not able, hey, don't worry about it. These videos are for everyone. Now back to the show. So now I'm in Grand Rapids, Michigan at a rally for Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. And let's see the difference in the rallies.
Giga Chad.
How you doing? Great, how are you? I'm awesome.
You here for the rally?
I very much am. I'm here to the rally and talk to Abdul.
Wonderful. The stairs are right down here.
Thank you.
I can't wait to get rid of this election. I'm so sick of how long these elections are.
In the rain.
Oh. Just want to know. Get it over with, for fuck's sake. Same. Yeah, they're just like, and guys, like a lot of people have critiqued this, right? Even on a more political science, like intellectual level, like they've said the American like electoral like season is far too long. In most countries, they get this shit done in 2 weeks. Why does it take us like a year and a half, right? Fuck this shit. Oh my God. It's a constant election. Yeah, and well, the Terry, and part of the critique of having this constant election is that it has this like effect on politics in general, right? So this isn't good for like what we're trying to achieve, right? It's not good for all the stuff that, in fact, it actually helps Republicans and MAGA and stuff more. And again, these are all the things we're battling against, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff to fucking fix, guys. And, like, this constant election garbage doesn't help, right? Well said, buddy. Well said, right? And a few people have critiqued this. It's a waste of time. Of course it is, yeah. Because it's like the definition of electoralism. It's like the definition of it. Right? It's drawing out these things to make it like a fucking game and keep people distracted from the real issues of it. when in reality, it really should just be done in 2 weeks or whatever the set period we have, right? And generally, it's done in 2 weeks throughout the world, right? These like kind of slower systems just fucking suck. And it's a money sink. It's a giant money sink, right? Which helps feed the corporations. It helps feed capitalism. It helps feed neoliberalism, right? These are all critiques that, if you've read, like other political scientists have said on the subject, right? I remember we read a book on this, and I was like, "Damn right, damn Skippy," right? And this is what I mean. Like, these are things that you could actually change, and yet very few people talk about it, right? Like, we need to shorten all this stuff and really clean it up, because it's a waste of time, money, effort, right? And then people get turned off. And I think, like, there was an argument to be made, right? Or there is an argument to be made, is that is the point, right? They want you to turn off. They want you to fucking just be exhausted. Kind of like Trump, right? Like, Trump does this exact same strategy, that they want you to be fucking exhausted, because they don't want like an active participatory group of people actually deciding in their best interests, right? So they drag all this shit out, right? And again, these are not my theories. These are the theories of a few people I've read in these kind of books before. Bloggy marvels at the green and orange patchwork.
How are you?
Good to see you again.
It's been a minute since we had delicious pizza.
It also doesn't benefit it benefits incumbents. It benefits people with more money, obviously. It benefits, right? Like, there's just so many critiques of this system that we have. And that's why it needs to go out the fucking window as fast as it can.
You came to my neighborhood. We had New York pizza,
which is not as good as Detroit pizza.
We had New York pizza. You know, Detroit pizza, they do the good thing. The cheese goes all the way to the crust. It's great. They work so hard.
Oh God,
Detroit does. I think
we
try
are earnest and
so hard.
Right?
You know, and it's just really just A for effort.
You know the story about Detroit style pizza, right?
What's it?
So auto workers, they used to have the casts, and then they would have casts for like all the auto parts. And they decided to make pizza in the casts. So it is like authentic to Detroit. It's like an authentic, gritty manufacturing story.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. So now you know.
Wait. What do you mean?
So when you make a car part,
okay,
there's a cast, and then you pour molten metal into it.
You used your arm when you said it, so I was like,
no, like an arm cast. No.
It's like
you're like they had medical casts. This makes no sense.
Give me 3 top of mind issues that you think voters care about the most.
Number one, affordability, the ability to just literally afford anything, groceries, gas, rent, mortgage. Number 2, healthcare. People are sick and tired of being sick and tired. And number 3, the misuse of our tax dollars when we've clearly got things we got to build here, sending them abroad to do the worst things abroad.
I noticed you didn't mention Hassan Piker at all. It's funny.
That's like number 8.
That's right. Okay. I spoke to a lot of voters that showed up today. Not one of them mentioned Hassan Piker, trans people playing volleyball, or any of the manufactured online crises that we see. There's a lot of manufactured crises around your campaign.
A lot of manufactured crises.
It's been interesting coming and talking to Michiganders, especially about Mike Rogers, because there's the big talking point is, well, I mean, you know, Syed is great, but he's not going to beat Mike Rogers. Come to find out, a lot of people don't like him.
No, I'm gonna beat him like a drum. I mean, the dude is like, he's the worst thing about both the Republicans of the 90s and the Republicans after Trump. Imagine like fusing the worst things you hate about both sides. That's that guy.
Last time I saw you said something great that was wonderful. It's Donald Trump is not the disease of our politics. He's the symptom.
When Trump came to power, he came to power exploiting the fact that people have felt like their dollar didn't go as far, that they couldn't hold on to a job the same way. When you allow corporations to buy and sell politicians, then at the end of the day, don't be surprised. You play corporate games, you get corporate prizes. And they've been able to figure out how to rig, in effect, the system so that legislation gets passed that's good for them and bad for us. You know, you think about free trade and the sordid history of free trade in a place like this. Who benefited? Well, big corporations. Who lost? workers. And that's been the experience, I think, of Michiganders for a very long time. So he came in exploiting that system. We dealt with the symptom for 4 years.
Wait, I feel like you're implying that China doesn't pay the tariff. Is that what he's saying? You're saying China pays the tariff.
I thought they paid the
pay
tariff.
My guy.
Wait,
we pay the tariff.
Okay. All right. You know what? Agree to disagree here. But no, I appreciate
we've now had
that.
2 disagreements. Detroit style pizza, clearly better than New York. And who pays the tariff? On which I'm objectively right about both of them. But.
Yeah. I will. What's a good Detroit style pizza in Detroit that I can?
So everybody will tell you buddies. But
I don't think I've ever had Detroit style pizza. Is that the deep dish shit? God, is that like New Jersey pizza? God, that must be slopalicious. New York pizza, right? It's not called New Jersey pizza. It's called New York pizza. God, can you imagine that? Could never be me. I don't like this disease symptom analogy in the case of despots. It's like taking hydrogen out of water and calling it water. These things are part of the whole. Yeah, that's a good point. I think he's just trying to, if I'm playing devil's advocate, I think he's just trying to make it more relatable to people, more digestible, right? It's sometimes hard to come up with stuff that relates to people. And like, you're pretty well read and you know your shit, Aeon Lord, as far as I've known you. So it's a little harder to like talk about this stuff with people who are more normies, right? I know, because I have a lot of friends who are normies and they're like, oh God, politics could never be me, right? Essentially, and they just don't get like some of the stuff we're talking about. So like to talk to some of those people, you have to talk about it in stuff that is more relatable to them, right? So I think that's what he's doing here, right? I don't think he but yeah, it's an interesting point. I'll have to think more about that.
the right answer is Sicily's in Southwest Detroit.
Okay, I'm gonna go try Sicily.
I like that. It's like
Sicily's.
Like a caramelized cheese on the edge.
Okay.
I'm gonna try Sicily's tonight. Last time I met him, he came to my neighborhood and we had incredible pizza.
Delicious pizza. Like it was very, very good. I mean, look, I mean, if you can get Blender Street pizza in New York, it's phenomenal. It's just not
it's phenomenal.
Sicily's. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all right. So I'm gonna go try Sicily's right now. I'm gonna go try it right now.
You got the Knicks, all right? You got the Knicks.
Yeah.
We got Detroit style pizza.
Yeah, thank you. No, this is great. And then lastly, there's been a lot of money in politics. I've watched Haley Stevens' campaign. It doesn't exist IRL. I've shown up to her rallies. There's not that many people there. And and I'm like, oh wow,
I mean,
like there's a lot of online
you saw
hype.
that,
If you look
right?
online, you think that her campaign is just dominating the state, and it doesn't exist. She's an industry plant, and that was.
I mean, it
was
definitely
I knew there was
exists
money in
because
politics,
of the money, right? This is what I mean, guys. A lot of these political movements, like these conservative, right wing, even like centrists or like corporate dem, right, is Israeli backed like movements. They're all astroturfed, right? What do I mean by that? Astroturf meaning like it looks like a lawn, but then you touch it and you're like, oh shit, it's plastic, right? That's what I mean, astroturfed. It's all astroturfed, right? It's like that astroturf you use when you don't want to, you're too like lazy to fucking cut your own grass or whatever. You don't want to plant grass because it looks nicer or whatever. And you're like, I just want the lazy way out. I want astroturf, right? I want that fucking fake ass grass. And you know it's fake as fuck because, well, there's a bunch of problems with it, right? Mm-hmm.
I was like, that was a lot. Like she has online bots. She has, PAC money, and then that is
a lot of 30-second ads telling people lies. And, if you turn on the TV in Michigan, you are getting wall-to-wall ads. Sometimes, usually 2 ads per commercial break, sometimes 3.
Yeah.
And that's what $70 million in corporate PAC and AIPAC money buys you.
It also buys you a ton of bots.
Apparently that part too.
Yeah. But thank you. It's incredible meeting you again.
Appreciate you.
Pleasure.
Thanks for being
Thank
here.
you. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, let's lock in Michigan. I want to send an epidemiologist to the Senate. I want an epidemiologist making decisions about our health care. Yes.
All right, you guys should do a video.
Yes, please. You are Massachusetts. Is it 7?
Massachusetts 7th, right? I've been in Congress
Ayanna Presley, right?
For 8 years now, and in 2018,
I met her. I helped back when I did like campaigns and stuff, and then I was like, fuck it all. She genuinely still like tries. You could tell she's genuinely in this for the right reasons.
I was elected to represent Massachusetts, first person of color, first Black woman to represent the Commonwealth. And I ran with no corporate PAC money, no AIPAC money.
Yep. That was what was so awesome.
And since 2018, I've been calling for.
And this was 8 years ago she was doing this, right? Which was pretty like unheard of because AIPAC was everywhere. Nobody cared, right?
Abolished Medicare for all. Ending qualified immunity, a lot of things that people considered, canceling student debt, and so I'm very, encouraged in this moment.
Very like things you can do in the now to improve the material conditions of the working class people, right? Yeah.
The issues and the platform that I ran on in 2018 and was elected on, people really saw those issues as marginal. And fringe and radical, which I wear as a badge of honor because we need to advance solutions that go as bold and as far and as deep as the problem. But what I'm saying is that as someone who ran in 2018, who's been in Congress now for 8 years, to see so many candidates running on this platform throughout the country and running successfully is a mandate for those policies.
He is sharp, though.
That means that there's been a shift by the electorate. And that's why I think they're coming so hard at Abdul, because he's a proxy for a broader movement. And that's why I think we have an opportunity here.
Yeah, I was genuinely like, I'm telling you, I'm not very easily impressed, but like I talked to her and she talked to me, and I genuinely got to like to know her and stuff, and she seemed like all the stuff, like she genuinely gave a shit about this stuff, right? She's the one congresswoman, so right? Like she's one vote. Unfortunately, right? And like the way the system works, the game is played is fucked, but like you could tell, like she genuinely cared about this stuff. And this was back in 2018, right? Back when like running as an AIPAC free candidate was like really not unheard of. Like, huh? So like this is what I mean about progressing in this way, right? Getting more and more of stuff like this. Back then she was fringe. Now it's just like, huh? Like, why would you ever run as an AIPAC candidate? Cringe.
To offer a teachable moment of what is possible when you have leaders that are unbought. What is possible when you build a people-powered movement?
And electing someone as senator whose name is Abdul Al-Sayed in a state that, is purple. And, rather than just like a blue state. And letting Democratic Party know, because what they'll say is, they usually say when a candidate loses, even if they're corporate backed, well, they were just too woke. And then, if someone like Zoran wins or something, they're like, well, you can't do that outside of New York or LA.
Well,
exactly.
So
they always pull that
about
crap.
That, as someone who unseated an incumbent, when I was elected in the 116th Congress, myself and my sister, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, we were the only members to unseat incumbents. And so our victories were considered very improbable. I raised about, again, no corporate, no AIPAC money, about 1.5. The incumbent raised $6.6 million, and we won by 18 points. But the polls had us down by 13, but we were expanding the electorate just like Abdul is. And what's so frustrating is every time candidates of color win, every time progressives win, they say it's magic, it was a fluke, it was an anomaly, instead of saying that it's an indicator of something, that it is a new model for advancing progress. for disrupting an unjust status quo, which to me is all it means to be a progressive. The civil rights movement didn't end. We're still very much in it. And, and I really just saw those freedom fighters as disruptors of an unjust status quo. And that's what the people are saying they want. Independents, Democrats, Republicans, even people that voted for Trump didn't vote for this shit. I can tell you, from the Attorney General down, they work actively to obstruct that justice every single day.
I love
So the people that I've met in my time here, independents, Democrats, Republicans, they're just people of conscience.
Ayanna Presley, Massachusetts 7. Thank you so much. A pleasure.
The biggest issues on my mind are honestly all related to human dignity. I mean, ice picking people up off the streets, it's only a matter of time before they start knocking other people's heads. I mean, they already kind of are. Getting money out of politics ever since the ruling of Citizens United, it's really just muddied the waters of our politics.
Medicare for all. I'm really happy that that's kind of at the forefront of this election. I had a friend, unfortunately, pass away because they couldn't afford their insulin, and it was between paying the rent.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. This is a very practical thing you can do today, right? To fix, just like improve. Like, can you imagine if, like, we just had people that actually supported this, that this person would still be alive, right? Their friend wouldn't be dead. It's really that black and white, right? In my eyes, like, especially on a more micro level. Obviously on a macro level, it wouldn't have changed, right? But see, that's what you have to look at. You have to look at both the micro and the macro, right?
Paying for their insulin. And unfortunately, that's something that's one person in my life that has to make that choice. But I know that that's,
they're dead. Like,
there's many more people.
That is like, they're dead. They're never coming back because of a policy decision, right? It's that clear cut, right? So you just change the policy. You should be able to, right? That's what we should be doing. It's so crazy that the general population can't understand this. Yeah, exactly. Right? And then so many people are like, yeah, but then I won't, right? It's going to change too much and all this crap, right? So you're always fighting against those people as well, right? And then you're fighting against apathy, or you're fighting against people who are like, fuck all this shit. So it's multiple fronts on multiple battles, and activation, hibernation mode, print, good night. Yeah, I'm heading to bed after this too. Actually, I'm heading to go eat.
People who've unfortunately had to make that choice. So Medicare for all is a big one for me.
Yeah. Thank you so much for stopping by. See you hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow.
First of all, I care about getting money out of politics because I'm an accountant, so I see how all these monies being spent on all of these, there's a circular interest going around. I'd say second of all, Medicare for all. My brother is a quadriplegic, and he became injured due to a car accident. And we have a unique catastrophic fund in Michigan for people who are covered by insurance to get special benefits. So he has, provided housing. He has, a decent quality of living that he wouldn't have had if he had that same injury caused by something else.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So just having the ability to live a dignified life for people with disabilities is one of my biggest issues.
Yeah, that's another thing. If you support like disabled people, right? These are all ways to give them more dignity, right? A more normal life, so they don't have to rely on their parents or something, right?
What are 3 of your top issues
when it comes to voting in general?
Yeah.
I've actually made a criteria for myself recently. So I would say reproductive rights, no AIPAC or corporate funding, and no support to Israel would be my main 3 things. Yeah.
I've been learning a lot about Michigan. I've been watching Haley Stevens' campaign. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's very weird. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get the feeling that her campaign is just online, and because when I show up, there's nothing. It's very weird.
Yeah, I was at the Michigan Democratic Convention, and she got completely booed off the stage. It was really rough. It was pretty embarrassing. So.
And that's at the Democrat convention where it's a wide swath of people. There's enough people there.
It was hard watch. It was hard to be there.
Yeah.
I don't.
And because the one thing they keep hammering is, oh, we need someone to beat Mike Rogers. And I'm like, that's not who's going to beat Mike.
No, I don't think so either.
But she's a first-time voter in our family. So
Oh, you're a first-time voter?
Yeah, so kind of
Okay.
exciting. She's learning all about a few different things, yes. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh boy. You should, Keith. This is good. You're a first-time voter. Come on.
So you're a first-time voter?
Yes.
Give me just three things that you care about.
Well, I think I am big on kind of freedom of religion, not being like I am Christian, but I like that everyone can choose what they want to follow and they don't force their views onto other people regardless. I'm big on women's health care and healthcare for all. And yeah, I feel like those I'm pretty passionate about.
And who are you voting for?
I voted for Abdul.
Okay, very cool. Give me 3 issues you care about as a voter.
So, obviously, the money out of politics is huge. I mean, that's number one for Abdul. But I think uniting the country again instead of the separating us, telling us why we should be divided. The message he said today is exactly what we need to teach our children. Obviously, I'm getting a little bit older, and I have young kids as well, and I want them to have medical insurance. I want them to have Medicaid. I don't want them to have the bills that I see other people have.
Yeah, it's not fair that I know a lot of disabled people who contribute a lot to society but can't work full time, so they have to live with their parents. Yeah, right. These are all just like things we can do today that quickly change the system and improve the lives of people. Right?
So absolutely, and all these other countries can do it, and we're the richest country in the world.
Secular
Why can't
Christian,
we?
rare breed, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, yeah, we know why we haven't. It's like after seeing all this money injected into her campaign, we're starting to get a clearer picture of why we don't have health care and why we don't have a lot of these things.
And the honorable mention is, why are we starting wars in Iraq?
Yeah, I think
Right?
we're all.
That's ridiculous.
I think we're all sort of
That's
collectively done with the forever wars.
Yeah.
If I went over and talked to MAGA, they're kind of done with that
Yeah,
too.
exactly. So that might be that uniting thing for all of us, maybe just to get us to
that was a very top of mind issue when I went to MAGA rallies prior to Trump getting reelected.
That's what he campaigned on. One of the things.
Yeah, no new wars. Yeah. All right, Sicily's Pizza, baby.
So Chicago pizza is basically just deep dish, right? That's all I ever heard about it. I don't know a lot about it because I've never been to Chicago. Chicago kid.
Okay, let's go. I'm at Sicily's in Detroit
that
right
looks
now.
so good. Oh, wait, that's Chicago pizza? Is it? Ducky, you gotta tell me stuff, girl. I don't know shit. I love basil on pizza, so oh my god, it's making me so hungry, guys. Fucking love it. Detroit pizza is different from Chicago. Oh, okay, Detroit pizza. I thought they were the same thing. Okay. It's like lasagna pizza. I mean, I love lasagna too. Guys, anytime I have a dish from the Mediterranean, I'm firmly remembered that my roots were clearly in the Mediterranean because I fucking love it every single time. I remember
lasagna.
Literally is every time. Like I tried gazpacho. I remember when I first tried gazpacho and I fucking devoured that. Devoured it, guys. Right? Tapas. I remember when I first tried that the first time. Devoured it. Right? Obviously lasagna, right? I love lasagna. I love all these really, really like I remember when I first tried the gyro, right? The chicken gyro. That my Greek like the people who lived right down the street, they were like, you got to try it from here. Oh my god, I devoured that. Everything, like, guys, for some reason, if it's from the Mediterranean, is fucking calamari, right? I thought I wouldn't like it. The fried calamari, yeah, it was delicious. At least where I had it, it was delicious. Yeah, so many great dishes. Oh,
Let's see what Abdul's talking about. Let's see what Michigan's talking about. I got the legit classic square here. Okay. It's good. Still like New York better, but okay. Detroit, you're doing all right. I'm still gonna finish all of this though, like really quickly, because New York is so much better. 4, 5, 6 more to go. Okay, all right. I'm almost done with the pie. Obviously because I hated it and because New York is so much superior.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, okay, I'm starting to get full.
What up? I love it. All right, good stuff. And with that, guys, I'm hungry, officially, and I'm out of here. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gustex broadcast. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Don't do anything stupid. Hell yeah. Love you guys. Love this community. Thanks. Thank you. Me and you too. See y'all tomorrow. Yeah. Let's raid out to P Den because we watched one of her videos, right? What up? Stay tuned for the credits and we'll raid out. Bye. Ah, look at all that love in chat. Hugging left and right. Oh, you thought it would? Yeah. I think you got to type out the name. Like, you can't just reply to it. That's how it works, girl. Gus. You got to do, act. Yeah, see? Like, if it doesn't find the name, then it will do yourself and some dumb shit. So there you go. Yeah.
Rest
or,
now,
like, if
brother.
it's
We
tagged
have to
already.
watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Mm-hmm. You got to do. Thank you so much, girl. Appreciate it. Me and you too. All right, let's raid out. Get those emotes ready, guys. What up?